All right, you're ready, I'm ready. Let's develop a calculator application together in this section. So while we're building this application, you're going to have a great understanding of the conversion between data types. You'll also learn how to use the if-else statement in great detail. You'll also be able to reinforce how to use the functions and layouts. Oh, and also in this project, we're going to dig deep into the usage of dark theme and light theme. All right, so why don't we just move on over to Android Studio and start making our project. So first of all, I do want to show you the finished version of what the application is going to look like at the end. So you see the main layout is the constraint layout, and you can use other layouts such as linear layout, but for device compatibility, the constraint layout has many advantages. So for this, I'm going to use the constraint layout as a main layout. There are two text views in the constraint layout. While the first text view takes action steps, the second text view will include our calculation results. There is also a grid layout under the text views, so our numbers and operators are included in the grid layout. And if we look at the calculation of our application, for example, if we make just 5 plus 4, multiply 3 minus 2, divide by 5, and press the equal button, you're going to see the result is printed in the result text view as 5. And likewise, we see that the processing steps are printed right here in the text view at the top. Then pressing the AC button, you see that the data in both text views gets deleted. Also, after writing a few numbers, when you press the delete button, you'll see that the numbers are deleted one by one. And if that's not enough, in our calculator application, we will be able to operate not only with integers, but also with decimals. For example, when we type 6.5 plus 4.3 and press the equal button, we're going to see that the result is printed as 10.8. So like we've been saying, we can use dark theme and light theme in this application. If you pay attention, you'll see a gear icon here. And when you click on the gear icon, you get a new activity to open. And there's one switch in this particular activity. And if we set the switch to on, then the app switches to dark theme. And if we turn it off, of course, it switches back to light. We're going to just get started using the dark theme to test if you want. And as you can see, as soon as the switch is on, the application switches to the dark theme. All right, so we'll go back to the main screen now. So as you can see, the dark theme is applied to this as well. And also, if you notice, we use different colors when we switch to the dark theme. So both colors of the text here change, and the color of the gear icon changes as well. Now, if you've been paying attention, even if we switch between applications, data is not deleted. So in other words, even if the user closes and reopens the application while calculating, the data is not going to be lost, and the user will be able to continue calculating from wherever they left off. And of course, we'll also consider the use of this app in landscape mode. So we will design the app accordingly, right? So for example, even if the user switches from portrait to landscape mode, the user interface will not get damaged at all, and the calculation will continue right from where it left off. So my friends, as you can see, we're going to be developing a basic calculator, but it includes many, many details. So I think this is enough of the explanation. Let's get started developing, okay? So we're going to take a short break here, and then when we come back in the next video, we're going to design this application through and through, all right? See you in the next video. Well, hello, my friends. Check it out. We're back. So in our previous video, just gave you some general information about the application. So that means in this video, we're going to continue with the design of our application. So for that, let's just open up Android Studio and start designing. So I want to first create a new project. I'll choose the new project option. Now from this window, I choose the empty views activity option. And you see the project configuration window. So here is where we determine the name of our project, and we're just going to call it Calculator. Now, I will change the package name. Now, if we leave it like that, we wouldn't be able to publish this app on Google Play because, well, the example is not actually valid for the Play Store. So because of this, I just need to change this part. But you can write anything here if you want. For example, your company name, your surname, or any other name. Anyway, I'm not going to change the location of the project. Our programming language will be Kotlin. You can choose any SDK as a minimum SDK. I usually use the API 24 as my option. So the build configuration language can be Kotlin DSL. And then finally, I create the project by clicking the Finish button. All right, very good. So the creation of the project is going to vary depending on the speed of your computer. So in other words, it might take a little longer. Like for me, I'm screen recording, so I'm just going to stop screen recording, and then when it's created, I'll just resume my record. And here we are, my friends. So project's been created, and let's just open up the activity main.xml file. Okay, so I'm going to delete the text view component in the design area. I will choose the Show System UI option to show the status bar and navigation bar. So the design area looks like a real phone screen. And also, we can close the project directory for now. Okay, so let's begin the design. So I do want to show you both the XML part and the design part of the app. And for this, I'll just click the Split tab. I'll create the body section for the main layout to add the components. Okay, so here I want to add the material toolbar. So for this, I just add the app bar layout. And the width will be match parent. Its height can be wrap content. Or you could always use the default action bar size for the height of the toolbar. For this, I'll put a question mark, and after that, I'll write ATTR, which, of course, is the abbreviation for attributes. So after putting a slash, I'll write action bar size. This way, we can use the default size of the action bar provided by the system. All right. So here we'll give it an ID. The ID can be app bar layout. Also, I want to give a background color to this layout, but I wonder if you remember, we use the dark theme and the light theme in our application. So right here, we need to first determine the colors that we're going to use for the dark theme. So for this, I want to open the project directory again. Under the res folder, inside the values folder, we see colors.xml, right? So our application will use the colors here by default. And if we want to specify different colors for the dark theme, we'll need to create another colors.xml file. And to understand this a little bit better, I will first change the project directory from Android view to the project view. Now let's try to access the colors.xml file. So I'll expand the project file, and then I'll expand the app folder. Then I'll expand the src folder, and that, of course, is the source folder. And then I can expand the main folder. Then to expand the res, in other words, resources file. And then lastly, I'm going to expand the values folder. So I wonder, do you notice we have two values folders here? One of them is for the light theme, and the other is for the dark theme. Now, as you can see, the theme.xml file is available in both folders because the theme colors that will be used automatically when your application switches to the dark theme are defined. So we'll also create a copy of the colors.xml file in the folder designated for the dark theme. So for this, I just can right-click on the colors.xml file here and select the copy option, copy it, and paste this into the folder for the dark theme. Yeah, see, so now when our application switches to the dark theme, the colors here will be called automatically. So if we want the text and background colors to appear in the light modes and the dark modes differently, we'll need to define these colors here. So let's first open the colors.xml file for the light theme. Great. So you notice, right? Two colors are defined here by default. Now let's define our own colors. So in my app, I want the text to be black and the background to be white for the light theme. So I'll also change the color of the toolbar and status bar. So you know what? Let's go ahead and duplicate this line 3 times. So to duplicate, what I do is use the Control and D keys, right? And actually, if the key combination doesn't work for you, you can also just copy and paste this line. There's no problem there. Okay, so now we're going to change the name of these colors. First color for the toolbar and status bar. So this is going to be called bar_color. And the color code will be FF3700B3. And the second color will be for the text. So let the name for this color be text color. And its color will be black. Last color will be for the background of the page. And we'll call this color background color. Color is going to be white. All right. Now I also want to create an orange color, and I want to use the orange color for the background color of the equals button. And for the text color, the operators. So for the orange color, I'll duplicate this line. Now let's change the name of this color. Name's going to be orange. And now let's click on the color box here and open the color palette. I'll just choose this color. To close the color palette, simply click anywhere on the screen. Yeah, so our colors for the light theme are now complete. So we can do the same for the dark theme. So I'll just copy the 4 colors that I created. And now let's go ahead and open the colors.xml file we created for the dark theme. And I'm pasting the 4 colors that I copied here. Now for dark mode, I want the text to be white and the background to be black. So I'll change the names of these colors. The name of the black color is going to be background color. Name of the white color be text color. And last of all, the bar colors will be black. So I'll just copy this color code and paste it in here. All right. So the colors are ready. So for example, when we call the text color for the text will be black if the application is in light mode and white if the application is in dark mode. Okay. Now, before moving on to the design file, I want to override the status bar color in this theme.xml file. So let's open up that theme.xml file for light mode. So here I need to open a new tag. Name of this tag will be Android status bar color. Cool. So I want to close the tag by pressing Shift and +N keys on the keyboard. Okay. Now, once inside the tags, I'll call the color I defined for the bars, namely bar color. And I'll copy this color and paste it for the dark theme. I'll also open the theme.xml file for dark mode, and I'll paste the status bar color code here. All right. The status bar color is also done for the light and dark modes. Now let's go back to our design file and define the toolbar color. All right, so I'm going to close all the files that I've opened. Now we can change the project directory to Android view. And I'll just close the project directory. All right. So let's define the background color of the toolbar. So this will be the bar color that we defined in the color.xml file. Okay. Now I'll close the tag of the app bar layout. Now in the body of the app bar layout, I will add the material toolbar. Okay. The width will be match parent. The height's going to be the default action bar size. Now let's just give it an ID. The ID can be toolbar. Also, I want to add a title to the toolbar. And for this, I'll use the title property. Yeah, what are we going to call it? Let's call it calculator. So I want to change the title text color. So the text color of the title is going to be white for both dark and light mode. Now, of course, if you want to, you can always define different colors for the text color of the title for dark and light mode, but I just want to use the white color for both themes. You'll see why, maybe. Okay. So the app bar is now complete. Now I want to add a text view component for the calculation history. So the width of the first text view will be the match parent. Okay. The height of this text view can be 70 dp for now. Now, I will also use the auto-sizing text view components. For example, when the user wants to operate with long numbers, if the numbers don't fit on the screen, the size of the numbers will change automatically. This is one of the nice features you can use with calculators. So there are 3 different methods for this, actually. There's default, granularity, and preset sizes. Okay, so my preferred method is actually the granularity method. So we can define a range of minimum and maximum text sizes and a dimension that specifies the size of each step. Pretty cool, huh? So the text view scales uniformly in a range between the minimum and maximum size attributes. Each increment occurs per step size set in the granularity attribute. Okay, so I want to show you how to use this feature. So yeah, you first define the maximum text size with the Android Auto Size Max Text Size feature. And this can be 50 SP. Secondly, we'll define the minimum text size with the Android Auto Size Minimum Text Size feature. And this can be 12 SP. And now, I will define the step of the granularity with the Android Auto Step Size Granularity feature. And this can be 2 SP. Okay, so lastly, I'll just define the text type with the Android Auto Size Text Type feature. And this is going to be uniform. Yeah, so the size of the text to show the calculation steps will be a maximum 50 SP, minimum of 12 SP, and these will be changing automatically. Now, let's test this feature if you want. That way you get to see it working right. Make sure you want it. For example, we'll write a lot of number 9s in the text of this text view. Now, to see it more clearly, I want to move the text view down slightly, number 9. And now we can observe, I'll write number 9 for the text. And as you can see, I know my Liverpool accent is not great, huh? As soon as the numbers don't fit in the text view, the size of the text is automatically reduced. Anyway, it's a nice feature, right? I think you get it, so we'll move on. Oh, but wait. Please note that this feature is valid for API 26 and later, so you've got to make a decision. You could make a different design for API 25 and earlier. I'll leave that up to you, but just so you know, now you do. Okay, so we're going to delete the text and move on. We'll give an ID to this text view. So the ID of this text view can be text view history. Also, I'll define the gravity property of this text view. And I'll set the gravity value as center and end. And this way the text will appear at the right of the text view component and be centered vertically. Anyway, I need to assign the color values to the text view. So the text color will be text color I defined in the color.xml file. And the background color will be the background color that we defined in the color.xml file. All right, so we have now done the color assignment process. Now, finally, since our main layout is a constraint layout, we're going to need to specify the constraints of the components. So I want to do this from the attribute section of the design tab. Yeah, it's way easier for me to do it from here. So first, I want to pin the app bar layout to the top, start, and end of the parent. And the margin values will be 0. Now I'll define the constraint values of the text view. I'll pin its top to the bottom of the app bar layout. I will pin it to the start and the end of the parent. And the margin values will also be 0. Yeah, so now the toolbar and the first text view where the application steps will appear are now ready. And we can create the second text view component where the calculation result will appear. So for this, I'll need to open the XML section again. I'll just copy and paste this history text view because we'll use the same features basically. And now we can change the properties in order. So the width will be match parent again, and we'll let its height be 100 dp. Let auto size max text size feature be 75 sp, and we'll make the auto size min text property be 18 sp. Step granularity, let's make it 2 sp again. Text type needs to be uniform. Now let's change the ID, and the ID can be text view result. The gravity property will be the same, center and end. And now I'll determine the constraints. So I'll pin the top of this text view to the bottom of the first text view for now, and I'll change this after adding the buttons. Okay, now, up until this point, we have created the toolbar. We created the necessary colors for the dark and the light themes. We created the text views as well. That means we can now create the buttons, but we are going to take a short break here. We will create the grid layout and place our buttons inside of it coming up in the next video. All right? So I'll see you then. All right. Hello, my dear friends. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hopefully you remember in the previous video, wasn't that long ago, was it? We created the text views. So in this video, we will create the grid layout and buttons. So without taking up any more of your precious time, let's move on to Android Studio. So here is where I will create the grid layout just below the text views. All right, so the width of the grid layout will be match parent, and the height of it will be wrap content. Let's give her an ID, and the ID of the grid layout can be grid layout. I just like to be clear. Okay, now I need to determine the number of rows and columns of the grid layout. Grid layout will consist of 5 rows and 4 columns. Therefore, the row count property will be 5. The column count property needs to be 4. And lastly, we'll need to determine the constraints of the grid layout. So I'll pin it to the bottom, left, and right. Also, the margin values will be 0. Okay, now I'll close up the tags of the grid layout and create the buttons between these tags. I want you to notice that the grid layout component has been pinned to the text view, right? So let's fix this right this second. So the bottom constraint of the grid layout's got to be pinned to the bottom of the parent. Okay, now we can add the buttons. So we'll add the first one. But you know what? I'm not going to use just any old normal button here. If we use normal buttons, the corners are going to be slightly curved, right? These buttons come from the material library. Now, as a result, when I place the buttons on the grid layout, there's going to be a space between them. So I want to use the app compat button from the Android X library instead of the normal button. All right. Now that I got that off my chest, let's continue. The width of the button will be wrap content. So its height can be 80 dp. The first button is going to be that AC button. So I will set the ID of this button to be BTNAC, and the Texas button can be AC. And I'll set the text size to 30 sp. Right, so the button's text color, remember, orange. And the background color will be background color. So I'm going to need to specify the row and column number of this button. So that means I will set the layout row and column property to 0. Very good. So you see, by doing this, I position my button at the 0 to 0 point. So finally, I can set a layout column weight property as 1 for all buttons. This way, the buttons will be properly placed on the row where they're located. Now, that completes the design of the first button. Yay. Okay, Now we can go ahead and design the other button. So for this, I'm just going to make 3 copies of this button. And the second button will be for the delete button. So I'll set the ID of the second button to be btndel. The text will be del. And finally, I'll just set the column number as 1. All right, moving on to the third button. I'll set the ID of the third button to be btn divide. I'm changing the text to /. Cool. Finally, I can set the column number to 2. And moving on, last button in the first row, the ID of this button will be btn multi. Right? The text of this button is going to be the multiplication sign. All right, so I'm going to set the column number to be 3. Good. Okay, so first 4 buttons get placed very nicely on the first row. Now I can create my buttons on the second line. So to do this, I want to copy these 4 buttons and paste them just below the last button. Okay, so I'll need to change a few properties of the last button in the second line, of course. I will set the ID of this button to be btn minus, text will be minus sign, and the row number will be 1, right? So the button immediately went to the bottom row. Okay, now let's move on to the other button. I'll set the ID of this button to btn 9, and the text will be 9, and the row number is going to be 1. I want to change the text color, though. The text color will be text color. And another button, I'll set the ID of this button to btn 8. The text will be 8. And the row number will be 1 once again. And lastly, the text color will be the text color. Now, the last button on this line, I will define the ID of the last button in the second line as btn 7. And the text will be the number 7. And the row number is 1. And lastly, the text color will be text color. Okay, so this way we've got our second row. Now I can create the buttons on the third line. And to do this, I'll just copy the 4 buttons that I've created and paste them just below the last button. And then I can create the last button of the second row. I'll set the ID of this button to btn plus. The text will be the plus sign. Row number will be 2. Okay, so now let's move on to the other button. I'll set the ID of this button to btn 6, and the text will be the number 6, and the row number is 2. I will change the text color, though, and the text color will be text color. How about another button? I'll set the ID for this to btn 5. The text will be 5, and the row number will be 2 again. And last up, the text color will be text color. You see how we're doing this. And the last button on this line, I need to define the ID of the last button in the third line as btn 4. Text will be the number 4, and the row number is 2. And lastly, the text color needs to be text color. Cool. Now we've got a third row. Now I want to create the buttons in the fourth row in pretty much the same way, right? So in the fourth row, I'll just create the equals button, and I will set the ID of the equals button to be btn equals. I'll also create the text as just the equal sign. So we're going to make the text color white and the background color orange, if you remember. And the colors of this button will be like this in both the dark theme and the light theme. Of course you remember. I'm just playing. Okay, need to set the row number 3. Now also, since this button will take up 2 rows of space in the vertical plane, I'll need to set the layout row weight property to be 1. And I'll also set the layout row span property to be 2. Okay. Now I can set the ID of the other button as BTN3, and I'm changing the text to the number 3, and I'm changing the row number to 3. So also the text color of this button needs to be text color, right? Okay, so I will set the ID of the other button as BTN2. I'll change the text to the number 2, and row number will be 3. Also, the text color of this button will be text color. Okay, so I'll need to define the ID of the last button in the third row as BTN1. Change the text to 1, row number is 3, text color, of course, and okay, yeah, so we've now got a fourth row. So we will need to create the final and fifth row. Since there are 2 buttons in this row, I just need to copy and paste these 2 buttons only. And in the last row, I'll create the button 0 first, and I will set the ID of this button as BTN0. I'll set the text to be 0 and specify the row number is 4. Column number be 1. Now also, this button is going to take up a couple of columns of space, so I need to set the layout column span property to 2. And finally, I'll create the button dot. Okay, so I need to define the ID of this button as BTN dot, and the text will be just that dot. Okay, number of rows, 4, and the number of columns, 0. All right, so that was pretty quick, but you can see that our design is now complete. So finally here, I'll just need to delete the top constraint of the text view component where the calculation result will appear. And I will pin this component to the top of the grid layout. Why do I do this? Well, it's to make this design look as good as it can on the different devices, as many as possible, so I don't have to make separate designs for different screen sizes. Now, if you do want, you could always make separate designs according to different screen sizes, but again, I'll leave it up to you. Also, I want to show you how to design the look in the dark theme and the light theme situation. So here I'll just click on the icon that looks like a full moon or crescent and select the night option. So as you can see, the colors of the design change according to the dark theme, right? Hopefully you remember we adjusted these colors in the colors.xml file, but it always bears repeating. I do also want you to notice that since we did not specify the background color of the main layout, a different shade of color appears between these 2 text views. But I want to fix that. Doesn't look good to me. So the background color of the constraint layout will be the background color in the colors file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's changed our look as soon as we fix that. Okay, so let's go back to the light theme. And that looks good. So my friends, we have actually completed this app design pretty quickly. So, of course, in order for this application to be used in landscape mode, we are going to need to make a design for landscape mode. But I want to just wrap it up here, and we'll do that design in the next video and then finish up the design of the app. So I'll see you on the other side. Well, hello there, my friends. So previously, we've completed the design of the app according to the portrait mode. So in this video, we're going to create a design for the landscape mode. Now, it is important for the user experience that the application can be used in both portrait and landscape mode. That's why whenever you're developing an app, you will need to consider both landscape and portrait mode. I don't know about you, I get really frustrated if I turn it to landscape mode and it just doesn't change. Anyway, in this application, I really would like to develop a UI that we can use in both landscape mode and in portrait mode. So, of course, I do have another purpose for doing this. See, when the orientation of your application changes, the lifecycle methods are called from the very beginning, and that means from the onCreate method again. Yeah, so that means your app is going to be rebuilding. Therefore, when you do this, you're also going to need to consider lifecycle methods. That's enough explanation. Let's move on to Android Studio, and you'll see by doing. So, of course, it's possible to create the landscape mode design file of your application in a couple of different ways. First, you'll need to create a design file from the project directory just by right-clicking on the Layout folder and choosing New Layout Resource File. So after doing this, the name of this file should be the same as the name of the portrait mode design file. In other words, Activity Main. Next up, you'll need to select the orientation option from the Available Qualifiers section and select the Screen Orientation option to be Landscape. Now, finally, when you click the OK button, the design file will be created. Now, of course, that was the first method, but guess what? There's a second method that's a little simpler and a lot easier. Just open the Design tab of the ActivityMain.xml file. Click on ActivityMain.xml here. Select Create Landscape Qualifier from the drop-down list, and you'll now have created a design file for landscape mode. Not bad. But notice something. If we don't do this design and the user puts the device in landscape mode, some components are no longer visible in the UI. So it's for this reason that you either turn off landscape mode, that is, allow the user to use it only in portrait mode, or you have to make a landscape design like this. Okay, so let's change the design up a little bit. We're going to start with text views. We're going to reduce the height of the first text view component just a little bit. For example, it could be 50 dp. Also change the maximum and minimum text sizes. We'll let the maximum text size be 30 SP, minimum text size be 8 SP. Okay, so that should be enough. Why don't we make some similar changes for the second text view? I'm going to make the layout height property 60 dp. And let's make the maximum text size be 50 SP. And the minimum text size, that can be 12 SP. Okay, so I think these changes are sufficient for the text view components, my friends. Now, let's just make some grid changes to the grid layout and buttons. Now, in landscape mode, it's going to be sufficient if we just reduce the number of rows by 1 and increase the number of columns by 1. You follow? So therefore, the row count property of grid layout will be 4, and the column count property will be 5. Okay, good. Now let's change some properties of those buttons. If you want to, of course, you can change the properties of the buttons from the design section, because we're going to change some similar features in all of them. It's going to be easier like that. So I'll click the AC button, and I'll hold down the Shift key on the keyboard and click the bottom button as well. So see, we can actually select all the buttons at once. So here, I'll make the height of all buttons 50 dp. Also reduce our text size a bit. Could be 25 SP for now. Yeah, so let's rearrange the position of the button. So for the example, the last element of the first row will now be the minus button. So therefore, the layout row property of the minus button will be 0. Yeah. Column layout property will also be 4. Yeah. Other features can, remain the same. Okay, so now let's edit the second row. We've got the first element of the second row. That'll be 6. Therefore, the layout row property of the button 6 will be 1. Layout column property will also be 0. The layout column property of button 7 will be 1. The layout column property of button 8 will be 2. The layout column property of button 9 will be 3. All right, so now the plus button will be on the second line, and that'll be the last element of this line. Therefore, the layout row property will be 1, and the layout column property will be 4. Let's move on to the third row. So the first element of the third row will be 1. So the layout row property of button 1 will be 2. Button 2's layout row property will be 2. Button 3's layout row property will be 2. And button 4's layout column property will be 3. Layout column property of button 5 will be 4. Okay. So only the dot, 0, and equal button remain. So we are going to edit them right now. All right. So the layout row property of all of them is going to be 3. We'll change that first. All right. So now let's change the layout column property of the equals button. And the layout column property of the equals button will be 3. Now, in addition, we will use the column span and column weight properties instead of row span and row weight. So let's quickly change this from the XML side. Yeah, so we can go ahead and copy and paste these features from the button 0 because both buttons will take up 2 columns of space. Yeah? Yeah. All right, so as you can see, our design is now ready for this. And of course, you can change this design however you please. Let me show you as an example. You can place all of the buttons over to the left side of the screen and show the calculation steps and calculation results on the right side of the screen. Just an idea. It's all up to you, of course. So now the design of our application is finished. Why don't we just wrap it up here, take a short break, and when we come back to the next video, we're going to start to write some codes for the app. All right? Stick around. I'll see you on the other side. Well, hey, we're on the other side. We made it. So that means, yes, previously we have designed our project, and now we're going to write all that code to print the numbers on the screen. For this, we need to move over to Android Studio. Okay, so I am going to use Android Studio View Binding in this project. So why don't we define view binding for our project? So first of all, from the project directory, I'll open up build.gradle module app. This is the file in the Gradle script section. I wonder if you notice, there is a scope called Android just under the plugin scope, and many, many, many details about our project can be found in here. So we'll just take this opportunity to add a new scope called Build Features to this Android section. Now, once inside the scope of the build features, I'll write view binding true. Yeah, because in order to use view binding in a project, it's necessary to add this field. So I'm going to click Sync Now in the upper right corner and start the synchronization process. Yes. The synchronization is complete, and now we can open up main activity. So here we're going to need to create a variable, and this variable we will create will be from the main activity binding class. And after adding the view binding to our project, a class is automatically created with the name of the activity you are using. So now let's create our variable. So I'll write late init var. The name of the variable can be main binding, activity main binding. Now in the onCreate method, just above the set content view line here, I'll write main binding equals activity main binding dot inflate. So in parentheses, I'm writing layout inflator as a parameter of this method. Now after that, I'm creating a new variable on the next line. All right, valView equals main binding dot root. And finally, I can delete the parameter of the set content view method and write the view variable here. See, this way we define view binding to our project and match the design that we created for the main activity with a main binding object. Now the main binding object represents the activity main design. Okay. Excellent, excellent. So using this variable, we can access directly the components that are in the design area. So we no longer need to use the find view by ID method. Okay, so now we're going to add the click listener to the buttons. But first, we're going to add a click listener to the button 0. Main binding.btn0.setOnClickListener. Okay, good. Now, before we write the click feature of the other buttons, we will need to create a function called the onNumberClicked. Okay, so we'll write the necessary codes in the onNumberClicked method and call this method in the click methods of the buttons. See, thanks to the onNumberClicked method, we will print the numbers to the text view result. All right. Just outside of the onCreate function, I will write fun onNumberClicked. Also, this method will take a parameter of the type string, and the name of this object can be clicked number. Okay, good. So now in the global area, I want to create a variable, and the type of this variable will be string. Var number :string. Also, the initial value of this variable will be null. Yeah. So the rationale for creating this variable is this. When the user clicks on any number, we will first check the variable number. If the number variable is null, it means that there is no number on the screen, and the number that the user clicks will appear on the screen. But if the variable number is not null, well, it means there are already entered numbers on the screen, and the number the user clicks will be added to the end of these numbers, right? Okay, cool. Here we create the variable number to provide this control. Now we're going to go back to the onNumberClicked method and write some code. I'll create an if-else statement here. If the number is null, we will assign the clicked number object to the number variable. If the number is not null, we will assign the number and clicked number values to the number object together with add and assignment operator. Number plus equal, click number. Finally, we'll print the number value on the text view result. Main binding.textViewResult.text equal number. Now, I'll write the onNumberClicked method into the clicked methods of the buttons. So first, I want to write it for the button 0. So whatever button is clicked, I'll write the value of that button into the onNumberClicked method. So I'll write 0 in double quotes. And let's create this for the other buttons as well. And I'll activate the clicking feature of the other buttons by just copying and pasting. And I'm going to paste this 9 times. This will be button 1. And the parameter will be 1. And let me just change the others really quick as well. All right, so see, this way we have activated the click feature of the buttons. Also, when the application is first open, well, let's print the number 0 to the result text view. Because if you remember, in many other calculators, number 0 always appears by default. And we can do this inside the onCreate function and just above the click listeners of the buttons. So here I'm writing main binding.textViewResult.text equals 0. All right. So why don't we test it out? Let's run it and we can test it. All right. So currently the value of the number object is null. So if we press number 5, the number 5 will be printed in text view result and the number value will no longer be null. Okay. Currently the number value is 5. So we'll press number 8. 58 will be printed on the screen. So yeah, press around and whatever button we'll press will be written next to the numbers on the screen. Right? So hey, guess what? We have now defined Android view binding, and we printed the numbers on the screen, just like we set out to do. So coming up in the next video, we're going to activate the click feature of the operators. All right, I'll see you in the next video. Well, hello, my friends. In our previous video, we printed the numbers on the screen. I know, that's not nearly enough for you. So in this video, we're going to add the click listener to the operators and write the required methods for the calculation. I know you're ready. Let's move on to Android Studio. So first up, we have to activate the clicks feature of the operators. So first I'll add a click listener to the button AC. Main binding dot button AC dot set on click listener. Now I just need to copy this click listener and paste it 7 times for the other operators. Okay, now let's change the name of the buttons. This will be button delete. This will be button divide. And I need to change the other buttons. You know what to do. Okay, so now I need to write the necessary functions for the operators. Now to do this, first of all, I'll define 2 variables of the type double just above the onCreate method. So the name of the first variable is going to be first number, and its initial value will be 0. So I write var first number colon double equal 0.0, right? So the name of the second variable will be last number, and its initial value will be 0 again. Var last number colon double equal 0.0. Now the last number will always keep the last value printed on the screen. So if a new value is entered on the screen and any of the operators are clicked, the values in the last number will be transferred to the first number, and the new value of the last number will be the number that is now on the screen. All right, so let's write the necessary functions for the calculation. First of all, I will create a function called plus. Now, inside this function, I will pass the value in the text view result to the last number variable. All right, last number equal main binding dot text view result dot text dot to string dot to double. And I transfer the sum of the first number and the last number to the first number variable with the add and assignment editor. First number plus equal last number. And finally, I print the value of the first number on the screen. Main binding dot text view result dot text equal first number dot to string. Right? Okay, so now we can create the minus method. So the minus method will be called when the subtraction needs to be performed right, and the codes that we'll write for this method will pretty much be the same as a plus method, only the operator is going to change. So I'm just going to copy the plus method, paste it in, and of course we'll change the name of the method to be minus, and this will be the subtraction and assignment operator. Okay, so now we can create the multiply method, and the multiply method is going to be called when multiplication will be performed. And the codes we'll write for this method is going to be the same as the plus and the minus methods, only the operator is going to change. So I'll copy the minus method and paste it in. And the name of the method will be multiply. All right, this will be the multiplication and assignment operator. And we'll finally create a method called divide. And I'll just copy and paste the multiply function. Cool. So obviously the name of the function will be divide. Now, unlike the other 3 methods, we're going to use an if-else statement inside this method. Why is that? Well, we're going to need to display a message to the user if the divisor becomes 0, because the divisor is not going to be able to be 0, right? It can't be. So we will check this with the if-else statement. Yeah. So if the last number is equal to 0, we can show a toast message here, toast.makeText, application context, and the message can be, the divisor cannot be 0. Toast.lengthLong, and lastly, .show. Also, in such a case, you can set the result text view to 0 and convert all the data to its initial position as if the user clicked the AC button. So yeah, we'll add that feature though in the next video. Let's say if the divisor is not 0, the normal division needs to be done. So I'm just going to cut the codes here and move them into the else block. Okay, my friends, so there you go. We've now activated the clicks feature of the operators. We also wrote the methods that perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So we're going to take a little break here, and when we come back in our next video, we will continue writing code because it's necessary. Yes, see you then. All right, well, hello, my friends. Welcome back. So previously, we activated the clicks feature of the operators and wrote the necessary functions for the calculations. Good. So in this video, we're going to continue writing Kotlin codes for calculations. So let's just move on over to Android Studio. And we're going to first look at the finished version of the project again. So I click 5 plus 3. It's not going to add it, but if I click another operator, for example, multiplication, it performs the addition operation now. What? Yeah, so as a result, we will need to define two variables here. While one of the variables controls the operator's click, the other variable will keep the previous operator's information in memory and determine which action to take. Okay, so now let's move on to the main activity and make the necessary code. All right, so first of all, we're going to create a variable in string type named status in the global area and assign null to this variable. Var status, :string, question mark equals null. Next, we'll create a variable of the Boolean type called operator and set its value to false. Var operator, :Boolean equals false. Right. So now we're going to set the operator value to true in the onNumberClicked method. Just after the if-else statement, I write operator equals true. Now let's write the necessary codes inside the click listener of the button plus. So first, we'll check the operator variable using an if-else statement here. If the operator variable is true, that is, if the user has clicked on any number to perform the calculation, we'll perform some operations, right? So let's create that necessary structure. If the operator is true, in the if block, we will check the status variable using the when statement. So we will assign an expression to the status variable that represents the operator that was clicked on, and we'll do the relevant action according to this expression. So I think it just got a little abstract that way, right? If you want to, we can go ahead and create the when statement and then explain it one more time. I think it'll be easier to understand then. So the variable we will control in the when statement is going to be status, right? So now if the status is multiplication, we're going to call the multiply method. If the status is division, we will call the divide method. If the status is subtraction, we'll call the minus method. If the status is addition, guess what? We're going to call the plus method, right? So if the status variable does not carry any of these values, then we must pass the number entered on the screen to the first number variable. And we'll do this in the else case. First number equals main binding .textViewResult.text, .toString, .toDouble. And finally, we'll change the value of the status variable outside of the if block. And we will assign the addition value to the status variable. Now, also, we'll need to change the value of the variable operator to false here. And we'll also need to set the value of the number to null again. Okay, so let's just go over it one more time. When the user opens the application, the value of the operator variable is false, and the status variable is null. When the user clicks any number, for example, 5, the onNumberClick function will be called, and then the operator variable will be true. Then when the user clicks on the plus operator, the if block will be executed because now the operator variable is true, and the when condition will be activated. However, since the status variable is null, the else condition here will work, and the value 5 will be passed to the first number variable. So the program will then exit from the when and if blocks, and the status variable will now contain the expression addition. So in other words, when the user enters any number and clicks on an operator after this step, since the status variable now carries the value of addition, the addition state in the when statement will be activated, and the plus function will be called, right? So the plus function will also do the necessary addition, and thus the calculation will be performed successfully. Yeah, okay, so that's right. All right, my friends, why don't we do this also for the button minus? Going to copy the codes and paste them inside the click listener of the button minus. And I'll only change the value of the status variable to be subtraction. And we can do this for multiplication as well as division also. So if the user clicks a multiplication operator, the status should be multiplication. And lastly, if the user clicks the division operator, the status should be division. Okay, good. So now that's done, we will run the application and test it out. Of course we will. So there's the application open, and now the operator is false, the status is null. So when we click 5, yeah, the operator is true now. If I click the plus operator, the 5 will be assigned to the first number because the status is null. And now the value of the status is addition, the number is null, and the operator is false. So now I click the 3. Now the operator is true again. If I click any operator, for example, subtraction, as you can see, it performs the addition operation because the value of the status variable was addition. So after this step, the value of the status variable is subtraction. So if I click the 2 and click another number, this time it subtracts 2 from 8 and displays 6 on the screen. So that's clear now, right? Yeah. Now, might be a little bit of a challenge. Hopefully it won't make you root for mental math again, but because while developing a calculator, you need to consider many factors at the same time, yeah, it's going to be a bit challenging. But if you try it yourself step by step, you definitely get into the logic of this work more easily. So I'll explain a little bit later why 6.0 gets printed on the screen. But right now, why don't you take a break, maybe go over something if you need to, some of that logic anyway. And next time when we come back, we're going to continue right from here where we left off. So I'll see you next time. Well, hello, my friends. So welcome back. Now, previously, we wrote the necessary codes for the buttons that perform multiplication, addition, subtraction, and division. In this video, I want to write the necessary codes for the AC, equals, and delete buttons. A little different, so let's get started opening up Android Studio and continue right from where we left off. So we're going to first just take a look at the application. If we sum 5 and 3, The result here is shown as 8.0. Now, the reason for this is that the number types we use are double, and they are shown in this way when the double numbers are converted to string types. So let's first solve this one. We're going to move on to our main activity. So here we're going to create an object from the decimal format class and call it myFormatter. Val myFormatter equal decimal format. Okay, so now we'll determine the type of this format using the constructor of this class. I'm going to explain the spelling in just a little bit. Okay. The sharp sign we're going to use here corresponds to each digit. The dot sign indicates the length of the decimal part. So here we're going to set it to 6. So you can determine the length that you want to, of course, but that's for me, and you can do what I do because it makes it easier. Okay, so we're going to go now to the relevant functions, use this format, and first of all, I'll use this format in the plus method. So I wonder if you remember, we printed the first number variable directly to text view result. Okay, let's delete this now. And here let's write myFormatter.format. And let's write the first number variable in parentheses. So if the result is an integer, it'll be printed as an integer. If it is double, it'll be printed as a double. Now let's do this for the other functions as well. So I'm copying this statement, paste it in here and here, and finally I'll paste it in here as well. All right, so now let's run it and check our project. So here you see the application's open. If we sum 5 and 3, okay, so the result will be printed on the screen as 8, not 8.0. That means, though, that we'll now need to write the necessary codes for the equal button. In fact, we could create the same structure we created for division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction operators for the equals button. So I'm going to copy the if statement here, and I'll just paste it in here. So if the operator is true, and if the status is multiplication, the multiply method will be called. If the status is division, the divide method will be called. If the status is subtraction, the minus method will be called. And if the status is addition, the plus method will be called. Okay? If not, we will pass the value in the text view result to the first number variable. Now we make the operator value false outside of the if statement. So let's test it out. If we sum 5 and 3 and click the equal button, the result prints on the screen as 8, right? So that's good. We're going to write the necessary codes for AC and delete buttons now. So clicking the AC button will return all values to the initial value, right? Of course, in case we can call it in different places, let's create a separate function. So the name of this function can be on button AC clicked. And now I will set all the variables to the initial values. And first I will set the number and status variables to null. I'll set the text view result value to 0. And I'm cleaning inside text view history. I'll also set the first number and last number values to 0. Now let's call this function in the click listener of the button AC. Okay, now Let's write the necessary codes for the delete button. And here, we're going to be using the substring method of the string class. And this will return the desired length of a string expression. Of course, first of all, we should check whether the variable number is null using the keyword let. So number ? Dot let. If the number variable is not null, we can use a substring function. So number equals it.substring. Yeah, you notice the it keyword here now represents the non-null variable number. So in parentheses, I will specify which characters to print on the screen. When we click the delete button, we want to delete the last digit of the number and print the remaining number on the screen. The substring method takes two parameters. The first parameter is the index number of the first element of the string we want to print, so the first parameter will be 0. Now, if you remember, the index number of strings starts from 0. The second parameter is the index number of the element that we do not want to print. So when we click the delete button, we want the last element to be deleted. That is, not to be displayed on the screen. Therefore, we'll need to learn the index number of the last element. And we can do this by subtracting 1 from the length of this string expression. So, for example, if the number on the screen is 6 digits, the index number of the last element is 5, so the second parameter will be it.length minus 1. Cool? And finally, we'll print the number value on the screen, main binding.textViewResult.text equal number. All right, so if you don't believe me, let's run it and test it. I'll click the 5 and 4, 3, 2, lastly 1. When we click the delete button, we're going to see that it's deleted one by one. Click the 4 and the 3 and the 2 again. This time I'll click the AC button. All right, so as you can see, all the numbers on the screen are now cleared. So my friends, we're going to finish this video here. And when we come back in the next video, we're going to show the calculation steps on the screen, and we're going to write the necessary codes for the button dot. All right, I'll see you next time. All right, hello, my friends. Welcome back. So previously, we wrote the necessary codes for AC, equals, and the delete buttons. So that means in this video, we're going to write some codes for the dot button and show the calculation steps in the text view history. So why don't we go ahead and open up Android Studio. And first, I will write the necessary codes for the button dot. Now here, we're going to need to use an if-else statement. If the value of the number variable is null, we need to pass the value 0 point to the number variable. If not, we're going to pass the number value with a dot into the number variable. All right, so finally, I'll print the number variable on the text view result. Follow? Right, so we wrote the necessary codes for the button dot. Let's write the necessary codes for the text view history. And for this, let's first look at the finished version of our project. You'll see what I mean. So when I click the number 5 here, nothing is printed in the text view history. But when we click any of the multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction operators, 5 numbers and the operator are printed together in the text view history. Now, as a result, the operators are controlling this process. Yeah. So that means that we'll write the codes in the click methods of the operators. So why don't we move on over to the main activity now? Now, first of all, we'll need to create 2 variables of string type named history and current result. Var history : string equals double quotes var current result colon string equals double quotes. So I'll pass the information in the text view history to the history variable. I'll also pass the information in the text view result to the current result variable. Now I'll need to write the necessary codes in the click listener of the button divide. History equal main binding dot text view history dot text dot to string. Current result equal main binding dot text view result dot text dot to string. Now let's print them on text view history. Main binding dot text view history dot text equals history dot plus current result dot plus double quotes slash. The plus method of the toString class is used to concatenate two string expressions together. Okay, good. So now I'll copy this method and paste it into the click listeners of the other operators. Just changing the operator sign. Now also I will need to write this code in the click listener of the button equal, but I'm going to move this line into the if statement. Follow? Otherwise, every time we click on the equals button, an expression will be written to the text view component. We don't need that. I'll also add one more plus method here to show the result after the equal sign. So I'll write the expression in the text view result in parentheses. Main binding dot text view result dot text dot to string. Okay, let's run it and test it. All right, here we are. So if we write 5.6 plus 2.3 minus 4.5, you see all the processes are printed in the text view history. Now, when we press the equals button, we'll see that the result gets printed in the text view result. Perfectamundo, my friends. So we're going to wrap it up here. But next time, we will try to fix the errors that may occur whenever using this application. What? No errors? Yeah. So come back next video. We'll talk about it. Well, hello, my friends. Yeah, so check it out. In general, we finished our application, but you heard me admit we might need to make a few corrections. So in this video, we're going to try to fix some potential errors that may occur when using this application. So let's just move on over to the Android Studio and do some troubleshooting. I'll open up the application, of course. And first, let's look at the error caused by using the dot button. For example, after typing 5.6.7. Okay, so yeah, I don't know if you did that before, but now you can see that there are two dots. So when we press the dot button again, an unwanted expression such as 5.6.7 is printed on the screen. So guess what? There's got to be a limit here, right? There's got to be only one dot in a number. Otherwise, the transactions aren't going to be correct. So yeah, it's a problem. Let's try to fix it. So how do you do this? Well, I'll need to create a variable of the type Boolean in the global area. I'll call this variable dot control. And I'll also transfer the value of true to the value of this variable. Then I'll write the necessary codes in the click listener of the dot button. I'm changing the if-else statement here like this. If the dot control is true, I want to do the necessary action. Finally, I'll pass the value false to the dot control variable outside of the if statement. I'll also pass the true value to the dot control variable in the click listener of the AC button. And I'll pass the true value to the dot control variable in the click listener of the operators. So see, this way, clicking the dot button will be activated when all the data is cleared with the AC button or by clicking any of the operators. Otherwise, it's going to be passive. All right, so why don't we run it and test it out? I'll enter 5 and a dot. When I press the dot button again, after typing 5 and dot, no more dots are written on the screen. But after pressing any operator, if I enter 7.8, the dot will be printed on the screen. If I click the dot button again, no more dots written on the screen. And if I'll click the dot button after clicking the AC button, the dot button will become active and the dot will be printed on the screen. Cool. So my friends, we fixed that bug caused by the dot button. Now we might have a look at the error that might be lurking behind the delete button. So if I click the delete button after deleting the data on the screen, the application is going to crash because the number variable no longer carries any numbers and the application crashes because there is no more number to delete. Okay, so we can control this with a simple if statement that we'll create in the click listener of the delete button. So we're going to try and fix these errors too. Inside the scope of the let, I will need to check the length of the number variable with the if statement if the length of the number variable is 1. We can call on the on button AC click function here. Okay. Thus, if I click the delete button after the data on the screen is deleted, the application will not close and there won't be any kind of a situation as if we click the AC button. And I'll move these codes into the else block. Okay, now we also need to make a change here regarding the dot button. So if we look at the application again, for example, if I enter 5 and dot, and after that I click the delete button, the dot is deleted. Now this is normal, but if I click the dot button again after clicking the delete button, the dot's not going to be printed on the screen because the dot variable takes the value as false. All right, so let's go ahead and get in there and fix it. I'll create a check like this. If the number variable contains a dot, I pass false to the dot variable. If not, I pass true to the dot variable. So I'll write dot control equals number dot contains double quotes dot. Now I wonder if you notice the number variable may be null. However, we know that at this stage, the number variable is not going to be null, right? That's why I'm putting 2 exclamation marks here. This is to indicate that the variable number is not strictly null. Now, if we do leave it that way, when the variable number contains a dot, the value true will be passed to the dot control variable, but we want the value false to be passed if there's a dot. See, that's why I'll put an exclamation mark at the beginning of the number variable. This exclamation mark is for inverting the Boolean value. All right? Now let's test it out. Let's enter 5.6 and 7. Click the delete button. So now if we click the dot button again, the dot is not printed on the screen because there is a dot in the number variable. However, if we delete the 6 and the dot and press the dot button again, the dot will be printed on the screen. And if I click delete button to delete all the numbers, all right. As you can see, the application doesn't crash. Going to write a few numbers on the screen again, press the delete button until all the numbers are deleted. And after deleting the numbers on the screen, when we press the delete button, the application does not crash because after the value of the variable number is 1, if we click the delete button once again, all the variables will return to their initial value as if we had just clicked the AC button. Very good, my friends. So we're going to finish that here. And next time when we come back in the next video, we will fix some errors caused by using the equal button. All right. I'll see you in the next one. Well, how do, my friends? So previously, we fixed a couple of errors, and, well, a big one was caused by using the delete and the dot buttons. But in this video, we're going to fix the errors caused by using the equals button. So to do this, we're going to move on over to the Android Studio. So I'll need to open up the application. Now we're going to enter 5 plus 4 on the screen. Click on the equal button. Okay, good. So now let's click the, 7. And as you can see, 47 gets printed to the screen instead of 7. Because when we click the equals button, the value of the number variable is not reset. There's also another bug that we need to fix. For example, let's add 5 and 3. So if I click the equals button, the result will be displayed as 8. But if the user clicks on button dot after this action, normally the 8 and dot must appear on the screen, yeah? As you can see, the result is 3 and dot, not 8 and dot. Oh, okay, how would we go about fixing this? Well, let's dig in. So first of all, I'm creating a variable of the type Boolean in the global area. I'm going to call this variable button equals control. And the initial value of this variable will be false. Now, I'm passing the true to the variable button equals control inside the click method of the equal button. And now we're going to make some changes to that in 2 different places. So the first is going to be in the click listener of the button dot, and the other is going to be in the onNumberClicked method. So we're going to have a look at the button dot first. So if the user clicks the dot button after clicking the equals button, a dot should be put at the end of the result. So for this, we have to check if the equals button has been clicked here. So we're going to add an else if block. So if the equals button has been clicked, that is, if the value of the button equals control variable is true, in this case, we must add a dot to the end of the calculation result and pass it to the variable number. But here again, we'll need to do an if-else check. Yeah, because if the result of the calculation is a decimal, that is, it contains a dot, then we should just pass the result to the variable number. If it does not contain a dot, then we must add a dot to the end of the result and pass it to the variable number. So that's why I write if main binding dot text view result dot text dot to string dot contains double quotes dot, I will pass the result to the number variable. Main binding dot text view result dot text dot to string. Else, I will pass the result with a dot to the number variable. Main binding dot text view result dot text dot to string dot plus double quotes dot. Now we can move on to the onNumberClicked function. I will also add an else if block here. If the button equals control is true, here we will create another if-else statement. The reason for this is to detect whether the user clicked on the dot or any number first after clicking on equals. If they click any number, we will pass the click number to the variable number. If after clicking the equals button, the user first clicks on dot and then on any number, well, then we got to pass it to the variable number. Let's just write the codes. If dot control is true, that is, if any number was clicked after equals, not the dot, I will pass the click number to the number variable. Else, that is, if the dot was clicked after equals, and then any number was clicked, in this case, we must add the click number to the end of the number in the result text view and pass it to the variable number. Main binding dot text view result dot text dot plus click number. And I'll write number equals at the beginning of the if else statement. Now also here, we're going to need to change the value of some variables. So first, we're going to have to pass the value of the number variable to the first number variable, right? First number equals number dot to double. Also, to indicate that the variable number is not null, I will add 2 exclamation marks here. And the last number will be 0 again. The status variable will be null. Also, if you want, we can go ahead and clear the text view history because there will be a new calculation. Yeah. And finally, at the end of the function, I pass false to the variable button equals control. You got that? Now, also in the on button AC click function, I'm going to pass false to the variable button equals control again. Okay. So everything is ready. Let's run it and test the application. So we'll write 5 plus 4 on the screen and press the equals button. Now let's press the 7 button and the number 7 gets printed on the screen. Go ahead and click the AC button and I'll multiply 5.8 and 6.9. Click the equals button. Yeah, so the result contains a dot. Now I'll click on the dot button, and as you can see, there's no change. So I click the plus operator and enter 0.98 and click the equals button again. Ooh, the result is 41. I click the dot button now. So the dot is added at the end of the result. Excellent. So my friends, that is your brand new calculator application. There seem to be no remaining bugs or anything that we haven't considered at the moment. Of course, you can also change this application up a little bit according to your own wishes. But now there's really only one thing left to do: change the application theme and keeping the user's last calculations in case the screen is rotated or the application exits. Okay, so we're going to take a little break here, and when we come back, we'll continue. So I'll see you on the next video. Well, look at that. We're in the next video. We'll check it out. My friends, we've already finished writing the necessary codes for our calculator, right? So in this video, we are going to add the dark theme feature that I promised to you earlier. So why don't we just get over into the Android Studio and go from there. So you remember, of course, we created the colors.xml file for the dark theme. Now we're going to write the necessary codes for this. So that means I will create a gear icon in the drawable folder. So I just right-click on the drawable folder, select the new vector asset option. Right, so it's on this page. I can just click on the clip art section. See, so I'm going to choose an icon from here. So I just need to filter the results by typing settings in the search bar. Okay, now I choose this icon, click OK. And I'll change the name of this icon. So the name of this icon is just going to be settings icon. And to create this icon, I just click next and click the finish button as well. So as you can see, the icon's created under the drawable folder. Let's just specify the color of this icon. So I'll open it up and using Android tint property, we can change the color of this icon. So I want the color to be white in both light theme and the dark theme. Therefore, I will assign the color of this icon to white in the color.xml file, right? Now, of course, if you want the color of the icon to be anything different for both the light and the dark, well, then you just go ahead and define a new color. So in other words, you need to create 2 colors with the same name in the colors.xml file that we created for the light and the dark theme. Okay, so in this case, the relevant color will automatically be selected according to the application theme, right? Good. Now, let's continue. So what do we got to do? We have to add this icon to the action bar. So in order to do that, we'll first need to create a menu folder under the res folder. So I'll just right click on the res folder and select the new Android resource directory options. So the resource type and the directory name will be menu, and click OK. Now in the menu folder, we just need to create a menu resource file. So I'll right click on the menu folder and select the new menu resource file for options. So the name of this file can just be settings menu, and I'll click OK. Now I'm adding a menu item to the design area. We'll need to determine the ID of the menu item component. Its ID can be settings item. I'll write settings in the title section. Now, as the icon, I just want to use the settings icon that I've created in the drawable folder. Right, so finally I'll choose the always option from the show as action part. So the gear icon button will always appear in the menu. Good, good, good. Yeah, so my friends, that's the design of the menu file. So that means our menu is ready. Now let's just add this to the toolbar. So I want to open the activity main.xml file. Click on the split tab and view the XML code part. So to add a menu to the toolbar, all we need to do is use the menu property of the toolbar. And we'll specify the path of the menu that we just created. Our menu is under the menu folder, and its name is settings menu. Yeah, see, so as you can see, the menu's now been added. The settings icon now appears in the toolbar. And we have to add this menu for the landscape design as well. Let's not forget. So I will open the landscape design file. Just click the split tab to open the XML side. So now we can add the settings menu under the toolbar. And as you can see, the menu's been added into the toolbar. So we will need to add a click listener to the settings icon. So when the user clicks it, the new page will be opened, right? And we'll make this operation in the main activity.kt file. So I'll open the main activity.kt file. So we'll need to handle clicking on the item on the toolbar in onCreate. Now, we can actually do this at the end of the onCreate function. First, we'll access the toolbar, mainBinding.toolbar. Now, if you remember, we defined the toolbar ID in the material toolbar. So let's now consider the situation of clicking on the menu items. And for this, just want to use the toolbar's set on menu item click listener function. Okay, now we will access the items in the menu with the it parameter here. So we can change it to item if you prefer. Now we'll access the items in the menu with the item parameter. So let's consider which item was clicked using the when statement. And you can also use the if else statement if you would prefer. When our condition will be item.itemID. The item object here represents each item component in the menu. If the clicked item's ID is settings item, well, we understand that the gear icon has been clicked. So now we'll handle the cases. Since we only have one icon on the toolbar, there will be one case. And of course, if you had different items, well, you should handle clicking on each item individually. So let's create the case. I'll write r.id.settingsItem. And here I want to put the lambda symbol. So if the user clicks on the settings icon, I want to open a new activity. Therefore, I will create an intent here. Of course, before we create the intent, we need to create our second activity. So I'll right-click on the project package folder, select New Activity and Empty Views Activity. Naturally, you can create a settings activity at this stage, but since I will add only one option, I will create an empty activity. So the name of this activity can be Change Theme Activity. How's that? And the programming language will be Kotlin, of course. And I'll click the Finish button to create this activity. Okay, so this is good. As you can see, we now have the new activity. It's been created, so we can now create the intent. So I'll open up the main activity again, and here I will first put curly brace. Now, in the scope of this case, I'll write val intent equals intent. The first parameter will be this at main activity. Second parameter will be change theme activity, : class.java. Now, in the next line, I'll write start activity intent. Okay, so now that the condition is ready, I want you to notice Android Studio throws this error, as if you couldn't notice, right? This is just a type mismatch error, so I do want to understand this a little bit deeper with you. All right, so check it out. The set on menu item click listener actually takes the toolbar.on menu item click listener interface as a parameter. And this interface also has the on menu item click function that returns a Boolean value. See, so therefore we should return a Boolean value. So why don't we just return it? So here I'll write return true. All right. So as you can see, it automatically adds the set on menu item click listener after the return. So we'll need to add the else condition as well. In the else condition, I will return false. Okay, good. So now we can move on to the design of the change theme activity. So I'll open up the activity change theme.xml file, and I'll just click on the split tab. And here I need to add a background property to the main layout. The background color will be the background color, which we created in the colors.xml file. Also, I want to add toolbar to this page, and I can copy the necessary XML codes from the activity main.xml file. So why don't we go ahead and open it? I'll collapse the scope of the app bar layout, copy it, and let's go back to the change theme activity again. I'll paste it in here, and we'll change the ID. This can be app bar layout 2. Okay, so I'll change the title, and the title of this page can just be change theme. Now I need to remove the menu from this toolbar. Additionally, I will add a navigation icon to this toolbar, because after the user comes to this activity, there should be a button or a back arrow icon that's going to allow the user to return to the parent activity. In general, showing a back arrow on the toolbar for this process provides a better experience. But anyway, I'll first need to create that back arrow icon. So why don't we just go ahead and open up the drawable folder. I'll right-click on the drawable folder and select the new vector asset. So on this page, I'll click the clip art section, choose a back arrow from this page, and that icon's suitable. So I'll click the OK button after selecting it. And the name of this icon can be arrow back. And to create the icon, just click next and the finish button. Okay, so now the icon is here. I'll double click on it just to specify its color. So I want to use the white color for the back arrow, both in light and dark themes. Okay, now we're talking. We can use this icon as our navigation icon. So why don't I just add the navigation icon property, and this will add navigation icon to the toolbar. Good, so the icon will be arrow back. Now I wonder if you can see the settings icon appears instead of the arrow icon. Yeah, so why don't we refresh the design area just by pressing the R key on the keyboard, but that doesn't change the icon. So why don't we do this? We'll clean our project and rebuild it. So I'll select the clean project option from the build menu. See, so now let's rebuild our project. Select the rebuild option from the build menu. And the build process completes. And as you see, the icon is changed now. Sometimes you'll encounter that building your project or invalidate, and just to restart can fix errors. But anyway, the toolbar is currently ready. So I'll need to add the other components to this page. So On this page, there's going to be a text view and a switch. I want to put these components in the horizontal linear layout. So I will add linear layout under the app bar layout. Okay. The width of this layout should be match parent. The height will be wrap content. The orientation will be horizontal. Also, I want to add margin values. So the layout margin property can be 10 dp. And I'll need to define the gravity property. So its gravity will be center vertical. Now I'll define the constraints of this layout. So I can just copy the necessary codes from the app bar layout. I'll only change the top constraint value, and I'll pin its top to the bottom of the app bar layout. Also, I will add a bottom constraint to this linear layout. I'll pin its bottom to the bottom of the parent. Now, let's add a text view in this linear layout. So the width and height of the text view will be wrap content. The text can be dark mode. Text color will be text color, which we created in the colors.xml file. See, it's getting easier. And the text size can, of course, be 30 SP. Also, I'll define the layout weight property, and this can be 1. Okay, so now I want to add the switch component. I'm going to use the switch component from the material design library. The width and height of the switch will be wrap content, and I define the ID. The ID can just be my switch. And also I'll want to change the track and the thumb color of the switch according to the light and the dark theme, right? So the round icon on the switch is called thumb. The bar below the round icon is called a track. Okay, so I need to create my own colors for these. I will open the colors.xml file for the light mode first, and I'll duplicate the last color twice. So the name of the first color can be switch thumb, and its color will be the same as the color of the toolbar. So I will copy this color code and paste it on in. Now the name of the second color can be switch track. And this color code will be FFBB86FC. So that means that the track and the thumb colors for the light theme is ready. I'm going to go ahead and copy these two colors, and I'll paste them in the colors.xml file for the dark theme. Now the thumb color can be orange for the dark theme, so I'll copy this color code and paste it on in, and the track color code will be FAAE97. Okay, so the colors of the switch is now ready. Why don't we go ahead and define these colors for the switch? So I'll go back to the XML side. For the thumb color, we use the app thumb tint property, and its value will be switch thumb. You remember, of course, we defined that in the colors.xml file. And for the track color, we'll use the app track tint property, and its value will be switch track, which we defined in the colors.xml file. So why don't we just go ahead and test this? So from the design part, I'll click the moon icon, select the night option, and as you can see, the colors are changing according to the dark theme that we established. So that looks good. So now you can see the design of this activity is ready. Why don't we just go ahead and move on over to the Kotlin side and define the view binding. So here's where we need to create a variable. So I'll write late init var. The name of the variable can be switch binding, activity change theme binding. Now in the onCreate method, just above the set content view line here, I'll write switch binding equals activity change theme binding dot inflate. Now in parentheses, I'm writing layout inflator as the parameter of this method. And after all that, I'm just creating a new variable on the next line. I'll write val view equals switch binding dot root. And now I can finally delete the parameter of the set content view method and write the view variable here. So now by using the switch binding variable, we can directly access the components in the design area. So I'll first add a click listener to the navigation icon. Switch binding dot toolbar 2 dot set navigation on click listener. Right, so we added a click listener to the navigation icon. Now let's define the action we want to do when the navigation icon gets clicked. So I want to open the main activity, and for this we can remove this activity from the back stack just by calling the finish function here. Yeah. So when we click the navigation icon, this page will be removed from the back stack, and the main activity will appear on the screen. All right. So now we'll just add the checked change listener to the switch. Switch binding dot my switch dot set on checked change listener. Now inside this, we'll need to create an if-else statement. If the switch is checked, we will activate the dark theme. So I write app compat delegate dot set default night mode. In parentheses, I'll write app compat delegate dot mode night yes. Else, we will activate the light theme. So I copy and paste this line, and this will now be no. All right. Now also, we will save this with a shared preference class. So in the global area, I will create an object from the shared preferences class. Late init var shared preferences : shared preferences. In the checked change listener, I write shared preferences equals this dot get shared preferences. The get shared preferences takes two parameters. The first parameter is the name, so I'll write dark theme. Second parameter is the mode, so I'll write context.mode private. Now, to save, I'll create the editor object. Val editor equals shared preferences.edit. Now we can save the status of the switch, right? So in the if block, I write editor.putBoolean. The keyword can be switch, and the value will be true. And in the else block, I write editor.putBoolean. The keyword will be switch, and the value will be false. So after the if-else statement, I'll just write editor.apply. Oh, you know what? Also, when we open this activity again, after exiting this activity, the switch component should be in the last state. Therefore, I'll perform this operation within the onResume method. I wonder if you remember, 3 methods worked until an activity became visible: onCreate, onStart, and onResume. So that means I will do this in the onResume method. So let's override the onResume method outside of the onCreate method. So once here, first I'll need to define the shared preferences again, So I'll copy this line, paste it in here, and now I'll get the saved data and pass it to a variable. Val is dark equals shared preferences dot get Boolean. Keyword is switch. The default value can be false. And now let's apply this value to the switch component. Switch binding dot my switch dot is checked equals is dark. Okay, so now the dark mode feature is ready. Why don't we go ahead and run the application just to test it? Okay, so the application opens. I'll click the gear icon. and the new activity is open, so I can change the switch to true. And yeah, as you can see, the dark mode is now active. What if I change the switch to false? The light mode is active. I'll change it to true again. All right, now I'll go back to the main activity. So as you can see, the color of the icon also changes. So why don't I just open the change theme activity again? And as you can see, the position of the switch is not changed because we saved it with the shared preferences. Get it? Yeah, right. So my friends, that's how you use dark theme, right? So we're going to take a short break here, but in the next video, we're going to save calculations. All right. So I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, my friends. Hey, so here we are on the other side. Is it dark theme? Is it light theme? You tell me. Anyway, in our previous video, we have written the necessary codes for our application to be used in both dark and light modes. There is really only one last thing left to do, saving the data. So we really should save the current data just in case the application gets closed or the orientation changes while the user is calculating. So with that in mind, we're going to increase our user's experience of this application. So for all of that and more, I just want to do this process with you through this application. So why don't we just get to it, right? So we'll go to Android Studio and write the code. So I want to first look at the application again. Okay, so I want to open the change theme activity. I'll switch to dark theme and I'll close the app. So now what happens when you open the app again? Yeah, see, so as you can see, the theme of the app is light because as soon as the application gets closed and then reopened, well, obviously we've got to learn that latest status of the application theme in the main activity and then apply this theme before the interface is actually visible to the user. Now, I'm sure you remember we already saved the state of the switch component with shared preferences earlier. So what we need to do is check this status and set the theme when the application gets opened. All right, so why don't we go there first? We're opening main activity. Now you can do this in onCreate, but I will still use the onResume method because the last method called before the interface is visible to the user is the onResume method. Okay, now I'll need to write the necessary codes within the onResume method. So let's override the onResume method. Good. So yes, now we can create a shared preferences object in the global area. Late init var shared preferences : shared preferences. Now let's define this object in the onResume method. Shared preferences equals this.getSharedPreferences. Now I wonder if you remember, we saved the status of the switch dark theme. So that's why I'm typing dark theme as the first parameter. The second parameter will be context.modePrivate. Good. Now let's transfer the last saved state of the switch component to a variable using the shared preferences object. Val is dark mode equals shared preferences dot get boolean. Now we use the keyword switch when saving the state of the switch. So that's why I'm writing switch as the first parameter. And write false as the default value. Now let's determine our theme according to the state of the switch with an if-else statement. If is dark mode. I will apply the dark theme. App compat delegate dot set default night mode app compat delegate dot mode night yes. So if the state of the switch component is false, then we should apply the light theme as well. So I'm copying the line here and pasting it into the else block. And this will be mode night no. Yeah, so that's okay. If you want to, why don't we go ahead and run it so that we can test that out once again. The theme should be dark when the app is open because we had changed to dark theme last time. As you can see, the theme is dark. So I want to just change theme once again to test, make sure it works. Open the change theme activity again. Change the status of the switch and apply the dark theme again. And now let's close the application, reopen it. Yeah, so check it out. The theme of the application is dark, and that's a good thing. So that means that process is finished. Now let's move on to saving the data of the calculations. So the first method called when we leave the activity is the onPause method. So I'll save the data in onPause. Let's override the onPause method. Now at this stage, you can actually create a second shared preferences object if you want, but not me. I'm just going to use the same object. You can too. Either way is good. But watch this. When saving the data, I will save it with a different name. Shared preferences equals this dot get shared preferences. So we'll call this maybe calculations. The second parameter will be mode private again. Now let's create our editor object. Val editor equals shared preferences dot edit. Now let's transfer the final states of all the variables one by one to a different variable. Let's get the information in the text views first. Val result to save equals main binding dot text view result dot text dot to string. Val history to save equals main binding dot text view history dot text dot to string. Now let's take the final state of the variable number. Val number to save equals number. Now we'll get the latest status of the status variable. Val status to save equals status. Now we can take the final state of the operator variable. Val operator to save equals operator. Next, we'll take the final state of the dot control variable. Val dot to save equals dot control. And now we can take the final state of the button equal control variable. Val equal to save equals button equal control. And here we'll take the final state of the first and last number variables. Val first number to save equals first number dot to string. I will save double variables as strings because the shared preferences class does not have a put double method when saving the data. So that spares that question from you, right? So here I'm going to save it as a string, call it back as a string, and convert it to a double. Okay, so let's take the last number as well. Val last number to save equals last number dot to string. Okay, so we've got all of the data in all of these variables. We'll save this data using the editor object. Here we go. You ready? Editor dot put string. The keyword can be result. The value will be result to save. Editor dot put string. The keyword can be history. The value will be history to save. Editor dot put string. The keyword can be number. The value will be number to save. Editor dot put string. Keyword will be status. The value will be status to save. Editor dot put boolean. The keyword can be operator. The value will be operator to save. Editor dot put boolean. The keyword can be dot. The value will be dot to save. Editor dot put boolean. The keyword can be equal. The value will be equal to save. Editor.putString. The keyword can be first. The value will be first number to save. Editor.putString. The keyword can be last. The value will be last number to save. And lastly, we'll call the apply method to complete the data saving process. Now, also, we can show a toast message here. I'll leave that part to you, though. You can do that in your sleep, I hope. So, yeah, that looks like the data saving process is now complete. So why don't we go ahead and retrieve all this data and assign it to the relevant variables, and you can watch it work. So you can retrieve the data in the onResume, but since we are using the same object, it's going to cause a little bit of confusion within that onResume method. So therefore, this time, we're going to use the onStart method. You'll see why. So we'll override the onStart method. And here we must first define the shared preferences object as well. So I'm copying this line and I'll paste it inside the onStart method. Now we're going to assign the data to the relevant variable in order. Main binding .textViewResult.text equals shared preferences .getString. The keyword is result. The default value will be 0. Main binding .textViewHistory.text equals shared preferences .getString. The keyword is history. The default value will be empty. Number equals shared preferences .getString. The keyword is number. The default value will be null. Status equals shared preferences .getString. The keyword is status. The default value will be null. Operator equals shared preferences .getBoolean. The keyword is operator. The default value will be false. .control equals shared preferences .getBoolean. Keyword is dot. Default value true. Button equal control equals shared preferences .getBoolean. The keyword is equal. The default value will be false. First number equals shared preferences .getString. The keyword is first. The default value will be 0.0. Yeah, good job. So now I will convert it to double. So I'll add 2 double at the end of this line. Also, I want to add double exclamation marks, and that'll indicate it is not null. And lastly, let's retrieve the last number, and I'll just copy and paste this line. Yeah, so this will be the last number, and the keyword will be last. All right, so now everything's ready. Let's go ahead and open the application, test it out. So I'm going to just do a simple calculation. Going to close the app, open it up again. Yeah, so you see the data is saved and retrieved successfully. So if I were to summarize what we've just done and gone through, I would say that we first created our design consisting of text view and buttons. Then we defined the view binding to access the component. Then we activated the click properties of the buttons and created the necessary methods. Then finally, we fixed the errors that might just occur. Also, we added the dark theme option to the app. Lastly, we saved all that data. Now you can go ahead and take this application and run with it. You can develop it even more and more and create some really beautiful designs out there, limited only by your imagination. So go ahead, my friends, off with you. Yeah, we're going to wrap it up here, but guess what? I'll see you in the next video. All right. Hello, my friends. So guess what? In this section, we are going to develop a number guessing game together. So this application is, of course, an application made in many programming languages, and it's a great way to polish up your skills. Now, I'm going to tell you, it's going to seem simple And you're going to say, what? Come on, I already know this stuff. But there's actually some very important points that you're going to need to pay attention to, as well as take into account. Now, you're also going to learn some important details that you need to know as a co-developer in this app. So by developing this application, you're going to get a lot of information, such as how to transfer data between activities, how to generate random numbers, how to create a splash screen, as well as how to make an animation in Android. So why don't we just go to our Android Studio and have a look at the finished version of the project, and you can get an idea of what we're going to do and where we're going to go. So we're going to open up the app. And when you do open it up, there's going to be a splash screen first. So we're going to have an image view and a text view on the screen. We'll animate both components. Now the picture revolves around itself and its size is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? Also, at the same time, the visibility of the text view is increasing and the text view becomes, boom, visible, right? Now on the home page of our application, here we'll inform the user about the application. So in this text, we are asking the user to choose a number of digits and the number of digits of the randomly generated numbers and the number of digits we're going to select, and that'll be the same. So, for example, the number to be randomly generated, we're going to let it be 2 digits. Okay, so then when you click the Start button, the game activity will open. And then once on this page, there's a text indicating in which range the generated number will be. So we've also got a edit text here, and we'll write our guesses in. So I'm going to just put in my first guess, just 50, and then we'll confirm our guess just by clicking on the confirm button here. Now you see a text view that directs the user. So here you're going to see a text view that states our remaining right answer guesses. And also note that the right answer for guess is 8 for the 2-digit numbers. Now, of course, since our first guess was wrong, our number for right guesses decreases by 1, and now it's 7. So if we had chosen the 1-digit number on the home screen, this number would be 3, by the way. So if we chose 3-digit numbers, this number would be 13. So in other words, as the difficulty increases, the number of right guesses will increase. Now also, there's a text view that states our last guess. So in this way, we'll try to find the randomly generated number by creating our guesses, right? So if our guess isn't correct, our right number of guesses will decrease. So now I'm entering the same numbers quickly to see the result page. Okay, so if our guess is correct or our number of right answers for guessing get used up, a dialog box is going to open, and this dialog box, our guesses and randomly generated numbers, going to be shown. And then finally here, we ask the user a question like, do you want to play it again? And if you click yes, the game will restart. If you click no, the application is going to be exited. Okay, so there you go, my friends. Now you see where we're going, what it's going to look like. Let's get started writing this application. So we will start to develop all of this and more up in the next video. Okay, so I'll see you on the other side. Hello, my friends. So previously, we gave you some general information about our application, right? Showed you what it looked like to play, how it kind of works. So in this video, we're going to start by creating a splash screen. So we're going to open Android Studio to start. So first up, I'm going to create a new project. So I'll click the New Project button. Now from this window, I'll choose the Empty Views Activity option. The project configuration window gets opened, and here we determine the name of our project. So the name of the app can be, I'm going to call it Number Guessing Game. I'm not going to change the package name and the location of the project either. And programming language will continue to be Kotlin. Minimum SDK can be API 24. All right, so the build configuration language has got to be Kotlin DSL. And finally, we'll create our project just by clicking the Finish button. Now, the creation of the project may vary depending on the speed of your computer. It might take a little longer. me, I'm screen recording, so I'm just going to stop that. And then when it's finished being created, I'll just restart it again. So here we are, my friends. You can see that our project has been created. So first, let me show you. I'll open up the activity main.xml file. I'll delete the text view component in the design area, and I will choose the Show System UI option, and this will show you the status bar and the navigation bar. All right, so the design area is going to look like a real phone screen. But now I want to create a new activity for the flash screen. I'll right-click on the project package folder, select the new activity, empty views activity options. So the name of this activity, I'm going to call it Splash Activity. I will click the Finish button to create this activity. And yeah, it might take a moment or 6. Okay, so now as you can see, the Splash Activity is ready. Let's go ahead and open up the activity splash.xml file. Now, once on this page, there's going to be an image view and a text view. Now, first up, I want to add the image that I will use in this project. So I will open the File Explorer of the computer, and I will use this image. So I'll copy it. Let's go back to Android Studio again. And now I want to just paste the image that I copied into my drawable folder. Yeah, so I'll add this image to the drawable folder, not the drawable v24 folder. So you got to make sure that you distinguish between them. Okay, so that adds the image. So I want to show this image to you. You can, of course, obtain all the images that we'll be using throughout this course from the GitHub page that I'll share with you. Okay, great. So now we can go ahead and add an image view to the design area. So here I'll select this image. You can, of course, go ahead and choose whatever image you like. Now I want to change some properties of this image view. So the ID of the image view can be image view splash. I'm going to change the layout width and layout height property to 300 EP. I'll hover over image view, right-click with the mouse, and select the center horizontally feature. I also want to make the layout margin top property 50 dp. Now I'm just going to add a text view. The ID of the text view can be text view splash. Okay, so I'm making the layout width property 300 EP. And I'm editing the text. I'm going to change it to number guessing game. All right, so I can change the text size property to 36 SP. Also, I want to change the text color of this text view. The text color will be the same as the color of the status bar, which means it will be color primary. And I'm making the text style property bold. And I'm just going to change the text alignment property to center. And then finally, I'll hover over the text view, right-click with my mouse, and select the center horizontally feature. I'll also make the layout margin bottom property 50 dp. Okay, my friends, so we've now rapidly got the design of the splash screen finished. I'll go ahead and create the animations. Okay, so for this, I'm going to hover over the res folder and right-click with my mouse. I'll select New and Android Resource Directory options. So here I select the anim folder as the resource type. I'll click the OK button. Okay, so now we've got an anim folder. I'll just hover over the anim folder and right-click, and what happens? I can now select New and Animation Resource File. See that? So the file name can be, of course, image animation. So I'll click the OK button. Now, our animation file required for the image view class is now created. So I want to create an animation file for the text view in pretty much the same way. So the file name will be text animation. Then I'll click the OK button. See, so that way we get our animation file required for the text view. And now let's write the necessary codes for those animations. I'll open up the animation image file. Hey, but you know what? let me give you just a brief rundown about some of these animations. So we've got 4 different animation types in Android, right? So we've got scale animation, alpha animation, rotate animation, translate animation. So we'll start with scale animation. So this is, of course, about the size of the component getting bigger and or smaller. Alpha animation is about changing the visibility of the component. Rotate animation is about the rotation of the component around itself. And translate animation is about moving the component. So we're going to use rotate and scale for our animations in this image view. Now, it's thanks to the rotate animation, the image view will turn around on itself. And it's thanks to the scale animation that the dimensions of the image view will gradually get bigger and bigger. So let's go ahead and write the necessary codes for the rotate animation. Now, first of all, I need to specify the duration of the animation. So I'll write Android duration equals. The duration of the animation can be 4 thousandths, let's say. The line of code defines how long the animation process will take, so it'll take 4,000 milliseconds, and that would translate to 4 seconds, right? Okay, so now I'll need to determine the center point for the image view. Image view will rotate around this center point, and for this, I'll set the pivot X, pivot Y values to be 50%. Now, at this point, I really do want to tell you a little something. It's not too personal, I hope. So by default, the center point of the components is the upper left corner. So that means that we got to move that center point into the middle of the image view component so that the image rotates around its center. That's why we determine the pivot X and the pivot Y values to 50%. Okay, so having the pivot X at 50 means that the center point's position on the X-axis is in the middle of the image. Of course, having the pivot Y at 50% means that the position of the center point on the Y-axis is in the middle of the image as well. Okay, so by using these two features, the center point will no longer be that default of the upper left corner of the image, but in the middle. To what I have to now determine, the degrees. See, image view is going to start to turn from 0 degrees, that is, from its starting position. So we know it's going to rotate until 360 degrees, that is, back to the same position. So the Android from degrees property is going to be 0. The Android 2 degrees property will be 360. Excellent. Okay, so that's an easy rotate animation, and now it's ready. Why don't we go ahead and write the necessary code for this scale animation? So I want to first specify the duration of the animation. And again, the duration of the animation will be 4,000. Also set the pivot X and pivot Y values to be 50%. I'll set the from X scale property to 0.0. Also set the to X scale property to 1.0. And likewise, I'll set the from Y scale property to be 0.0. Also, I can go ahead and set the to Y scale property to be 1.0, right? Yeah, so it's because of these features, the image view will start from the smallest size and will grow steadily, reaching the normal view after 4,000 milliseconds. And this way, we have now created the necessary animation codes for image view. So now that means we've got to move on to write the codes for text view. So I'm going to start by using the alpha animation for the text view. And because of this animation, text view will begin to appear gradually. But first of all, I need to specify the duration of the animation. And just like the other one, I will set the animation time to 4,000 milliseconds. And I'll set the value Android from alpha as 0.0. And I'll set the Android 2 alpha value 1.0. Right, so obviously these properties are going to increase visibility of our text and reach its normal appearance after 4 seconds. Alpha value varies between 0 and 1. Now, if it is 0, the component becomes completely invisible, and if it's 1, or when it's 1, it will be completely visible. Now, I want you to note, though, that this animation has no pivot X or no pivot Y properties because there's not going to be any change in the size or rotation of the component on which this animation is applied. It means it's only going to be visible within a certain period of time, right? Okay, my friend. So, hey, there you go. That's the necessary XML codes for animation. Want to take a short break here, though, and then when we come back next time, we're going to apply these animations onto our components. Stick around. I'll see you in the next video. Hey, you're already here. Great. So welcome, my friends. So previously, we designed the splash screen activity and wrote the necessary XML codes for our animation. Now, in this video, we're going to apply the animation to our components. So I want to move on to Android Studio. And now that we're here, I want to define Android view binding for our project. So from the project directory, I'll just open up the build.gradle module app. That's the file in the Gradle script section. Now, I wonder if you notice there's a scope called Android just under the plugin scope. Now we'll add a new scope called Build Features to this Android section. And inside the scope, the Build Features, I'll write View Binding True. And in order to use view binding in our project, it's necessary to add this field. Also, there is a warning that the target and compile SDK can be updated to API 34. So yeah, let's go ahead and make them API 34. And now we can go ahead and start the sync so that the changes are applied to the project. And now that the synchronization is completed, we can go ahead and open the splash activity. Now here, we'll need to create a variable. I'll write late init var. The name of the variable can be splash binding, activity splash binding. Now in the onCreate method, just above the set content view line here, I'm going to write splash binding equals activity splash binding dot inflate. In parentheses, I'm writing layout inflator as the parameter of this method. And after that, I'm creating a new variable on the next line, and I'll write val view equals splash binding dot root. Good. So finally, I can delete the parameter of the set content view method and write the view variable here. And that's all we need to do to define view binding to our project. And we match it to the design that we created for the splash activity with the splash binding object. Now, the splash binding object represents the activity splash design, right? So just by using this variable, we can directly access the components in the design area. Now, I'll tell you what, though, before we go ahead and apply the animations to the components, I would like to tell you a little bit about our splash screen here. I want you to notice that the name of our activity is marked in bold. That's because in order to make a basic splash screen for Android 12 and later, you can quickly create a splash screen without actually creating animations like this, just with a few different features that you specify in the themes file. So Android kind of makes it easier with the Splash API. But if you want to add any kind of animation that you want to any component that you want, you will have to follow the steps like we did here. Okay. So because I wanted to create the splash screen myself without using that Splash API, we did it this way. If you want to go ahead and use the Splash API, sure, you can just go back to the official documentation about it. There's many different examples on the internet as well, but we're not going to take the time to do it here. But I do want to tell you that we will use a custom splash screen by adding the suppress lint annotation here. Okay, now we can continue from where we left off. So next, I will be applying the image animation to the image view. So I'll write splash binding dot image view splash dot animation here. And then after the equal sign, I'll write animation utils. I'll select the animation utils from the android.view.animation package. And lastly, I can write .load animation. This load animation function will take two parameters. The first parameter is context, so that means it can be this. And for the second parameter, we'll define the path of the image animation file that we created in the anim folder. So that means I'll write r.anim.image animation. All right, so our animation will be applied for 4 seconds when the splash activity gets opened. Good job. But now I want to do the same things to the text view component. So I'll just duplicate this line. You can always duplicate a line by pressing the Control and the D keys together on a keyboard. Or, of course, you could just copy and paste this line. So this will be the text view splash. The animation file will be the text animation. So after applying these animations, the splash activity should be automatically closed and the main activity should then be open. We're going to do this just by creating a handler. So this handler will allow us to prepare a schedule. The process to be made is waiting for the time that we have defined, right? So when the time is up, the codes get executed. So that means I'm going to need to create an object from the handler class. Val handler equals handler. But I wonder if you notice the parameterless constructor of the handler class is deprecated. So what are we going to do? Well, I'll tell you. We must define a constructor parameter. Yeah, we can write an object of the looper class as a parameter inside parentheses. That's why I'm writing looper.getMainLooper inside parentheses. Okay, so now using the handler object, we call the postDelayed function of this class. And in the next line, I'll write handler.postDelayed. And as you can see, the postDelayed function takes 2 parameters. The first parameter is the object of the runnable class. The second parameter is the duration of the delay. Good. So I will first call the runnable class. But as you can see, the runnable is the interface, and we cannot create an object from the interface directly. So what does that mean? Well, don't panic. It just means I'll use the object keyword. So object, runnable, curly braces. And inside the curly braces, we'll need to override the run function. Okay? So now the first parameter of the postDelayed function is ready. Why don't we go ahead and create the second parameter? So I'll add a comma at the end of this method and just write 5,000. That means this line of code will hold the process to be 5,000 milliseconds. That is 5 seconds. And then execute the code in the run function. The animation time will take 4 seconds. Wait for a second after the animation, and then the code will write inside the run function, will get executed. Okay. So now we can move on to writing the codes of the transactions that we want to have done. So the action that we want to open as a main activity, we can do this using intent. So let's create a new intent. Val intent equals intent. The first parameter will be this at splash activity. The second parameter will be main activity : class.java. So why don't we start the intent with start activity intent. Let's remove the splash activity from the back stack with the finish method. Okay, now also, I can convert these codes to Lambda expression if I wanted to. Now, by the way, if we look at the manifest file, it looks like the main activity is actually the launcher activity. So in other words, when the application gets opened, firstly, the main activity will open, not the splash activity. We're going to need to fix that. Now, as a launcher, we want the splash activity to open. So for this, I'll cut the intent filter codes from here and paste them into the XML tags of the splash activity. Good. So now we must change the Android exported property of the splash activity to true. Okay. So now the launcher activity is the splash activity. So why don't we go ahead and run the application and see it? Oh, what happens? We get an error. The application crashed. Don't worry about it. I was expecting that. I just wanted you to see it like that. So we're going to check into that right away. So we're going to open up the logcat window, and we'll understand the cause of the error. So once in the logcat window, the reason for the error is right here. The section that usually starts with caused by is going to tell us the reason for the error. Now, if you pay close attention, you can see that It's stated that the error is caused by the 33rd line in the activity splash.xml file. Well, let's go over there and count and figure it out. So we'll open up the activity splash.xml file. Okay, so if you notice, we assigned the color of the text view component to a different property. That's an easy fix. And that's going to be enough just to change it to Android text color. All right, so that's going to fix it. So why don't we just test it out, make sure. Application opens, and yeah, there you go. You see the animations, and that looks pretty good, actually. So in the next video, we're going to continue by designing the home page of the application. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. All right. Hello, my dear friends. Welcome back. So previously, we created the splash screen with animations. So in this video, we're going to create the home page of the application. Now, once on the home page, I want to see a text view that gives the user information about the game, 3 radio buttons that indicate the number of digits, as well as a button that starts the game. Okay, so we'll move on to Android Studio and do it up. So we'll open up the activity main.xml file. I want to first add the material toolbar. I'll add it from the XML side, though. I will add the app bar layout into the constraint layout. The width of the app bar layout will match parent, and its height will be wrap content. I'm going to give it an ID, and the ID can be app bar layout. I will specify the background color of this app bar layout. The background color can be color primary. Now I will add material toolbar in the app bar layout. The width of the toolbar will be match parent again, and its height will be wrap content again. I'm also going to add a title. So the title is going to be Number Guessing Game. Sounds like fun. And the title text color will be color on primary. All right. Lastly, I'll need to specify the constraint values of the app bar layout, so I just want to pin it to the start, top, and left of the parent. And the margin value is going to be 0. All right, so that's quick and dirty. The toolbar is now ready, and we can go ahead and add the other components to the design area. But first, I just want to write that information message, and that's what the user is going to see inside the text view component. So since this message is going to be, it's just going to be a little long, I'm going to create the message in the string.xml file, and I'll call this text from there. So let's open the string XML file located under the values folder. All right, so here we've got a string with the name of the application. I want to duplicate it. And then I will name the message that I'll create. I'll define this name just as info, and you can, of course, give it any name you want. But now I'll write my message between the tags. So for this, I'll copy and paste a message I created before. Now, you can, of course, write this message or some sort of facsimile, just really anything you want, just to get the right idea. Anyway, let's go ahead and open the activity main.xml file. I'm going to add a text view to the design area. Now let's import the message we created into the text view. So I select the Pick a Resource option to the right of the text section. And here I select the message called info that I just created. All right, so as you can see, the message I created has been imported into the text view. Now I'm just making the layout width property of the text view component to match parent. And the height will be wrap content. Now I'll need to add constraints. I want to pin it to the right, left, and top. The top margin value can be 50 dp. The margin start and the margin end values will be 20 dp. I'll make the text size 24 sp. Font color can be black. Also, the text alignment property needs to be center. Okay, so now to create the radio button components, I will add one radio group for this. I'll add 3 radio buttons in the radio group component. Okay, so let me just tell you that if we don't add the radio group component, the radio buttons will act like checkboxes. In other words, the user is going to be able to make multiple selections simultaneously. We just want to ask the user to make only one choice. So it's by using this radio group, the user will be only able to select one particular option. Okay, so that's why we use a radio group component. And now I'll just center that radio group component horizontally. All right, so it centers on the screen by default, but I just want it centered horizontally. So I'll remove the top constraint and I'll pin its top to the bottom of the text view. See how that works. Good, so I'll now remove the bottom constraint. Layout margin top property can be 30 dp. Good, so now I want to define the IDs of the radio buttons. The ID of the first radio button will be radio button 1. ID of the second radio button can be radio button 2. ID of the third, radio button 3. Now, let's change some common properties of the radio buttons. So for this, I'll need to select all the radio button components. The text size of these radio buttons can be 18 SP. And we can increase the size a little bit, maybe. So I'll change it to 24. Okay. Text color of the radio buttons are going to be black. And you know what? I want to leave some space between the radio buttons. So for this, I'll set the layout margin value to 10. Yeah. Finally, we'll change the text of these radio buttons. So the text of the first radio button will be 1-digit numbers. Text of the second radio button will be 2-digit numbers. Text of the third radio button will be 3-digit numbers. Yeah, that looks right. So now I just want to add a button below the radio group. Change some properties of this button. The ID is going to be button start. Layout width and layout height can be wrap content. The text of the button will be start. And the text size can be 30 SP. Good, so now I'll center this button horizontally. It's actually centered horizontally by default. And I will pin it to the bottom of the parent. The layout margin bottom property can be 50 dp. Yeah, that's good, my friends. So, hey, the design of the home page is now complete. But I'll tell you what, why don't we take a short break here, and when we come back in the next video, we're going to write the necessary codes for the home page. All right? So I'll see you in the next video. And we're back. So this must be the next video. So yeah, we've already finished the design of the home page, and in this video, we're going to write some of our necessary codes. So for this, let's get right into Android Studio. Move on over to the main activity. First up, I need to define the view binding in main activity. Late init var main binding : activity main binding. Now, just above the set content view, I'll write main binding equals activity main binding dot inflate layout inflator. Cool. So on the next line, I will create a variable val view equals main binding dot root. Last up, I just need to write this view variable as a parameter of the set content view. Okay. So now we can access the components with a main binding object. First, I will add a click listener to the button start. Main binding.buttonStart.set on click listener. Cool. So when we click the button, the game activity's got to open, right? So that's why I'm creating an intent here val intent equals intent. First parameter can be this. The second parameter will be gameActivity : class.java. Good. So Android Studio gives us this warning because, well, we haven't actually created the game activity yet, but that's fine. We're going to do that soon. Not going to start the intent right away, though, right? Because I first have to check, see if the user has made any selection. So if the user clicks the start button without selecting any of the radio buttons, guess what? Got to warn that user to choose an option first. Okay, so for this, we'll need to create an if-else statement. If main binding .radio button 1 is checked. So this expression returns true, meaning that the radio button was clicked. So I'm adding an exclamation mark at the beginning of this expression. And it'll mean false. That is, it will mean the radio button is not clicked. So let's check the other two radio buttons with the AND operator. Main binding .radio button 2 is checked. Lastly, main binding .radio button 3 is checked. So if the user has made no selection, that is, radio button components are not checked, I will show the user a snack bar message, snackbar.make. So the make function is going to take three parameters. The first parameter is a view. So let's give an ID to the constraint layout, which is the main layout of the home page, and call it here. The ID of the constraint layout can be constraint layout. Now let's call this constraint layout inside the make function. So here I write main binding.constraint layout. The second parameter is a message. The message can be, please select a number of digits. Okay, the third parameter is going to be duration of this message. It can be snackbar.length long. Finally, .show. Yeah, so we've considered the case of the user not selecting any buttons. Let's consider the choice made by the user in the else block. So if the user has made a selection, we need to transfer the user's selection to the game activity using the putExtra method. Yeah, so for this, we'll need to create a new if-else statement in the else block. Now, if the user has selected one-digit numbers, I'll write intent.putExtra. And for each option, the keyword of the data we'll send will be the same. So it'll only change the data we'll send. So for example, the keyword may be number, but we'll get the data from the game activity thanks to this special key. Okay. Now let's say that the user selected one-digit numbers. The value that we will send, well, let it be 1. And if the user chooses the two-digit number, well, the keyword will be the same, but let the data we'll send this time will be 2. And if they choose three-digit number, well, this time the data that we'll send, we're going to be 3. Okay. Now finally, we're going to start the intent, the outer else block. Okay, so now let's create the game activity. So I right-click on the project package folder and select the new activity, empty views activity options. The name of this activity will be game activity. So I'll click the finish button to create this activity. And it might take a little bit of time. Will go by and another minute passed. Okay. So, as you can see, the game activity's been created. Now, if you want, before testing the application, let's show which choice the user makes according to the data we send as a toast message. See, this way we can just check the correctness of the code that we've written so far. So for this, in the onCreate function, I will create a when statement. Now, the control statement will be the data we sent. So I'll write intent.getStringExtra. The keyword was number and .toString. And inside the scope of the when statement, I'll create the conditions. So if the data is 1, send the toast message. The message can be 1-digit numbers. If the data is 2, well, then the message can be 2-digit numbers. If the data is 3, then the message can be 3-digit numbers. Cool. And yeah, we'll also put this in. If the data we send is different, there's a problem. So we need to handle this case in the else block. So I'm going to want to show a toast message here as well. And the message will be, well, there's a problem. Okay. So the when statement is ready, but before we test it, I want to add a navigation icon, the on game page. Okay, this way the user can easily switch back to the main activity after switching to the game activity. Of course, the user can also make this transition with the back button of the phone, but doing it this way will just increase the user experience that much more. So let's just make this right now. I want to copy the necessary codes for the toolbar from the activity main.xml file. Let's paste these codes in the activity game.xml file. And the ID can be appbar layout 2. Also, I'll specify the ID for the toolbar. So the ID can be toolbar game. Okay, so now let's add in a navigation button. So I'll first need to create a back arrow button. Yeah, let's open the drawable folder. Right click on the drawable folder, select the new vector asset. So on this page, I'll click the clip art section. I'll choose a back arrow from this page, and this icon looks pretty good. So I'll click on the OK button after selecting that icon. Name of this icon is going to be arrow back. And to create the icon, I just click the next button, finish, and good. So now the icon's created. We can add this icon as a navigation icon. I want to go back to the activity game.xml file though. I'll use the navigation icon property to add a navigation icon to the toolbar. And we'll specify its color. So for this, I'll just use the navigation icon tint property. The color is going to be color on primary. Okay, so the navigation icon is ready. Let's add a click listener to the navigation icon in the game activity. And we can define the view binding first. Late init var game binding : activity game binding. Just above the set content view function, I'll write game binding equals activity game binding dot inflate layout inflator. And in the next line, val view equals game binding dot root. So now I want to write the view object as the parameter of the set content view function. All right, so now that we've defined the view binding, now just by using the game binding variable, we can directly have access to the components inside the design area. So I'll first add a click listener to the navigation icon. Game binding dot toolbar game dot set navigation on click listener. So we added a click listener to the navigation icon. Now let's define the action we want to do when the navigation icon is clicked. So I want it to open the main activity. And for this, we can remove this activity from the backstack just by calling the finish function here. Okay, so when we click the navigation icon, this page will be removed from the backstack and the main activity will appear on the screen. Okay, so now let's run it and test out our application. Good, here's the splash screen. After the splash screen, home page is opening. And so first of all, I just want to click the start button. Don't want to select anything. And whoa, now we should see the snack bar message, but the game activity open. So there's an error in the code somewhere. Now, normally when we click the start button without making a selection, the if block should work, right? And the snack bar message should be displayed. So obviously the program does not enter that if block. So if we do have an error in our condition, that's what I think it is. Well, let's go ahead and fix this error right now. Okay, so notice that we did not use an exclamation mark. So that means logical complement operator at the beginning of the third operand. Therefore, the if condition is not met, and the program continues from the else block. You see that? So we'll put in an exclamation mark right there and see what happens next. It should run smoothly. So let's run it again. Application opens. And I'll click the start button again without selecting anything. Hey, there it is. Snack bar message has occurred. So now I'll just select the 2-digit number option, select the start button and click, and yeah, so now our game activity has been opened and the 2-digit numbers message is shown. So I'm going to go back though, and this time I'll select the 1-digit number option. And here we have the 1-digit number message. Good. So my friends, as you can see, the codes we've written so far are working really well. Now it's time to design and code the game activity. So yeah, we're going to take a short break here, and then when we come back in the next video, we're going to design our game activity. All right? Sounds good to me, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back, my friends. So previously, we wrote the necessary codes for our homepage. So in this video, we're going to design our game page. So there's going to be 4 text views on this page. And into these text view components, an informational text specifying the range of the randomly generated number, a hint text that guides the user, our last guess, and our remaining number of right guesses will be written. Okay, so other text views except the first text view will be invisible when the game starts. So these components will be visible when the button is clicked. Now, there's also going to be an edit text where the user will write the guesses. We'll add a button to confirm the guess. Okay, so why don't we just go ahead and move over to Android Studio and start designing. So yeah, I'm going to first open the activitygame.xml file. And here I will add 2 text views in the design area. Now I'll add an edit text. It's going to be number edit text. Then I'll add a button. Lastly, I will add 2 more text views under the button. All right, so I need to change the background of the constraint layout. And I'll choose color blue. And of course, you can choose whatever you want, but there we go. Okay, so now since the main layout is the constraint layout, I need to define the constraints of these components. So I'll select all components, right-click, and select the center horizontally option. Good, so now I will center them on the vertical plane. So I'll select the center vertically option this time. Okay, so the constraints are done. Why don't we change some common properties of the text views? So I'll select all text views. And first I'll change the text size. I think the text sizes can be 24 SP. So I need to change the colors now. Text color can be black. But what I want to do is define a different text color for the second text view. So for example, it might be white. Okay, now why don't we change some properties of the edit text? So the height of the edit text can be 75 dp. Let me change the background color too. So the background color of the edit text can be white. I want to add a hint as well. So the hint can be enter your guess here. And I want to change the text color of the hint. That's going to be black. Now the text color of the edit text can also be black. And now I want to change this text size. It can be 20 SP. All right, so last, I want to set the text alignment property to center. Okay, now let's jump over to the button. The height of the button can be 60 dp. The text will be confirm. Text size can be 24 SP. Text color, yeah, black. And here I want to change the background color. So we're going to use the background tint property for the background color of the buttons. Now it can be white. Okay, so now let's define IDs for these components. The ID of the first text view can be text view info. The ID of the second text view can be text view hint. The ID of the edit text can remain edit text number. The ID of the button, let's call that button confirm. The ID of this text view can be text view last guess. And last but not least, the ID of this text view can be text view right. Okay, now, our design's ready. So why don't we go ahead to the game activity? So here, we have defined the view binding, and we have added the click listener to the navigation icon. Also, here's a when statement that we created previously, remember? With this when statement, we determined which option the user selected in the main activity. So we know what range the user should generate guesses from. So first, why don't we print the relevant statements on the information text view? So I'll open up a scope with curly braces, and I'll delete this toast message. Okay, so if the user has selected one-digit numbers, I'll write gamebinding.textViewInfo.text equals. In double quotes, I'll write guess a number between 0 and 9. Okay, so now I want to copy this line and paste it inside the scope of the second case. If the user has selected the two-digit numbers, this will be 10 and 99. I'll paste that into the scope of the third case. If the user has selected three-digit numbers, this range will be 100 and 999. All right, good. So now that we've defined that, we can start generating random numbers. So for this, I need to first define a variable above, var random number : int equals -1. Now, the reason that I set the initial value to -1 is to check to see if there's a problem with randomly generated numbers. See, while writing the necessary codes for the game, we will first check the value of this variable. And if the value of this variable is -1, that means there's a problem, because the numbers generated will always be positive numbers. And if it is not -1, then the random number has been successfully generated and transferred to this variable, right? Good. So also, here I'm going to want to create a variable that represents the user's camera. So var remaining right equals, let's initialize it with 8, and we can change its value according to the user's choices. And now we'll move on to the when statement again. So first we need to write the necessary code for the first case, and we'll use Kotlin's abstract random class to generate random numbers. So here I can write random.nextInt. First parameter of this function represents the minimum number that can be generated. The second parameter is one more than the maximum number to be generated. So if the user selected one-digit numbers, the first parameter should be 0 and the second parameter should be 10. Right, so in this case, the minimum number to be generated will be 0 and the maximum number will be 9. The first parameter is inclusive, but the second parameter is exclusive. Please remember that. So now let's just pass this to the random number variable. Also, if the user's chosen one-digit numbers, the game right must be small. For example, it can be 3. So I'm passing the value 3 to the remaining right variable. Okay, so that's all we'll need to do for the first case. Let's copy these 2 lines, paste them in for the second case. So here, if the user has selected 2-digit numbers, the minimum number to be generated should be 10. The maximum number should be 99. So the first parameter will be 10, and the second parameter will be 100. Also, the game right should not be too much. For example, it could be 8. Okay, so here we wrote the necessary code for the second case as well. Now let's copy these 2 lines and paste them in for the third case. So here, if the user has selected 3-digit numbers, the minimum number to be generated should be 100 and the maximum number 999. So that makes the first parameter 100 and the second one 1000. Also, the number of rights should not be a little too much. So for example, let's just make it 13. Okay, so now we've generated the random numbers based on the user's choice and passed them to the variable. We've also adjusted the game right accordingly. Now we can go ahead and create the necessary codes for the logic of the game. But you know what? I think we earned a short break here. Why don't we continue where we leave off next time when we come back? All right, see you in the next video. Well, hello, my friends. Here we are. Thanks for coming back. So previously, we finished the design of the game activity. We generated random numbers. So that means in this video, we will continue to write the necessary codes for the game. And we'll understand the game logic, too, a little bit better. So why don't we just go ahead and open up Android Studio and continue from where we left off. All right, so here we are. First of all, we need to make the text view components invisible when the user accesses the game activity. Right, so these components will be visible after the user clicks a button. So before the when statement here is when I drop this operation in. So game binding dot text view hint dot visibility equals view dot invisible. I need to duplicate this line 2 times. This will be text view last guess. This one will be text view right. Okay, so now I need to create a function for the game logic outside the onCreate function. I'll call this function inside the click listener of the button confirm, but soon. So the name of this function can be game logic. Also, this function will take a random number parameter. So the type of this parameter will be integer. So in this function, I'll need to get the guess of the user from the edit text and pass it to a variable. Val guess :string equals game binding dot edit text number dot text dot to string. Okay, so now we'll need to check, see whether the value of this variable is empty or not, because, well, the user can click the button without entering any guesses in the edit text. So doing this check will also improve the user experience. So that's why I'm going to write here, if the guess is equal to, double quotes, I'll give a message to the user using a toast message. Toast.makeText, application context. The message can be, please enter a guess. Toast.lengthLong. And lastly, .show. Else, so the user enters a guess And why don't we create a try catch block here? Yeah, because the user may have entered unwanted data that may cause a program to crash. Certainly don't want that. Yeah, I'll give you an example. The user could enter some letters instead of numbers, or although we're using integer numbers, the user could also enter a value that exceeds the range of the integer numbers. So prevent that from happening, and anything else that you could possibly imagine. It's a very sensible idea, don't you think, to use a try-catch block? Of course, it's also possible to perform this control in other ways, but we can really easily put this control in with a try-catch. And, well, why don't we just go ahead and try and catch it? So let's look at the catch block first. The error class that I want to deal with in the catch block will be the exception. All right, so normally the most common error in applications is the number format exception. But see, since the exception class is a superclass of these classes, the catch block will also come into play in different types of errors that we cannot foresee. Therefore, I'll just write E:exception in parentheses. So now in the catch block, we can show a toast message again. I'll copy this message, paste it in here. I want to change the message. The message can be, please enter a valid guess. Okay, so now we can deal with the try block. So in the try block, I want to first convert the user guess to an integer, right? So val user guess :int equals guess dot to int. Now, if an input is received from the user and this input is correct, the codes that we write after this step are going to get activated. If the user's not entered any data or the data entered is not in our desired format, the user will be warned with a toast message. So after this stage, we can actually say that everything's okay. Yeah. So let's write our codes. So first I want to check the randomly generated number. If the random number is -1, there's a problem. Else, we can continue to write codes of the game logic because we'll generate positive numbers. And the initial value of the random number variable was -1, if you remember, so it would make sense to create an if-else statement here. So if random number is -1, it's going to show a toast message. So let's just copy this message and paste it in here. And let's see, the message can be the random number cannot be -1. Please try again. Else, we can continue. All right, so now we can compare the randomly generated number with a user's guess. If the random number is equal to the user's guess, for now, let's just change the text of the text view hint. GameBinding.textViewHint.text equals, and I'll write the message in double quotes. Congratulations. The number in my mind was $random number. Now we'll also need to create a dialog message here, but I'll create it in the next video, so it can just stay this way for now. We need to create our second condition. Else, if the user's guess is less than or greater than the random number, first we have to decrease the remaining right. So I'll write remaining right minus. Then we have to check to see if the remaining game right is 0 using an if-else statement. If the remaining right is 0, the game must be over. So we'll create a dialog message here too, but I'll create that in the next video as well. For now, just want to change the text of the text view hint. So I'll copy this line and paste it here. The message can be, sorry, game over. Else, we'll create another if-else statement here, and we'll continue to compare the random number and the user's guess. If the user's guess is less than the random number. So we'll warn the user to increase their guess So I'll just copy this line and paste it here. The message can be increase your guess. Else, if the user's guess is greater than the random number, we'll warn the user to decrease their guess. So I'll copy this line, paste it in here, and the message can be decrease your guess. So also, we're going to have to show the remaining right and the last guess on these text views. So I want to do this inside the first else block, which is in the try block. Game binding dot text view right dot text equals. I'll write the message in double quotes. Your remaining right is $, remaining right. And for the last guess, I'll duplicate this line, and this will be text view last guess. The message will be your last guess is $user guess. Okay, so now let's change the visibility of the text view components to be visible. So I'll copy these codes. I'll paste them in here, and all visibilities will be visible instead of invisible. Okay, so lastly, I'll clear the edit text so I can write game binding dot edit text number dot set text double quotes. Okay, so we've got our game logic function done. Now I just want to call this function in the click listener of the button confirm. So first, why don't we just go ahead and add a click listener to the button in the onCreate function. GameBinding.ButtonConfirm.set onClickListener. Now I'll call the GameLogic function, and I want to pass a random number as the parameter of this function. Of course, I should also mention that you can create this function without parameters if you want to, because for this app, we are actually in the same class, and we created our variables in the global area. So that is an instance of the class. Right? So therefore, you can use the variable directly without creating a parameter. So after specifying this, we can now just run the application and test it out. And you see the application opens, and yeah, good. So why don't we go ahead and choose the 2-digit number. All right. So as you can see, initially, only the range of generated number, edit text, and button are visible. Other text views are not. That's good. So now let's make our first guess. Okay, so our first guess was wrong. Now other text views are also visible. It says here that we need to decrease our guess. So our game right has decreased by 1, and now the remaining game right is 7. So also our last guess is here. And I'm going to just lose the game by entering all the guesses wrong. Okay, so here we lose the game, and as you can see, it says game over. Also, our remaining number of right is 0. Good. Now, we're going to play the game again and try to win it this time. So I'll just choose the 2-digit numbers again and click the start button. So I'm going to enter 50 as a first guess. All right, so I need to increase my guess. I'll enter 60. Oh, I need to decrease my guess. So what if I enter 55? Decrease it again. I'll enter 53. Decrease it again. 52. Decrease it again. I'll enter 51. Okay, so there we go. We've just won the game. Generated numbers 51. Congratulations. Anyway, my friends, so everything seems to be working really well. We just have one final step left to do. So we're going to show a dialog message to the user when we win or lose the game. But for now, we're going to take a short break. And then when we come back in the next video, we're going to create that dialog message. All right? Don't stay up all night trying to think about what it's going to say. I'll see you in the next video, though. Well, hello, my dear friends. Welcome back. You obviously want to get this done. So just to review, in the previous video, we compared the randomly generated numbers with the user's guesses. And in this lesson, we're going to show a dialog message. So if the user guesses the randomly generated number, or if the user doesn't guess the correct number, then the game will be over. So why don't we look at the dialog message that we'll create in this video. So here you can see the dialog message on the slide. This dialog message will include the randomly generated number, how many steps the user took to get this number, and the user's guesses. So we'll also ask the user if they want to play it again. So now why don't we just go to Android Studio and write some code. So yeah, here we are. And first I'll need to create a new function for dialog message. And the name of this function can be create dialog message. Now this function will not have any parameters. It's not going to return any value. So now I'll write the necessary codes here. For the dialog message, we first need to create an object from the alertDialog.builder class. The name of the object can be dialog box. After the equal sign, I'll write alertDialog.builder. The builder class here is an inner class inside the alertDialog class. So we use the builder class to customize a dialog window, that is, to create information such as title, message, that kind of thing. Now, since the builder class is also an inner class, it is not actually possible to access it directly. So to access the builder class, we will be using the outer class alertDialog. Now, of course, the builder class will take one parameter. And guess what? This parameter is the context parameter. So you can write this at game activity. Okay. Now, we're going to customize the dialog window using the dialog box object that we've created. First, we'll need to set the title, dialog box.setTitle. The title can be number guessing game. Now I want to set the message. But wait, we have to create two different messages, remember? Because we're going to be using this function for the win or the loss of the game. So we must show two different messages for each situation, or one message for each. You get the idea. Anyway, for this reason, I just want to create an if-else statement here and check the remaining right variable. If the remaining right is greater than 0, in this case, the user has won the game. Now let's create the message according to this situation. Dialog box.setMessage. So this message will be like, congratulations, the number in my mind was $random number. Also, we need to show how many steps the user actually took to win the game and the user's guesses in the message. So for this, we'll create two variables in the global area. So we'll create them now. First one will be steps. So I'll write var steps. The initial value of this variable, of course, will be 0. And I'll increase the value of this variable in the try block in just a minute. Now we'll create an array list that keeps the user's guesses. So var guesses equal array list. The type of this array list will be integer. All right, so now let's move on to the try block in the game logic function. So in this else block, we can increase the steps. So I'll write steps plus plus. Also, we can add the user's guesses to the array list. So I'll write guesses.add user guess. Okay, so now we can deal with a dialog message. I'll click enter to jump to the next line. Also here, I can use the reverse /n. That's a feature to make the sentences appear one right after the other when the application runs. Now, we can even use one more. So I will also use a reverse /nt, and this will leave a tab space at the beginning of all sentences. Excellent. So now I want to show the steps. Message can be, you know my number in $steps. And let's jump to the next line again. I'll put the reverse /n and reverse /t in again. And in this line, the message can be your guesses, $guesses. And let's jump to the last line. I'll put the /n and /t. In this line, we will ask the user if they want to play again. So the message can be, well, do you want to play again? Okay, so the message for winning is now ready. Let's create the other message in the else block. So I'm going to copy this message and paste it into the else block. Also change the first line. So the message can be, sorry, your right to guess is over. And the second line will now be a randomly generated number instead of steps. All right. The number in my mind was $random number. Now, other lines can just remain the same, so that makes this message ready. I actually should also prevent the dialog from closing when clicking anywhere on the screen. So we'll use the set cancelable method for this. We must also write false in parentheses. Also, you can add an icon to the dialog box, but I'll leave that up to you. All right, so it looks like we've defined all the parameters except the yes and no buttons. So that means I'll define the yes and no buttons, namely the positive and negative buttons. And I'll just write here dialog box dot set negative button. Okay, so now I need to define the text of the button. So I'll write inside the quotation marks no. After that, I'll need to add a listener to this no button, because when a user will click no, it's going to need to sense it and do something, right? So after putting in the comma, when we press the Control and Space key on the keyboard, the code editor offers us the click listener option. So yeah, I want to select this option, press enter. Now let's write the necessary codes. So when the user clicks the no button, the application must close. So for this, we can use the finish affinity function. Good. So this function will end this activity and all activities with the same affinity in the current task immediately below it. Okay. So we'll use this function here. Also, I need to define the positive button, which is the yes button. I will copy the codes, paste them in here. The name of the button will be yes. So when the user clicks yes, this activity will close and the main activity will open. So now I'll create an intent here. Val intent equals intent. The first parameter will be this at game activity. Good. The second parameter will be main activity :class.java. So let's start the intent in the next line. So I'll remove this page from the back stack with the finish function. And here, my friends, we've now customized a dialog message using the builder class, right? But we haven't actually written the necessary code to show the dialog message yet. So we're going to write that now. So in here, I'll write dialog box.create.show. All right, so now our dialog message is ready. So that means that we can call the function create dialog message wherever we want the dialog message to be displayed, right? So we want a dialog message to be created when the user wins or loses the game. So therefore, I'm going to call it in this if block. We can delete this line now. And in this if block, I will delete this line too. All right, so now we can run and test the application. All right, so our splash screen opens and now we can play. So I'll click the start button without selecting anything. We see our snack bar. Now I select 2-digit numbers and click the start button. All right, so the game activity also opens successfully. I want to enter my guesses. So first I'll write 50, click the confirm button. Our last guess was printed here, 50. So we just wrote last instead of last guess. It doesn't matter. You can fix it yourself. So just below it says my right to guess. So my right to guess decreased from 8 to 7. Good. So it says here, decrease my guess. So I guess I'll write my second one 30. Okay, so it tells me to decrease my guess again. And I'll write my third guess 20. And it tells me to increase my guess. So I'm going to create my fourth guess, and it'll be 25. So it tells me to increase my guess. So I'm writing fifth as 27. And hey, that's the right guess. So the randomly generated number is 27. So in my fifth attempt, I made the right guess. So our guesses are also written here. But I wonder, did you notice only the yes button is visible here? So we do have a bit of a mistake in creating the positive and negative buttons. I do want to fix that right now. And yes, I did that on purpose, in case you wonder. Let's get to it, though. After copying and pasting here, I think we forgot to write a positive button. You see this? See, both are negative buttons. So let's just edit that and turn it into a positive button. Okay, so now let's run it and test the application again. And the application opens, of course, and this time I'll select the 3-digit numbers. Live in bold, live in large. So here we go. I'm starting the game. So now I'll just write my first guess. 500. It tells me to increase. So I'll write my second guess. 600. Tells me to increase again. So I'm writing the third guess. 650. Tells me to increase. So I'm writing the fourth guess. 700. Increase my guess again. So I'll write in 750. Tells me to increase. So I'm writing my sixth guess. 800. Tells me to increase my guess. So I'll write my seventh guess. 850. And again, I have to increase it. Wow, see, this is fun. And I'm writing my eighth guess to be 900, and it tells me to increase my guess. So I'm writing my ninth guess as 950, decrease my guess. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So I'm writing my 10th guess as 930, tells me to increase my guess. I'll write my 11th guess, then 940, tells me to decrease. I'll write my 10th guess, 935, tells me to decrease. So I'm writing my last guess as 933. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we've now lost the game. See, so our right to guess is now over. The randomly generated number is 931. So close. But anyway, you see how the guesses get written here. And yeah, of course I want to play again. I'm not going to leave it like this. So this time I'll select the 1-digit number, because that was a little too stressful there, that 3 digits. Anyway, I'll just enter all the guesses to be 1, and we'll end the game. Okay? Yeah, see, so now we have the dialog message, and this time I'll click the No button, and there the application closes. So my friends, what do you say? Our application is working really well. It's pretty smooth, don't you think? Now, naturally, you can make this game a whole lot better. I want you to take it, make it your own, do some incredible things. I'm sure you can do something beautiful. It is up to your imagination to keep developing, my friends. So we're going to finish this here. But guess what? We've got another video. I want to see you there. See you next time. Well, if you're there and I'm here, it must be next time. So welcome back. And in this section, we're going to make a brand new application. Now, the name of our application is going to be Flag Quiz. So in this application, we're going to use SQLite as our database. In fact, we're going to create an external database and import it into our application. So it's also recommended to use the Room database instead of SQLite as a database, but sometimes we may need to integrate an external database into our project. So this will be good for you. In other words, you might actually need to use the database that we have prepared using a database application, such as SQLite browser in our application. You dig? So in this application, we're going to learn how to do this with SQLite in great detail. All right, so now that you're all excited about it, I want to tell you that also within our app here, we are going to use the fragments navigation component. This way you're going to learn to switch between fragments and transfer data using the navigation component. It's a lot to look forward to. So right now, why don't we have a look, see where we're going. This is the finished version of our application. So you'll see a splash screen, and we, of course, learned already how to create a splash screen in the number guessing app. But I wonder if you remember, we talked about a new splash screen approach for Android 12 and above. So in this application, we're going to learn how to create a new splash screen. All right, so after the splash screen, of course, the home page of the application is going to open. And by clicking the Start button here, we're going to open the quiz page. Now we've got 4 text views on this page. The text view components are going to keep the number of correct, empty, wrong, and the questions. Okay. There is one image view component here. Flags will be included in this component. And finally, there are going to be 4 options. If the correct option is checked, well, the background color of the option is going to go green. And if we choose the wrong option, well, the background color will be red. All right, so the background color of the correct option, of course, is going to be green. So let's answer this question wrong. And yeah, there you go. Now you see the backgrounds have changed. And you'll be able to move on to the next question with the next button at the bottom. Let's click on it. So when we click this next button, a new page will not open for other questions. See, the data of the components included here will change, and I want to make this important point. So in total, there's going to be 10 questions. There will be 20 flags in our database. All right, so now let's just buzz through the questions quickly. Now notice that the numbers of correct, wrong, and empty change as we answer the questions. Yeah. All right, so here's the last question, and we'll answer this one as well. Now click the next button one more time, and the result page gets opened, and on this page, I wanted to show the number of correct and wrong answers given by the user and the number of questions that the user did not answer, that is, left empty on a chart. See, this way, you'll also learn how to create charts in your applications. Pretty cool. So there's also going to be a play again and exit buttons here. So if the user clicks the exit button, of course, the app will close. If we click play again, the home page will open up. All right. So, hey, now you have at least a general idea of what we're going to do. Might seem like a pretty simple application, but I'll tell you, you're going to learn a lot of details in this application. So perhaps most importantly, there will be a single activity, and we will work on this activity with fragments. You're going to get used to loving them. And we'll also switch between fragments and transfer data using navigation. All right, so we're going to wrap it up here, but I want to start designing our app in the next video. So again, my friends, glad to have you here. See you in the next one. All right, well, here we are. Hello, my friends. Are you ready? We are now going to create our new splash screen. Hopefully you remember that we designed a splash screen activity by creating animations in our number guessing game application. Additionally, while describing the splash screen, I'm sure you remember, because you hang on my every word, we were talking about we can make it easier just by using the splash screen API in Android 12 and above. So that means in Android 12 and later, a mini splash screen, if you will, is shown by default when we launch our apps and the first page of the app opens. So by default, your app's logo is displayed on the splash screen. Unless you specifically design a splash screen, that means, my friends, that we can customize it. The possibilities are endless. Okay, so in this lesson, we're going to learn how to do it, and you will see the screenshot of the splash screen. And we're going to make it, just here on the slide. Okay, so this is the one we'll make. And the new splash screen basically consists of 4 main elements. And the first item is the icon that you want to show on the screen. The icon can be static or animated as well. Now, another element I want to point out is background color you can give. Okay, so the third item is a background color of the splash window. The 4th element will be your brand logo. Now, of course, none of these are absolutely necessary, but like I say, by default, your application logo will be displayed on the screen unless you specifically design a splash screen. And because you really want to do that, let's go to Android Studio and start creating our splash screen. So first up, I want to create a new project. So I'll click the New Project button. Now from this window, I'll choose Empty Views Activity as my option. So now we can define the name of the app. The name of this app will be Flag Quiz. Good. So I'm not going to change the package name or the location of the project. Our programming language will be Kotlin. Minimum SDK can, of course, be API 24. The build configuration language will be Kotlin DSL. And finally, I'll just create the project by clicking the Finish button. Now, naturally, depending on your computer, the creation of the project can vary in the time it takes. So, of course, it might take a little bit longer because I'm currently screen recording. So I'll tell you what, I'll just pause this and I'll return when my project's created. So yeah, my friends, as you can see, the project's created. So I first want to show you the default splash screen. So I just want to run the project here. Now, remember I was saying that unless you design the splash screen yourself, your app logo is displayed just for a short time by default, and then the first page of your app opens. So I want to show you that. Well, then customize our own splash screen. But as you can see, a splash screen is created by default. Application logo appears by default. Now, after the splash screen, the main page is open. And now let's focus on creating our own splash screen. So that means I'll first want to add the branding image to the project. So I'll open up File Explorer, and I want to add this image to the project. So I'll just copy it, and I'll paste it into the drawable folder. Now I'll show you this image. So you, of course, can use any image that you want for this. However, the dimensions of the branding image are really important. The width of the branding image has got to be 200 dp, and its height must be 80 dp. Otherwise, yeah, your logo is going to look bad, out of proportion and all that. So your mileage may vary depending upon what you choose. Stick with me. I got you. Okay, so the branding image is now ready. I want to create a couple of different colors in the colors.xml file for this project. So I will open the colors.xml file. I want to duplicate the last line twice. Okay, now let's change this color first. So I'll click the color box here, and for the first color, I'll choose this color. I want to change the name of this color. I'm going to call it My Background. So I want to change this color too. I'll choose this color. I'll also change the name of this color, and let's just call it Pink. Okay, so now the color.xml file is ready. So I need to change the status bar color of the application. So I want to open up the theme.xml file for light mode. And yeah, in this app, I'm not going to deal with the dark theme, but if you want to, you can always go in and customize the dark theme as well. You remember how to do that because we did the calculator app together so well. So here I will open up a new item tag, and I will use the Android status bar color. And I'll close the tag. In the body, I'll call the My Background color that I defined in the colors.xml file. Okay, so now we've got a status bar. Now I want to add a vector image to the drawable folder for the splash icon. So I'll right-click on the drawable folder, select New Vector Asset, and I will click the Clip Art section to see the icons. I'm going to select a quiz icon. Yeah, this icon will work well. I want to change the color of this icon to white. I'll also change its name. I'm going to call it Quiz Icon. All right, so now we can create this icon. So I'll click Next. Click Finish to create the icon. All right, so now we've got our icon. Now we'll go ahead and create the splash screen. There's actually no need to create an activity for the new splash screen. We'll only define some properties in the themes.xml file. So let's go ahead and open up the themes.xml file again. Now inside the style tags, we can customize the splash screen. First, I'll define the icon. So here I'll just open up an item tag using the less than sign, and the name of this tag shall be window splash screen animated icon. So I'll close the tag using Shift and less than key. Now inside the tags, I wanted to find the icon path. So it's under the drawable folder, and its name is quiz. Now, I want you to notice this feature is underlined here, right? It's red. The reason for this is that the new splash screen has been used in new versions, namely Android 12 and higher. But right now, our minimum SDK level is 24, right? So we'll need to create a new themes.xml file. So for this, we can quickly use the quick fix dialog that Android Studio recommends right here. That's always good. And we'll move over here to this warning, click on Override Resource option from this dialog window. Very clever. So, as you can see, Android Studio automatically creates a required file for us. Awesome. Now let's delete the line causing the error from the themes.xml file. Good. So we can now define other features required for the splash screen in the themes.xml file that we created for the new versions. All right, so now that our icon is ready, let's go ahead and create the icon background color. I'll duplicate this line. The name of this item will be Windows Splash Screen Icon Background Color. And for the background color of the icon, I want to use pink in the colors.xml file. Great. Now, lastly, I'll define the branding image. So I'll duplicate this line. Name of the item will be Windows Splash Screen Branding Image. For the branding image, I'll use the logo added in the drawable folder. Okay, so now we've got all of our required items for the splash screen ready. Now, besides these features, you can also specify the duration here, but we're not going to talk about that because I'll show you a shortcut to do that in a second or so. But yeah, so now we've got our splash screen ready. Let's just test it out. So I'll run the project. And yeah, you see the application opens and we've got a splash screen appearing. But I wonder, did you notice part of the icon is invisible? Obviously, there's a way to fix this as well. We could always solve the problem by reducing the size of the icon a little bit, because when we use the icon with a background, this icon really should fit inside a 160 dp diameter circle. So obviously, the parts that don't fit are clipped off. Let's just go ahead and fix this right now. So I'm going to open up the XML file of the quiz icon. And first I'll arrange these lines a little bit. Okay, now we'll need to move these path properties inside the group tags, right? So right here, I'll open up a group tag. I'll close the tag. Now let's move the path property in the group tags. All right, so now we can reduce the size of this icon by 50%, and change the center point of this icon. So for this, we'll define some properties in the group tag. So we'll first reduce the size of the icon, so we can use the scale X and scale Y properties for this. I'll set the scale X value to 0.5. That's because the full size of objects is considered to be 1.0, right? Likewise, I'll set the scale Y value to 0.5. So as you can see, the size of the icon has been reduced by half, but the icon moved to the upper left corner of the frame. You remember from before? Yeah, because by default, the center point of the object is always the upper left corner in Android. So let's just position this icon in the middle of the frame. So we'll move the center point of the frame from the upper left corner to the center of the frame just by using the pivot X and pivot Y properties. And we'll set the pivot X to 12 because viewport dimensions are 24, right? So viewport represents the canvas on which this drawing is made. When we move the center point 12 units on the X and the Y axis, we move the icon to the middle of the frame. And of course, you notice the icon is already centered on the X axis. So in the same way, we can set the pivot Y value to 12. Yeah, so we've reduced the icon 50%, moved it into the middle of the canvas. Let's just test it one more time. And yeah, there you go. The icon appears just the way we want it now. So we're done with this, but we may want to have that splash screen stay up on the screen a bit longer. There's actually a pretty easy method for this. So let's go and open main activity. Now, when the application is open, the main activity is visible to the user by connecting the design elements in the activity main.xml file with the set content view function. Now, this process normally takes place in a very short period of time, right? They call it blink of an eye. It's in milliseconds. So we can actually increase this time. So the longer we want the splash screen to stay on the screen, the longer we can delay the time the main activity appears on the screen. So how is it possible to do this? Just by using the thread class. So if we write thread.sleep just before the set content view function here, and as a parameter, we'll define a time such as 3000 milliseconds. So that'll translate to 3 seconds. And the type will be long. All right, so the main activity will now be delayed for 3 seconds to appear to the user, so the splash screen will remain on the screen for 3 seconds. Right, so that's the shortest way to keep the splash screen on the screen for your desired amount of time. I want to test it again, though. Splash screen appears, and notice it's waiting for 3 seconds, and now main activity is open. Now, there's also a way you can increase the splash screen's on-screen time. This seems a little long to me. I like it for about a second. So actually, if you don't specify any duration, the default duration is ideal for applications. If you need to extend the time, you can do this quickly like I showed you. So now I'm just going to convert this line to a comment. All right, my friend, so there you go. You can play around with this splash screen if you want. But otherwise, take a short break. And when we come back in the next video, we're going to design our application. All right. So I'll see you then. Well, hello, my friends. So, hey, previously we created the splash screen. So that means in this video, we get to design the first page of our application. So the first page actually has very simple design, but this page will be the home page of the application, and this page will have a text view and a button. Now, when the user clicks on the button, the second page will open. And now let's get to it. So at the beginning of this section, I wonder if you remember that I mentioned that we'll use the fragment and navigation in this app. So we will not perform any action on the activity, and we'll handle all operations with fragments. So when should we prefer activities or fragments? That's got to be a question that comes to mind. So I do want to tackle this right now. If the data is relatively small and simple, then an activity is likely to be the best choice. Fragments, however, need to be used if the data is more complex and requires multiple screens. See, fragments will allow the user to quickly and easily navigate the app, while also providing an efficient way to pass data between screens. So, for that and other reasons, you've got to know how to use fragments navigation. But guess what? Thanks to this application that we're going to make now, you're going to learn how to use fragments navigation backwards and forwards. You'll be able to do it in your sleep. All right? So let's get started using fragments. So first, I need to create a package to separate the classes from each other. So I'll right-click on the project package folder, select the new package option. Okay, so the name of this package needs to be view. Since the activities and fragments represent our views, I will move the main activity in this package. From this window, I'll click the refactor button. And since we have one class for now, it shows all packages in a row. So I will change the tree appearance of the project directory. So I'll click this gear icon. And from the tree appearance menu, I will uncheck the compact middle packages option. And that'll separate the packages. Great. So now I can expand the package. And you can see the main activity is in the view package now. I can create the fragments in the view package. So I'll right-click on the view package, select the options New Fragment, Blank Fragment. And the name of this fragment will be Fragment Home. So I'll click the Finish button to create this fragment. Might take a second or two. All right, so now that the fragment is created, of course, there are some codes created by default here. We're not going to need these. We can actually delete all the code except the onCreateView function. Okay, so moving on, let's design the first page. So we'll need to open the XML file created for this fragment, that is the fragment home.xml file, and that's in the layout folder. We can go ahead and close the project directory. Now let's open the XML section and start designing. So check it out here. We've got a frame layout on this page by default, and a text view has been created within the layout. So I want to first delete the text view component. And let's use linear layout instead of frame layout. Of course, it'd be better to use constraint layout or linear layout instead of the frame layout, but I want to use the linear layout for the first page, and you'll see why. So the orientation of this layout will be vertical. Okay, so now I want to add a text view in the linear layout. The width of this component will be match parent, and its height will be wrap content. Now we can specify the margin properties. The margin start and the margin end values can be 16 dp. And the margin top value can be 150 dp. All right. Now we can specify the text of the text view. But for the text of the components, I want to create a string value in the string.xml file. I'm not going to use hard-coded strings. So now let's open up the string.xml file. And I'll duplicate this line twice for the text view and button. The name of the first string can be welcome text. And for its value, that is the text that will appear to the user, let's just say flag quiz game. Name of the second string can be button start. And its value can be start. Okay, so now let's assign these strings to the components. So if you write @string/, after the slash, we'll just write the name of the string. And for the text view, its name is welcome text. This way we can use string resources instead of hard-coded strings. Yeah, so we'll continue with some of the other properties here. The text size can be 36 SP. The text color can be white. And the text alignment property will be center. Text view is ready now, so why don't we go ahead and change the background color to the linear layout. For the background color, I want to use the background property. The background color can be my background color. Okay, let's add a button now to the design area, but this time I want to use the material button instead of the normal button. You can always use the normal button. There's no problem with it. So here, the width of the button will be match parent, and its height will be wrap content. Now I want to specify the margin values. The margin top value can be 150 dp. The start and the end margin values will both be 48 dp. Now also here, I want to define an ID for the button. So the ID of the button can be button start. Okay, now I will assign the text from the string.xml file. I'll assign the button start text I created in the string.xml file. And now I'll increase the text size a little bit. The text size of the button can be 36 SP, and the text color will be white. And I'm also going to change the background color of the button. So for this, I'll just use the background tint property. Now for the background color of the button, I'll select a pink color from the colors.xml file. And then I can reduce the corner radius of the button. So for this, I'll use the app corner radius property. Yeah, I'm going to make it 8 dp. All right, so I think the design of the first page is done. But also for this project, I want to use view binding to access the components. Good, so let's go ahead and define the view binding to our project. So I'll open up the build Gradle module app file. First, I want to change the target and compile SDK to 34. You can always update your SDK version to the latest version, but for now it's 34. Okay, so I can now define the view binding. So in the scope of the Android section, I'll open a new scope named Build Features. So in this, I'll write view binding equals true. And now let's sync the project. Okay, so once that synchronization is complete, I can open the fragment home.kt file. Yeah. So here I will create a variable in this fragment class. So I will write late init var. The name of the variable can be fragment home binding : fragment home binding. Now in the onCreate method, we can initialize this variable. Before the return statement, I'll write fragment home binding equals fragment home binding dot inflate. All right, so the inflate method will take 3 parameters. The first parameter is an object of the type layout inflator. So we can write the inflator parameter here. The second parameter is an object of the type view group. So we can write the container parameter here. Last parameter is a Boolean for the attached to parent, so it will be, you guessed it, false. Now I'll just change this return statement to fragment home binding dot root. All right, so that defines view binding to our project and matches the design that we created for the home fragment with the fragment home binding object. Good, good. So we can also delete this question mark because it's redundant now, yeah? Now let's add in a click listener to the button start. Fragment home binding dot button start dot set on click listener. So when we click the start button, the second page, that is the quiz page, should be opening. And we'll just have to take the necessary action for this, right? So we will do these operations using navigation. But first, I want to complete the design here. Okay, so after that, we'll create the navigation graph and we'll make the necessary actions happen. So we're going to create a new fragment for the quiz page now. I'll right-click on the view package and select the new fragment and blank fragment for my options. Now the name of this fragment can be fragment quiz. I will click the finish button to create this fragment. And yeah, it might take a moment. Okay, so now we've got our quiz fragment. I'll just delete all the unnecessary codes in this file. Great, great, great. So now we can go ahead and make our design of this fragment. So we're going to take a short break here. And when we come back in the next video, we're going to design this quiz page. All right, see you on the other side. Well, hello, my friends. Yeah, you came back because you want to do more. So you already know that we've completed the design of the first page. We defined the view binding to the project. We created the quiz fragment. So that means in this video, you want to design the quiz page. So this page is going to be a page with slightly more components. There's going to be text view showing the number of questions that the user has gotten right and incorrect and unanswered, and a text view that shows which question the user is currently working on. So on this page, there's also going to be an image view where flags will be displayed, 4 buttons to show some options. There will also be a button that will allow the user to move on to the next question. So when the user clicks this button, the result page will open. Now, we're not going to design the result page at the moment, but we'll design the result page next time. So if you're ready, why don't we just go ahead and open up Android Studio and continue. So I just want to open the fragment quiz.xml file. I'll open the XML part. So first, I'll just delete this text view. And I'll change the frame layout to constraint layout. Okay, now I'll change the background color of the page. And yeah, why don't we just continue from the design part? So now I'll need to change the background color of the main layout. So I'll select the constraint layout. I will use the background property from the attributes section to change the background color of the constraint layout. Now for the background color, I'll select my background, and that's in the colors.xml file. Okay, so now we can add other components. First up, I want to add text views that keep the count of the correct and the incorrect answers, but I'll add them into a horizontal linear layout. So for this, I'll add a horizontal linear layout to the design area. The width of the linear layout will be match parent. The height will be wrap content. Also, I want to pin it to the left and right. And the margin left, margin right values will be 8 dp. We can also define a padding value. The padding value can be 8 dp as well. Okay, so now let's add the text views to this linear layout. So I want to do this operation on the XML side because the text views will contain the same attribute, and we can create them from the XML side really quickly. Okay, so here we are, and the width and the height of this text view will be wrap content. The text size can be 20 SP. Text color will be white. Layout weight property should be 1. And the first text view will be for the label of the correct answers. So for this, I'll not define an ID for this text view. Okay? So now let's finish the text of this text view. And again, I'll create text in the strings.xml file, right? We're not using hard-coded strings. So let's open up the strings.xml file, and I'll duplicate this line. Name can be correct text. And its value will be correct. All right, let's also create strings for the other text views that we'll use shortly. So I'm going to duplicate this line 8 times. All right, so now let's change the names and the values. Name of the second will be correct number, and the value will be 0. The name of the third will be empty text. The value will be empty. The name of the fourth will be empty number, and the value will be 0. Name of the fifth will be wrong text, and the value will be wrong. Name of the sixth will be wrong number, and the value will be 0. Name of the seventh will be question number, and the value will be question 1. Name of the eighth will be button option, and the value will be country name. The name of the last will be button next, and the value will be next. See where we're going? Cool. So now let's go back to the design page again. And here I will assign the correct text string to this text view. Okay, now the first text view is ready. So I'll copy this text view, paste it 5 times. Okay, so now let's change the texts and IDs. Text of this will be correct number. And I'll define an ID for this text view, so its ID can be text view correct. Okay, Now let's change the text of the third text view. Text will be empty text. We'll change the text of the fourth text view. Text will be empty number. Now I want to define an ID, and the ID can be text view empty. Now let's change the text view of the fifth text view. Text will be wrong text. Let's change the text of the last text view, and this text will be wrong number. All right, I'll define an ID, and the ID can be text view wrong. All right, so now all those text views are ready. Why don't we just add one more text view for the question number, and I will add it from the design section. Because I want to change some properties of this text view. The ID will be text view question. The width and height will be wrap content. And it should be centered horizontally. If it's not horizontally centered by default, you just got to center it. And the text will be question number that we defined in the string.xml file, right? The text size will be 24 SB. Text color will be white. All right. So now we're going to need to add an image view. Before we head over there, I want to add the flags that I want to use in this project to the drawable folder. So I'll need to open File Explorer, and I've prepared these flags earlier. So now I just copy all of them, and I can paste them all into the drawable folder. All right, so the images are now ready. Now, if you haven't already, please go ahead and download these from GitHub. I already shared the link with you, and in fact, all the projects are there, so you can always use these images. You can always use your own images if you want to, but whatever you do, we're going to continue. We're going to add an image view to the design area. And I'll select one of those images from the drawable folder. And I want to change some properties of this image view. So the ID of this image view will be image view flag. The layout width can be 350 dp. The layout height can be 200 dp. And it should be centered horizontally. The scale type property will be center crop. Okay. The image view is now also ready. Why don't we add some buttons for our options? I'm going to add them, though, in a linear layout. So I will need to add a vertical linear layout to the design area. I'm going to add 4 buttons in the linear layout. Okay, so now let's change the width and the height of the linear layout, and its width will be match parent. Its height will be wrap content. And it should be centered horizontally again. All right. So now let's change the common properties of the buttons. So I can select all of them from the component tree. And first we'll change the width and the height. The width will be match parent, and the height can be 55 dp. Also, I want to define the margin values. Margin start and the margin end will both be 30 dp. Margin top would be 3 dp. Yeah. All right, so now let's change the texts. So the text will be the button option that we defined in the string.xml file. See, that's future thinking. So we're going to change the text size. The text size can be 20 SP. And we'll change the text color, and text color will be pink. Last up, I want to change the background color of these buttons. The background tint property will be white. And last up, I want to reduce the corner radius just a little bit. For this, I want to use the quarter radius property, and this will be 10 dp. So after making these changes, if it's not reflected on the button, you can always control it from the XML part. So this property should be app corner radius. All right, good. Now, I want to define the IDs of these buttons. So the ID of the first button can be button A. ID of the second button, button B. ID of the third button, button C. And the ID of the last button can be button D. Okay, so now our options are ready. I just want to add one more button for the move on to the next question. But first, I want to create a vector asset for this. I'll right-click on the drawable folder, select New, Vector Asset, click Clip Art, and from this page, I want to select a next icon. The name of this icon will be Next, and its color will be white. Now, to create the icon, I just click the Next button and click the Finish button. All right, so now let's add a button to the design area. And we can change some properties of this button. So the ID will be button Next. The width and height can be wrap content. I'll pin it to the end of the parent. The margin end value will be 30 dp. And I'll want to change the background color, of course, so the background color tint property will be pink. Text of the button will be button Next. The text size will be 20 SP. The text style will be bold, and the corner radius 10 dp. And then last thing I want to do here is add the next icon onto this button. So for this, I'll use the drawable end property. I want to pick the next icon from the drawable folder. All right, so my friends, that is that. We have now designed our quiz page. So I want to center all these components vertically, and I will select the horizontal linear layout, text view question, image view flag, vertical linear layout, and the next button components. And now I can center them all vertically. All right, so now our design of this quiz page is ready. We can go ahead and close any unnecessary tabs. So I will need to define the view binding in the fragment quiz. So let's go ahead and open fragment quiz. And here I will create a variable. So I'll write late init var. The name of the variable can be fragment quiz binding, fragment quiz binding. Now in the onViewCreate method, just above the return statement, I'll write fragment quiz binding equals fragment quiz binding dot inflate. In parentheses, I'm writing inflator as a first parameter, container as a second parameter, and false as a last parameter. And then finally, I'll need to change the return statement to return fragment quiz binding dot root. Okay, so we've now defined the view binding in this fragment. Let's go ahead and add a click listener to the buttons. Fragment quiz binding dot button A dot set on click listener. And I'll copy this, paste it 4 times. The second one's got to be button B. Third will be button C. The fourth will be button D. And the last click listener will be button Next. Cool. All right, my friends, that's looking good. So we've completed the design of our quiz page. We've defined the view binding, and we've added the click listener to the relevant components. Now we can go ahead and create the third fragment for the result page. So I can right-click on the view package, select New Fragment, Blank Fragment, and the name of this fragment will be Fragment Result. And I'll click the Finish button to create this fragment. All right, so once it's there, we can go ahead and delete any unnecessary codes. All right, so now we can go ahead with the design of the result page, but in the next video. So let's take a quick break here if you want, and I'll see you on the other side. All right, my friends, are you excited? Yeah, of course you are. Because we've already completed the design of the quiz page and added click listeners to the relevant components. We also created the result fragment. So now in this video, we're going to design the result fragment. So this page is going to have a bar chart showing the user's results. There's also going to be a couple of buttons for the user to take the quiz again or exit the application. There's going to be text at the top of the page indicating that this page is the results page. So why don't we just switch on over to Android Studio and make it happen? Now, before we start designing, we're going to add a library so that we can use charts in our project. So for this, open up the browser. And I'll just type Android chart dependency into my search bar. And I'll use the Android chart created by Philip Yehoda in our project. And this library is actually used quite frequently in Android apps. So I'll just click on this result. Why don't we go ahead and scroll down to the opened page? And you can find the relevant library here. If you do want to go ahead and examine it all in detail, you can go ahead and access the documents created for this library from this page. But I just want to get to it, so we're going to implement this library into our project. The Jetpack IO library was previously added to the project by default, so you can go ahead and check it out first if you want. If it doesn't actually exist, you can go ahead and add it now. I'll show you how. We'll open up settings.gradle file. Okay, so actually it's not available here, so we'll need to add it. So we'll copy the Jetpack IO, and we'll paste it into the repository section in the settings.gradle file. Of course, Android Studio did not accept the syntax here. Why? Well, I think it would be more accurate if we write it like this. Okay, so yeah, now we will also add this to the repository section in the dependency resolution management. Okay, good. So we've now added Jetpack IO. Let's add the dependency. So I'm copying the dependency, and now we can go back to Android Studio. Let's open the app-level build.gradle file from the project directory, and let's paste the library we copied into the dependency section. And we'll need to put the library codes in parentheses. All right, so now we can do the synchronization just by pressing Sync Now. Of course, it might take a moment or six. So yeah, we've got our synchronization. Now we can go ahead and design the result page. Let's open up the fragment result.xml file. So I'll close the project directory, open up the XML part. So I'm going to first delete this text view, and I'll change the frame layout to constraint layout. Okay, so now we can get started with the adding of the components. I'll first add a text view. Layout width could be match parent, and layout height will be wrap content. So for the text of the components, I want to create the necessary strings in the strings.xml file. You know how, so let's open it up. And I'll duplicate this line 3 times. Name of this will be your result, and its value will be your result. The name of this will be button again, and this value will be new quiz. The name of this will be button exit, and its value will be exit. Okay, now we can go back to the fragment result.xml file, and the text of this text view will be your result. The background color will be my background. Text color will be white, and text size will be 36 SP. Gravity will be the center, and the padding value will be 15 dp. And lastly, the ID will be the text view result. So now I just want to pin this text view to the start, top, and the end of the parent. And the margin values will be 0. Okay, so now our text is ready. Let's go ahead and add the chart. So just below the text view, I want to open up a new tag and I'll write chart. Now we can see the charts, and these results just come from the library that we've added, right? But if you can't see what I'm looking at, even after adding the library, you just need to rebuild your project. Sometimes, even though you added it to the library, Android Studio might not be able to detect it, so just reconnect it. You just rebuild your project using the build and rebuild options from this top menu. Now, of course, we're looking at many different chart options here. I just want to use a bar chart, though, in our application. You can poke around later. Layout width will be match parent, and the layout height can be 300 dp. Its ID will be result chart. And now I want to pin it to the start and the end of the parent. I will pin it to the bottom of the text view. The margin start and margin end values can both be 8 dp. The margin top value can be 16 dp. Okay, now the chart's ready. Yeah, let's add some buttons. So I'll add them from the design. Just change the common properties of the buttons. I'll select them. The layout width can be match parent. Layout height will be 60 dp. Margin start and margin end values can be 30 dp. And the text size will be 24 sp. All right, text color will be white. The background tint will be my background color. And yeah, the quarter radius, it's got to be 10. And now let's change the custom properties of the button. So the ID of the first button will be button new quiz. And I'll need to pin its top to the bottom of the chart. And what about the margin top value? 50 dp. And the text will be button again. And okay, so now we've got that button ready. I want to change some properties of the second button, though. The ID of the second button should be button exit. And I'll pin its top to the bottom of the first button. Margin top will be 16 dp. The text will be button exit. Okay, so I think the result page is now ready. Why don't we just go ahead and define the view binding in the fragment result? Late init var fragment result binding : fragment result binding. Now, just above the return statement, I'll write fragment result binding equals fragment result binding dot inflate. The first parameter will be inflator, and the second parameter will be container. The last parameter will be false. And now I'll just change the return statement to return fragment result binding dot root. Okay, let's go ahead and add a click listener to the buttons. Fragment result binding dot button new quiz dot set on click listener. I'll just copy and paste this click listener, and this button will be button exit. All right, my friends. So, hey, guess what? We've now finished the design of the application. So we're going to create the navigation graph, but we're going to take a short break first, and we will continue in the next video. All right? So I'll see you then. Hello, friends. Welcome. So, what's up? Look, we've already completed the design of the application so far. So that means within this video, we will implement the navigation library to the application and create the navigation graph. You ready? I know you are. So let's get started. Okay, in order to use the navigation in this project, we are first going to have to add its library to the project. So That means opening up a browser. And in my little search bar, write navigation in Android. And from the results, I'm going to click on this. Right, so here we go. We've got the official document of Android, and you can find all the information that's pertinent about navigation and everything else here. If you haven't checked this out before, please go ahead and do it. I don't know what's holding you back, really. We're going to go over it in as much detail as possible right now with the limited time that we have, but really is useful for you to review this document on your own. That means in your own time when you're not doing it with me. All right, so let's just go ahead and add the navigation library. And here you can see all the necessary dependencies, right? Now, since we are using the Kotlin programming language, I'm going to switch to the Kotlin tab. Now I'm just copying these 2 lines here. And I want to add these to the dependency section in the build Gradle file of the application. Let's go ahead and also add the version number. Right, so now this is actually enough to create a navigation graph. However, we're also going to want to add the Safe Args plugin to navigate between pages and transfer data. So let's go ahead back to the documentation for this. And let's go ahead and jump into the ensure type safety by using the Safe Args topic. Now, if you read this all here, it's basically saying that the recommended way to navigate between pages and transfer data is to use the Safe Args plugin. All right, so I trust it, and you can read all the reasons why on your own. So we're going to add that plugin here. Now, it's first of all telling us to add the class path here to the top level build.gradle, and let's just go ahead and add it right now. All right, so we're going to open the build.gradle file. And if you notice, the structure here is a little different if you read through all of that documentation. But I want to just show you, so let's have a look at the documentation again. Right, so here in the document, it is saying that we need to add the class path in the dependency scope in the build scripts. All right, fine, but there is only the plugin scope in Android Studio. You understand? So what are we going to do? Well, we can open the build script scope here and a dependency scope inside it, and then write the class path into it. Secondly, we could write it like the plugins here. Let's go ahead and try this second way. And to do this, we must first obtain the ID of this plugin. And let's go back to the document again. You see why it's useful now. So the ID of this plugin is given to us here right below, and we can use this. I just copy this ID, and I want to paste the ID that I just copied under the other plugins. So next, we've got to define its version. So its version is the same as the navigation version, that is 2.7.3. Finally, I'll write apply false. Okay, my friends, so we've specified the version of the plugin. I want to go back to the document, though, because according to the document, we're also going to need to add the ID of the plugin to the plugin section in the build.gradle of the application. So let's go ahead and add it now. I want to open the build.gradle file, the application. I will paste it into the plugin section right up here at the top. And thusly and so forth, we have now taken the necessary steps for Safe Args. You can go ahead and synchronize the project. All right, so when the synchronization is done, not time to pop the cork on the champagne bottle, but we can definitely create the navigation graph. And to do that, we'll first create a navigation folder in the resources folder, right? So I'll right-click on the res folder and select the new Android resource directory. Nice, so the resource type will be navigation. And I'll click the OK button. And as you can see, a navigation folder gets created, so I will now create a navigation resource file within this folder. So I'll right-click on the navigation folder and select New Navigation Resource File. The name of this file can just be navgraph. I'll click on the OK button to create this file. Good. So after creating an XML file for the navigation graph, Android Studio opens this graph in the navigation editor. And once inside the navigation editor, we can visually edit navigation graphs or directly edit the underlying XML. We can examine this navigation editor in 3 main parts. First part, Destinations panel. So the Destination panel lists the navigation host, as well as all the destinations currently in the graph editor. Which brings us to the second part, the graph editor, which contains a visual representation of the navigation graph. Now you can switch between the design view and the underlying XML representation in the code view using the tabs on the right. Up here, this is the top right of the editor. And the last part is going to be attributes. So this part shows attributes for the currently selected item in the navigation graph. So now we can go ahead and add the destinations, that is the fragment. Now to add the fragments we created to this area, we just click the new destination icon. So when we click on it, you can see the XML files in this project. And from this page, we can add the fragments just by clicking on it. So I'll first add the fragment home. And there you see it's added. I'll add the fragment quiz. And lastly, I'll add the fragment result. Now we could also go ahead and change their positions by dragging and dropping them. Let's now just define the destinations and actions between these fragments. So when the app first opens, I'm going to want that fragment home to appear on the screen. So therefore, fragment home should be the starting destination. Now, if you've been paying attention, there is a home icon here. Now, whichever fragment this icon is on, that fragment will be the starting destination, right? So if you want to change this, just click on the home icon at the top after selecting the fragment. So the starting destination is ready. The user will move on to the quiz page from this page. Therefore, the next destination should be fragment quiz. Okay, so for this, we have to connect these fragments, right? And in order to connect them, when you select a fragment, a circle appears on the right side of the fragment. Now, you're going to need to grab this circle and drop it onto the fragment to be navigated. Easy peasy. So as you can see now, we've got an arrow that's been drawn from fragment home to fragment quiz. So this is called action, right? An action is a logical connection between destinations. So these actions are represented in the navigation graph as arrows. So if you click on this arrow, you can see some features of this action in the attribute section on the right. All right, so for example, here's the idea of this action is action fragment home to fragment quiz. Very descriptive. The destination is the fragment quiz. And check it out. You can also observe these features from the XML. The navigation element is the root element of a navigation graph. And the start destination is defined here as well. Also, if you notice here, a tag has been opened for each fragment. And additionally, an action tag was created for action in the first fragment. Okay. So as you keep adding destinations and connecting actions to your graph, you can actually see the corresponding destination action elements here as child elements. And if you have nested graphs, well, they're going to appear as child navigation elements. So let's go ahead and continue. So when the user finishes a quiz, the fragment result should be open. Therefore, we've got to create an action between fragment quiz and fragment result. That should be easy now, right? We'll just create it. So I'll grab the circle and drag it, drop it onto the fragment result. And there you go. You've got your second action ready. And finally, if the user will click on the new quiz button on the result page, fragment home should open up. And for this, you can create an action that goes to fragment home from fragment result, but I wouldn't do that because we could also do this by just removing the fragments from the backstack. So when each fragment is opened, it is automatically added to the backstack, Because Backstack works with that logic, right? Last in, first out. So, if we were to remove fragment quiz and fragment result from the backstack when the user clicks on the new quiz button, we're going to automatically open fragment home. See, this way you're going to learn how these operations are actually performed. But, like I said, you can also create an action between fragment result and fragment home if you really want to. So there you go, my friends. Our navigation graph is ready. We're also going to indicate here that we'll transfer data between pages. So if you do remember the general structure of the application, we were showing the user the number of correct, incorrect, and unanswered questions on the results page using a graph. And therefore, we're going to transfer data from the quiz page to the results page. That means we're going to send some arguments. Now, let's go ahead and add these arguments. So since the data is going to be transferred to fragment result, I'm going to choose fragment result. Then we'll specify the data that we're going to transfer from the argument section in the attributes. So I'll click on the plus icon here. A window titled Add Argument opens up. What are the chances? So here we're going to specify the properties of the argument. So for example, we'll say the first argument is called correct. Its type will be integer, and we'll let its default value be 0. All right, so we added the first argument. Let's go ahead and add the second one. So we'll let the second argument be called wrong, and its type will be integer again. The default value will be 0. So the second argument is also here, and it's good. So finally, we're going to add the third argument, and we'll call this third argument empty. Type will be integer, and the default value will be 0. Good, good. So we've now defined our arguments here as well. Our navigation graph is ready. There is just one last thing left for us to do. Yeah, we're going to need to define the activity that will host this navigation graph. So let's go ahead and define it. So these fragments will run on the main activity. Therefore, the host will be the main activity. All right, so let's go ahead and open up the activity main.xml file. I'm going to first delete the text view component in the design area. Good, now let's add the host fragment. So here you can just do a search by typing in navhost, right? So you can access a navhost fragment. And now we can just drag this component and drop it into the design area. Now it's going to ask us to select a navigation graph. Hey, why don't we just go ahead and select the nav graph file that we just created? What do you think? So it's added very easily, and since the fragment is the start destination, it appears here. Now, let's change some properties. The width and the height of this component will be match parent, because I want to spread my fragments over the entire screen. Now also, since the main layout is a constraint layout, we should pin this component on all 4 sides of the screen. All right, the margin values are going to be 0. Now, let's have a look at this navhost fragment from the XML code section. Now, if you've been paying attention, this is actually a fragment container view component, you see. So an ID is automatically determined, and you could change it if you want, but I'm just going to let it stay that way. So the Android name property is defined, indicating that this is a navhost fragment. Now, this is important, because if this line does not exist, this host does not have the feature. Understand? So you just got to pay attention to that, that's all. But hey, another thing that we could infer from here is that this component is a host by default. All right, so finally, we will need to define the navigation graph that we created. All right, my friends. So we've now completed the design of our application and prepared the navigation graph. So what we'll need to do now is create our database, retrieve the data from the database, and display the data in the relevant views. We are going to take a short break here, though, and when we come back, we're going to create that database in the next video. All right, cool. I'll see you then. Well, hello there, my friends. So check it out. In the previous lesson, we finished the design of the quiz page. So that means in this video, we're going to create our database. So first of all, I have to state that we will not save any data to the database in this application. We're not going to delete any data from the database either. We will create a database and retrieve data from the database that we created, but in our later applications, we're going to add, update, and delete data in the database. Just wanted to be clear. So first, we're going to learn how to create an external database for Android applications, right? In some applications, we may need to create an external database, or we may need to include previously created databases in our application. It just depends upon what you're up to. But in these such cases, we can actually use some database creator apps, which is more to the point. That's what I wanted to show you. So in this video, to create an external database, we're going to use the Database Browser for SQLite program. See, Database Browser for SQLite is a high-quality visual open-source tool to create, design, and edit database files compatible with SQLite. What could be better? So let's go ahead and have a look at the Database Browser app. All right, so first off, I do want to show you how you can just download and install that Database Browser app. Just go ahead, open up any browser and write Download Database Browser for SQLite in the search bar. And it should bring you to, or you can click on the SQLite browser.org site. And it's from this page, you can click the download tab. So what you're looking at is some download links for Windows, macOS, and Linux. Here you can download the appropriate one for whatever your computer's operating system is. I'm not going to be doing this because I've already got it downloaded. But I'll tell you that after your download is complete, you can open up the installation wizard just by double-clicking the downloaded file. It's got a fairly simple setup, so we don't need to go over what the steps are. You can go ahead and complete it yourself, and I'll just wait here till you're done. All right, not so bad, huh? Okay, so now let's open that database browser. You notice it got a very simple interface. You can see the classic menu items here. Features that come by default are sufficient for us, so we don't have to make any changes to the settings. I do want to show you how you can change the language of the interface, though. Just click on the Edit tab from the top menu up here and then select Preferences from the pop-up. Now, it's possible to change some settings from this window. For example, you can change the language of the application, like I said, but I might also want to increase the font size of the interface a bit so that maybe you can see it better. And some other things, yeah, let's just leave them as default. Now let's go ahead on to creating a database using this program. So you can obviously create a new database from the New Database tab here, or you can open up a previously created database from the Open Database tab here. Guess what? We're going to create a new database, so I'll click New Database. So here we've got to select the file where the database that we will create is going to be saved. So I'll create a new folder named Databases in the Documents folder. I'll create database files within this folder. So we'll give it a name, and the database file will be called Countries, and I'll save that. Okay, now we're going to need to determine the properties of the table that we'll create within our database. Here I write flags for the name of the table. And now we can create some columns in our database. Yeah, because you can really think of tables in this database just like any other spreadsheet. So just like an Excel sheet consists of rows and columns, tables in a database consist of rows and columns. And here we'll specify how many columns the table will consist of and what the names of these columns are going to be. All right, so just by clicking on the Add button, we can add the columns of the table and the properties of these columns. But our database is going to be simple. We're going to just have 3 columns, and the name of the first column will be Flag ID. Now, we're not going to leave any spaces, and we're avoiding capitalization when we're describing the names of these columns. So if your column name is going to consist of 2 or more words, separate the words with an underscore. All right. Now we're going to define the type of the ID. So its type is going to be integer. And we can now move on and create the second column. Name of the second column is going to be country name. Its type will be text. And for the last column, so the name of the third column is going to be flag name. And its type will be text. All right. So now we've created our database table. So that means we have to add data to our database. So I want to click on the Browse Data tab. Now, before we go adding any data to the table, I just want to explain something that actually is very important. Are you listening? Okay. So the point to note here is the names of the flags that we added to the drawable folder and the flag names in the flag name column in the database gotta be the same. Because after we get the data from the database, we will find the relevant flag from the drawable folder according to the name in the flag name column. And we're going to show that flag in the image view. Just need to drive that point home because believe me, it might seem like it's trivial, but I've seen it happen. Don't let it happen to you. Okay. Now I've said my piece, we'll move on. We'll add the first flag. To insert a new record into the table, we can click this Insert Record icon. I'm going to let the first country be United Kingdom. The flag name will be United Kingdom. Now note here, the name that I wrote is the same as the name of the flag in the drawable folder. So I'm also going to add the second flag. Right, so one after another, I'll add 20 flags. But you know what? I'm not going to bore you with doing that one. You can go ahead and add all of your flags, and I'll just pick it up when I'm done. All right, my friends, as you can see, all the flags here are added. Hopefully you've added them yourself. Now I want to save the changes that I've made just by clicking Write Changes. It's this tab, all right? So that's it. Our database is now done. I want to take a short break here, and when we come back in the next lesson, we're going to add this database into our application. All right, my friends, see you on the other side. All right, hello, my friends. Welcome back. Now, previously, we've created our database, so that means in this video lesson, we're going to add our database into our application. So we'll need to open Android Studio, and we'll first create a folder where we will add our database. And to do this, I'll just hover over the app folder and right-click, and I'll select New Folder, Assets Folder option. And without changing anything, I'll just click on the Finish button. So now you see that we've got an asset folder. Just a little brief about the asset folder. It's actually possible to store some files that we're going to use in the application. For example, JSON, HTML, PDF, audio files, or even a video file in 2 different folders. See, the first of these is the assets folder that we've now created. The second is something called a raw folder, and we can create that under the res folder. Of course, they've got differences. Both have advantages as well as disadvantages. For example, you're allowed to create subfolders under the asset folder, while raw, not allowed. You also should upload the file itself directly to the raw folder. However, in large-scale projects, the asset file makes your work a whole lot easier. Oh, also another important feature is you can list the items in the asset folder with some code, but this is not going to be valid for the raw folder. So for these, and there are some other reasons, but I don't need to get into them now. We'll just store many of our external files in this asset folder, apart from, simple audio and video files. Now that we've got that sidebar done, let's continue. So I just want to copy and paste a database we created and stick it in our asset folder. Okay, so we've added our database. That is done. There is another step that we have to do. You see, when working with external databases, there is a class that we need to use. Can you guess it? You don't have to. The name of this class is Database Copy Helper. So it's thanks to this class, our database and application are going to work really well together, also known as integrated. All right, so let's go ahead and add this class into our application. I've prepared all this in advance. Thank you very much. So let's just copy it. Now, I do want to create another package in the flag quiz package because I want to collect the files related to the database in another package. So the name of this package is going to be database. Now let's paste the database copy helper class under the database folder. Okay. Now, I want to talk about this database copy helper class for a second, if you'll indulge me. This database copy helper class is derived from the SQLite open helper class, if you're familiar with that. So it is, thanks to this class, necessary queries can be made very easily, all within databases. It's a class that's standard. It includes methods such as where to save the database in the application, opening the database, and creating the database if it does not exist. So if you want to, we can just go ahead and briefly have a look inside the operations inside this class. What do you say? I say yes. We're going to first look at the SQLite Open Helper class. So this SQLite Open Helper class has 4 constructor parameters: context, database name, cursor factory, and version number. So we can obtain the context parameter with a constructor of this class. Other parameters are related to the database, right? So for the database name, we create a string here. Now, if you notice, we created in the companion object so that we can access it from anywhere. Okay, the database name in the database copy helper class must match the database name we created. Echoes of the past. Okay, while we're here in this file, we will only change the name of the database with its extension. So I write countries.db. You got that? For the cursor factory, we can write null. And because in the next video, we're going to create our own cursor. Ooh, teaser. Now the last parameter, this is going to be the version number. So for now, you can just write version 1 or another integer number. If you do happen to change the database in the future or add new tables to the database, then you will also change the version number. Okay. So then we create 3 variables in this class. The first of these is the DB path variable. So this will hold the database path of type string. Now, if you notice, the path of the database is transferred to this variable in the init block. That is, it is initialized. So this path is the path where the database will be created in the device's file system. And the second variable is the object of the context class. So we initialize this again in the init block. The third variable is the object of the SQLite database class, and we'll soon see where this object is used. No mystery, just save it for later. Anyway, these are the definitions in this class. Let's examine the functions used right here in this class. What do you say? So we've got the first function, that's the check database function. And the function checks if the database already exists in order to avoid recopying the file each time that you open the application. What a drag. Now notice that this is a Boolean return function, right? So it returns true if the database exists, false otherwise. Let's have a look at the codes in this function. Okay, so first, an object is created from the SQLite database class. Then, in the try block, we first pass the path of the database to a variable, including the name of the database. Then we call the open database function of the SQLite database class and transfer the result to the checkDB variable. The open database function of the SQLite database class takes 3 parameters. So the first parameter is the path of the file, that is, path of the database, right? The second parameter is the cursor factory. Now again, we can leave it as null. And the last parameter is the flag. All right, so we can actually determine our purpose, why we want to open this database with this parameter. So if you call the open read-only flag, yeah, that means you can only read. Or you can open the database to read and write with the open read and write flag. Okay, now finally, if the checkDB variable is not null, it will return true, otherwise false. So, you ready to look at the second function that we created in this class? Of course you are. So this function is a function that performs the copy of our external database to the file system of the device. This copying process is done with byte stream. So let's have a look, see how this is done. So first we open the database in the asset folder as input stream, because we'll use the input stream class to create the database. Then we create the path to the database in the device's file system. After opening the database to be copied and determining where to copy it, we start the copying process with the help of the file output stream class. So it's thanks to the file output stream class we'll be able to write the data we read to the file path we specified. And we'll actually do the copying in byte arrays. So therefore, we create an object from the byte array class. And you might just guess from the context that this number here, 1024, is the size of this array. So in other words, this array can contain 1024 bytes at most. And then finally, we read and write the database with the while loop. And we do the reading with the read function of the input stream class. And this function takes a byte array as a parameter. And then we use the write function of the output stream class to write the bytes we read. And then for the efficiency of the system, we'll just need to close up all the streams. So yeah, that's pretty much how the database gets copied. If the operations here are confusing to you, that's okay. You can always check out the Kotlin I/O or Java I/O topic. Anyway, let's go ahead and look at the create database function, which is yet another function we created in this class. So this function is going to allow us to create our database using the check database and copy database functions that we've already reviewed. So notice here, though, that an if-else statement is created based on the value returned by the check database function. So the check database function returns true, that is, the database has already been created. We're not going to be doing anything. If the check database function returns false, that is, the database has not yet been created, then we call the copy database function and create the database. So yeah, apart from these three functions, we also create a function that will open the database when the application starts. And if you notice, we actually initialize the myDatabase object that we created at the beginning of the class here. Clever. Okay, so the functions that we've examined so far, these are the ones that we've created ourselves, right? We also have three override functions available to us. Of these, onCreate and onUpgrade are the functions that are abstract methods, and we must implement these whenever we inherit from SQLite Open Helper class. It's not actually mandatory to implement the close function, but we can implement the close function of the SQLite Open Helper class to close a database. That actually helps us tremendously. And we can leave the onCreate and onUpgrade functions blank because, well, we did all the operations such as copying the database, creating the database, and opening the database ourselves. You should be proud of that. But still, I want to explain it while we're here. So this onCreate function is called when the database is created for the very first time. This is where the creation of the tables and the initial population of the tables should actually occur. So here we will write the necessary SQL code to create the table in the database if it does not exist. So here I'm just typing db.exec.sql. And we will enclose the necessary SQL code to create the table in the database as a string in parentheses. And this code is create table if not exists. So now we'll write the name of our table. The name of the table we created in the database was flags. And now we will write the column names and the types in the table. First column name is flag ID. Type is integer. Name of the second column is the country name. Type is text. Name of the third column is the flag name, and that type is text. Yeah, see, so if there is no such table in the database, it will now be created. But if it does so happen to exist, like in our scenario, nothing will be done. So in our application, of course, nothing will be done because there is this table in the database, so we can move on to the onUpgrade function. So here's the function that's called when the database needs to be upgraded. Now, when we use this method to do anything else, we need like drop tables, add tables, or upgrade to a new schema version, add new columns to the table, or delete columns. Yeah, we'll use it. So here too, we can write the SQL code necessary to update the database. db.exec_sql. Drop table, if exists. Flags. All right, so the drop table command is the SQL command used to alter the table in the database. You can also call the onCreate method here, because after updating the table, it may be necessary to recreate it in its current form. Anyway, that's onCreate and onUpgrade. Now, of course, like I mentioned at the very beginning, you can leave these functions blank for this application because we've already written the necessary code for the creation, copying, and opening of our database ourselves. Okay, so these two functions are superfluous for us for now. Okay, so that is the database copy helper class. May seem a little complicated at first. Worry not. We kind of sped through it. But why don't you go ahead and go back over it one more time? I should also mention that this class is a standard class, and you can just use it directly whenever you're working with external databases. All you have to do is change the name of the database, right? So everything else is pretty much a standard procedure. Now, I also said that I'd upload these applications to GitHub. So yeah, of course I will. I did already. So go ahead and grab a copy of the class from there. Also, I'll add this file just under this lecture, so you can go ahead and download the file, include it directly in your project. But see, the point here that you got to pay attention to is this. The database name in the database copy helper class must, say it with me, match the database name we created. Right? So in this file, we will only change the name of the database with its extension. Yeah. Okay, so database copy helper class is also ready now. So why don't we just take a short break here, and when we come back, we'll create the model class and data access object class, known as the DAO class, and we will be able to write database queries. All right, I'll see you next video. Well, hello there, my friends. Previously, we imported the database we created using the SQLite browser app into our application. We added it under the assets folder, and we imported the database copy helper class. So in this video, we're ready to write necessary queries to retrieve data from our database. And we're going to be doing these queries in the data access object, or DAO class. So I know you're ready. Let's get going. Now, before we go writing any queries, I just want to create a model class of our database. So for this, you just first create a new package. Name of this package will be model. And now let's create the model class in the model package. I'll just right-click on the model package and select the new Kotlin class file options. Now, the name of the model class can be flags model. And this class will be a data class. Now, I'm going to create 3 variables as the constructor in this class. These variables will represent the columns in the database. All right, so I'm going to write out valID : int. val country name, string, and val flag name, string. Also, since this class is a data class, we can delete the curly braces. All right, so our model class is ready already. Why don't we go ahead and create a new Kotlin class to write queries, and this class will be our DAO class. So I'll create this class in the database package. Name of this class can be flags DAO. Alrighty then, I want to retrieve data from the database in a couple of different ways. So in the first situation, let's say I want to get 10 records from the database. Now, because I want to ask 10 questions to the user, right? You can always change this number according to your own application, of course, but here we go. The second situation, I need to get 3 wrong countries from the database. In other words, the country that does not match the flag shown in the image view. For options other than the correct country, that is the country with the flag shown in the image view. Yeah, you follow. So now we're going to write 2 different functions according to these 2 situations. I want to first create the first function to get those 10 records from the database. So the name of this function can be get random 10 records. Also, this function will take a parameter from the database copy helper class, and we'll use this object when we will create the object of the SQLite database class, right? So I'm just going to write helper, database copy helper. Now we're also going to keep the data that we'll retrieve from the database in an array list. So this function will return an object of array list. And the type of this list will be flags model. All right, good going. So now I'm just creating an empty array list that's going to hold the records. Val record list equals array list. And the type will be the flags model. Next, I'll create an object from the SQLite database class to make the raw query in the database. Val database SQLite database. And I'll initialize it using the helper object of the database copy helper class. So after the equals sign, I'll write helper.readableDatabase. Or you can write helper.writableDatabase, of course. With the writable database properties, we can open the database that'll be used for reading and writing. So the first time this is called, the database will be opened, and then we'll be able to do some queries. The readable database, on the other hand, will be the same object returned by writable database unless some problem, such as a full disk, requires the database to be opened as read-only. So for this, you can use the writable or readable database here. So now I want to create an object from the cursor interface to read the data line by line in the flags table. So I'll write here val cursor cursor. This cursor interface provides random read-write access to the result set returned by a database query. And we're now ready to write the necessary query after the equal sign, database.rawQuery. This rawQuery function runs the provided SQL and returns a cursor over the result set. And it takes 2 parameters. First parameter will be the query. My purpose is to retrieve 10 records from the database, so I'll write select star from flags. So the meaning of the star is everything on the table. So this query will retrieve all the records in the flags table, but I want to retrieve only 10, right? So I'll have to put a limit to this query. So I'll write limit 10. And in this way, we'll get our 10 records. But this query is not yet enough for us, because if we leave it that way, the first 10 records in the database will be retrieved every time. But what we want to retrieve is 10 random records. So I'll just add that statement just before the limit, order by random. You see, this way we can retrieve 10 random records every time. Now, if you want, we could execute this query in the database browser app straight away. Let me open it up again. From the Execute SQL tab, we'll execute SQL queries, and here I'll write, select star from flags. To execute this query, I'll click the execute icon right here. And as you can see, all the records in the flags table are listed. Now I'll show you what the limit does. So I'll write limit 10. Execute it again. There you go. This time the first 10 records are listed. So if we execute this query again and again and again, every time you're going to see it's going to list the first 10 records. So in order to get random 10 records like we want, I'll just write order by. And with this order by command, we can then sort the records in ascending or descending order according to a column. So for example, if we write the country name column here, in this case, the data will be listed alphabetically in the country name column. So let's go ahead and run the code. Yeah, so you can see the records are listed in alphabetical order of these country names, not by ID. But yeah, we want it to be random. So therefore, we need to write random instead of the country name. We'll execute the code once again. And there you have it, my friends, 10 records randomly brought in. So each time you run this code, 10 different random records are going to be listed. All right, so let's continue in Android Studio. So we got the first parameter, the raw query function is ready now. So let's write null as a second parameter. Second parameter is the selection argument. This parameter will allow us to filter while retrieving the data. And filtering in SQL queries is done with a where clause, if you weren't aware. Anyway, if you included a question mark in the where clause in the query, which will be replaced by the values from selection args, well, we're going to learn about how this parameter gets used in the second function that we're going to create later. So let's just bookmark that or shelve it or put it in the back of your mind. Okay, forget I even said it. The query is now ready, though. So I want to read the data in the flags table line by line, thanks to the cursor object. And in order to receive that read data, well, we're going to first create 3 variables containing the column information in the table. Val ID index equals cursor.getColumnIndex. And I'll write the name of the ID column in parentheses as a string. The first column was flag ID. For the second column index, I'll write val country name index equals cursor.getColumnIndex country name. For the third column index, val flag name index equals cursor.getColumnIndex flag name. All right. So now we can transfer the read data, which will indicate which column it belongs to an object that we will create from our model class. Of course, we will need to determine whether there is data to be read by the cursor, because there may not be any data in the table. So therefore, we need to create a while loop here. So in the while condition, we have to make sure that the cursor goes to the last bit of data, and that's why I'm writing cursor.moveToNext here. So it's thanks to the moveToNext function of the cursor interface, our cursor is going to go up to the last data in the table and will return true as long as there is data. Of course, when there is no more data to go to, this function will return false and the while condition will terminate. That is living in the while. Now, let's transfer the read data to an object that we will create from our model class. Val record equals flags model. And now we take the data in each column in turn. Let's get the ID first. Cursor.getInt ID index. For the country name, cursor.getString country name index. And for the flag name, cursor.getString flag name index. Now, here's where we will add this record to the record list. RecordList.addRecord. So this way, the data will be read line by line and will be added into the array list. So we can now return the record list outside of the while loop. And also, we've got to close the cursor before this line. That way, the cursor needs to be freed up after use with the close function. But that's easy enough. Anyway, friends, we've now written the necessary code to get 10 records from the database. So we're going to take a break here, and then when we come back in the next video, we're going to write a query to get 3 different countries that do not match the flag in the image view. All right. I'll see you in the next video. And guess what? We are back. All right, my friends, welcome back. So previously, in part 1, we wrote down the codes necessary to get 10 records from the database. So in this video, we're going to get 3 different countries that do not match the flag in the image view. So I know you're ready. Why don't we move on to Android Studio? So to get these 3 different countries that do not match the flag in the image view, we will use a similar SQL query here. Therefore, I'll copy and paste this function. So, of course, what I want to do is change the name of the function. Name of this function can be get random 3 records. And in this function, unlike the first one, I do need to write an integer type ID as the second parameter in parentheses. So this ID is going to belong to the correct country. Because when querying from the database, we're going to get 3 records that are different from the record with this ID. Right? Otherwise, the correct country can be printed twice in the options. So for this, we need to add a where clause to the query. So I want to change my SQL query like this. Select everything from flags where flag ID is not equal to ID. So here I am restricting the query using the where structure. And also I want to write 3 instead of 10. See, this way, except for the correct record, I'm going to get 3 wrong records from the database. See, so our query is now complete, but in the previous lesson, remember I said that we will be using the selection args parameter here. So why don't we just go ahead and change the where clause using this parameter. So I'll put a question mark instead of the ID here. And now I'll add the ID variable as an array to the second parameter of the raw query function, array of ID. Also, since it will be a string array, we'll convert the ID to a string with a toString function. Follow? So yeah, you too can write your query this way using selection arguments. Now, of course, we could test this query in the database browser application like we did previously. So here is our SQL query that lists 10 random records that we wrote in the previous lesson. Now let's add the where clause to this query. So after the table name, I'll write where flag ID is not equal to, for example, let the ID of the current record be 5, and I'll retrieve 3 records. So we'll execute this query, and as you can see, there are 3 different records listed with IDs different from the 5. So no matter how many times we run this query, 3 different records will be listed each time with IDs different from the 5. All right, so I think that makes SQL queries a little bit more understandable. So now that we've finished our DAO class, that means it's going to be time to display flags and country names to the user using these queries. So why don't we take a short break here, and we'll continue where we leave off right here next time. I'll see you then. All right, my friends, welcome back, welcome back. So previously, we've created the necessary queries to get data from the database. That means we're ready to retrieve data from the database, and as long as you're up for it, let's move on to Android Studio. Now, first of all, we're going to need to create and open the database from the countries database we added under the Assets folder as soon as the application's open. So to do this, we will use the Database Copy Helper class. We created those in the previous lessons. And I just want to do this in the fragment home, so let's go ahead and open it. Now also, I close the unnecessary tabs for now. And I'll write necessary codes in a function, and I'll call that function in the onCreate view. This will be a private function. And we'll make the name of this function be create an open database. Now I have to copy the database within the try and catch block. See, otherwise an error will occur. Android Studio always forces us to use the try and catch block in database operations because when working with databases, errors are going to be encountered. So in that case, we'll use the try and catch block so that the application does not crash. It's good fail-safe. Let's create it now. So in the try block, I create an object from the database helper class, and I'll write val helper equals database copy helper. So this class will take a context as a constructor parameter, and we can write require context or require activity as the context. Okay, so now we will create and open the database. First, I've got to create database from the assets folder using the create database function in the database helper class. That means I'll write helper.create database. After that, I'll open up the created database. So I'll write helper.open database. So as you can see, the database copy helper class makes our job a whole lot easier. All we need to do is call the relevant functions within this class. After this stage, the external database we created is now fully integrated into our application, and we can use that data there in our application. So let's handle the catch block. In parentheses, I'll write e:exception, and the scope of the catch block, I'll write e.print stack trace. Now, you can always print the error as a toast message or a log record. And then finally, I'll call this function in the onCreate view. Now, as soon as my application runs, the database will be created and opened, and the database will be ready to retrieve data. So let's write the necessary codes to open the fragment quiz when we click the Start button. Now, since we use navigation in this project, we're going to open the pages using navigation, not the intent. So to open a new page using our navigation, we're going to use the safe args, just like I mentioned before. All right, let's go ahead and use it. So first I'll create a variable named direction. After this equal sign, we will use the directions created for the page we are in. So we're in fragment home. Therefore, we will call the fragment home directions class here. This class is created automatically thanks to the Safe Args plugin, by the way. If you do not add the Safe Args plugin, you're just not going to be able to see this class. However, sometimes if you add Safe Args and it still doesn't appear here, it might be useful to rebuild your project or even restart the project. All right, so let's continue by calling the action we created from the home fragment to the quiz fragment. All right, so just like that, step one is done. Second step, we're going to now make our transition. So we'll perform the transition using the navigate function of the nav controller. Therefore, first, we will need to find the nav controller. So how are we going to be able to find the nav controller? Good question, because there are a few different ways to do this. For example, we can call it using the fragment. Since we are in a fragment, we can write this dot find nav controller here. And note that this here references the fragment. Or we can call the nav controller using a view. For example, click listener gives us an it parameter, and this is actually a view. Therefore, we could also call it using the it parameter, it dot find nav controller. Or another method would be to call the nav controller from the activity. So if you are in an activity, you can use this dot find nav controller. But if you are in a fragment and also you want to call it from an activity, this time you can call it just by typing require activity.find nav controller. Follow? So all these methods are for Kotlin, but there's also a few different ways for Java. But we don't need to go into that right now. You can always go back to the document to review a few more methods. We're not going to extend this much further, so let's just use this dot find nav controller for now. And then we'll need to call the navigate function. Navigate function takes a direction. And for this, we can give the direction we created on the line above. Yeah, it really is that easy to switch between pages using navigation. Far out, huh? All right, so let's continue. In the fragment home, we created and opened the database, but we will get the data in the fragment quiz. So let's open up fragment quiz. Questions should be loaded as soon as the quiz page is open. Therefore, I have to access the getRandom10Records method, don't I? So we created that in the flags DAO class with the onCreateView function. To access the getRandom10Records function, just have to create an object from the flags DAO class. All right, let's do it. Val DAO equals flags DAO. Now we can access the functions in the flags DAO class using the DAO object. DAO.getRandom10Records. And also this function takes an object of the database copy helper class. So in parentheses, I'll write database copy helper. And the database copy helper class takes a context as a parameter. So I'll write require activity in parentheses. Okay, so we've retrieved the random 10 records with this line, but I wonder if you remember, this function returns us a list. So we're going to have to pass this list to an array. So let's create an empty array above. Var flag list equals array list. And the type will be flags model. Then let's pass retrieved data into this array. So at the beginning of this line, I'll write flag list equals, and as soon as the quiz page is open, we will retrieve 10 records from the database and transfer the records we retrieve into an array. Now, if you want to, we could go ahead and see these records in the console first. Let's do that. And for this, I'll just create a for loop here. In parentheses, I'll write flag in flag list. Now see, the flag represents the each record in the database. So let's print it on the console. Log.d. Let the tag be flags. And the first message will be ID. So I'll write flag.id. And I'll duplicate this line 3 times. And the second message will be flag.countryname. Third message will be flag.flagname. And the last log message will be to separate the each record. So I'll put a lot of asterisks. All right, let's go ahead and run and test out our application. So it opens, and I'll open the logcat window. I'll filter the result with the tag, so I'll write tag:/flags. Click the Start button. Wow, and as you can see, the second page is open. 10 records are printed to the console. Now, if I go back to the first page, and if I click the Start button again, as you can see, this time a different set of 10 records are printed to the console. All right, so far so good, huh? What we need to do, though, is display the data we retrieved to the user in the UI. So before we get to that, let's take a short break, and we'll continue where we leave off here in the next lesson. So I'll see you in the next video. Well, hello there, my friends. Welcome back. So previously, we retrieved the records from the database. So that means in this video, we're going to print the data we retrieved onto the UI. If you're ready, let's go ahead and open Android Studio. So first here, I will need to create 4 variables to print the number of correct, empty, wrong, and questions. Var correct number equals. I will pass the value 0 to the initial values of these variables. Var wrong number equals 0. Var empty number equals 0. And lastly, var question number equals 0. Now I've got to create a function to show the data in the components. Let the name of this function be showData. And I'll call this function in the onCreate view. Now I want to write the necessary codes in the function. So first of all, I'll need to write the number of questions into the text view question component, fragment quiz binding.textViewQuestion.text. Now after the equals sign, I'll write question in double quotes. And I'll add the question number. Since the question number is 0, I will add 1 to the question number. As you can see, Android Studio gives a warning. It says, do not concatenate text displayed with set text. Use resource string with placeholders. Hey, you know what? Thanks for telling me. Let's fix this. I want to create a string with a strings.xml file. But I wonder if you remember, we've created a string named question number. We can use this string, but I want to delete this number because it will change dynamically, won't it? So let's use this string. After the equals sign, I'll write resources.getString. In parentheses, I'll write r.string.questionNumber. And I have to add the question number at the end of the string. So with this, I'll use the plus function of the string. In parentheses, I'll write question number plus 1. All right, so the question text is ready. So now what do we got to do? Transfer the data that we're retrieving from the database to a variable, respectively. So I'll create an object from my model class above. Late init var correct flag :flags model. Now I need to upload the data I retrieved from the database to this variable, respectively, in the showData function. Correct flag equals flag list square bracket question number. So when the showData function first runs, the value of the question variable is going to be 0. So the first element of the array flag list will be transferred to the correct flag variable. Then every time this method is called, that is, when the new question gets loaded, the new flag will be loaded in the correct flag variable, since the value of the question variable will increase, right? So now we'll load the flags we receive from the database to the image view flag component. You with me? And then here we have to create a dynamic structure like this. First, we obtain the flag name from the database, and then we'll find the flag with this name from the drawable folder and show it in the image view. So that means I'll need to use the setImageResource function. Very good. So fragment quiz binding.imageViewFlag.setImageResource. In parentheses, I'll write resources.getIdentifier. Now I have to write 3 parameters here. Can you guess? The first parameter is going to be the name of the flag I will load. So for this, I'll use the correct flag object. So that means as the first parameter, I'll write correctFlag.flagName. So at this point, the flag names in the database will be compared with the flag names in the drawable folder. If the flag names are different, no pictures will be uploaded. Okay? So for this reason, the flag names were added in the database must be the same as the flag names in the drawable folder. You see? You thought it wasn't going to come back to haunt you, but there it is. Okay, so our first parameter is ready. And for the second parameter, we've got to write the name of the drawable folder as a string expression. As far as the third parameter goes, we've got to write the package name of the application. So I'll write requireActivity.packageName. This way, the first flag gets loaded on the ImageViewFlag component. And now we need to get 3 wrong options from the database. So I've got to create an array above. var wrong flags equals array list flags model. Now I'll pass 3 data points into the wrong flags array in the show data function. So here I'll write wrong flags equals. Now to access the get random3 record, we'll need an object of the flags DAO class again. So I'll move this line to global scope. Now we can use this object again. And after the equal sign, I'll write DAO.getRandom3records. This function is going to take two parameters. The first parameter is an object of the database copy helper class. So in parentheses, I'll write database copy helper. And lastly, require activity as the context parameter of the database copy helper class. Good. As far as the second parameter goes, we have to pass the ID of the correct flag. So I'll write correctFlag.id. See, this way, we're going to get 3 wrong answers from the database, apart from the correct answer, of course. All right, my friends, so this is the way that we've retrieved our correct and wrong answers from the database. So now we'll need to write all of this into our options. But we're going to take a short break here. If you want to, you could always speed forward. But anyway, in the next video, we're going to create those options. So stick around. I'll see you on the other side. All right, hello, my friends. Welcome back. So previously, we've uploaded the flag we retrieved from the database to the ImageView component. We also retrieved 3 wrong records from the database. So that means in this video, we're going to continue with printing the correct and wrong country names to the options. Why don't we just go right to it? Open up Android Studio. Now, first of all, in every question, the correct and wrong options need to be replaced. And I'll do this just by using the hash set, because hash set keeps data randomly, not regularly. All right, so that means here we will use this particular feature of the hash set. And for this reason, I'll create a hash set here. Val mix options equals hash set. And its type will be flags model. Okay, so first I need to clear the mix options array using the clear function. And now I will add the correct and wrong options to the mix options array. Mixoptions.add correct flag. Mixoptions.add wrong flag square bracket 0. I'll just duplicate this line a couple of times. This will be 1, this will be 2. This way, our option containing the correct answer will change each time. However, we cannot print the data in the hash set by index number. See, this is a feature of the hash set array. So, for this reason, we'll just create another array list here to transfer the data in the hash set to the array list. Let's create that now. Val options equals array list flags model. And first, just want to clear the options array. And now I'm creating a for loop to transfer the elements of the mix options hash set into the options array list. In parentheses, I'll write each flag in mix options. In the loop, I'll write options.add each flag. Okay, so that transfers the options to the options array in a mixed form. Now I'll need to print the data to text of these options. Fragment quiz binding dot button a dot text equals option square brackets 0 dot country name. Now I'll duplicate this line 3 times. This will be button B. The index number will be 1. This will be button C, and the index number will be 2. This will be button D, and the index number will be 3. All right, so this way, correct and wrong answers get printed to the text of the options. Now, let's move on to the click listener of the button next. So when this next button gets clicked, I'll increase the value of the question number variable by 1. I'll also call the show data function here. Now, why don't we just run and test the application at this particular point so that you can see what's going on. So here the application opens. I'll click the Start button. The quiz page gets opened, and as you can see, the flag and the options are loaded successfully. Now I want to click the Next button. So as you can see, the new flag and new options have also been loaded successfully. Also, the question number is changed, and now it indicates that this question is the second question. That's good so far. Let's click the Next button again. Good, so every time I click the Next button, a new flag gets loaded into the image view, and the options change each time. Now also, note here that the correct answer option changes each time as well. All right, so far so good. Everything looks like it's working pretty smoothly. But what I do need to show the user, because we are creating something here for the user experience, well, we need to show the user whether or not the user answered correctly or incorrectly whenever the user selects any of these options. So we're going to take a short break here, and we'll continue with that in the next video. Think about it, and I'll see you on the other side. Oh, hey there. Didn't see you sitting there. So listen, in the previous video, we retrieved the data from the database and we printed all that onto the components. And in this video, when we click options, we're going to change the numbers of the correct or wrong. Now, we're also going to change the background colors of the buttons. All right, you might be a step or two ahead of me. If not, let's get started right now. So when the buttons are clicked, I want to create a function that checks whether or not the option clicked is the correct or wrong answer. Let's create it now. We'll let the name of this function be answer control. In addition, this function is going to take an object from the button class. In parentheses, I'll write button::button. Now, whenever an option is clicked, I should be able to transfer the text of that clicked button, right? So that is the country name to a variable. So I'll write val clicked option text equals button.text.toString. Now also, using the correct flag object, I want to pass the text of the correct answer to another variable. Val correct answer equals correct flag.countryname. Okay, now we have the option chosen by the user and the correct answer. That means we'll now compare these two and consider whether the answer is correct or not. We will need to do this using the if-else statement. So why don't we create it now? If the clicked option text is equal to correct answer, that means if the user's answer is correct, first I'll increase the value of the correct variable by 1. So I write correct number plus plus. Then I'll write the correct number to the text view correct. Fragment quiz binding dot text view correct dot text equals correct number dot to string. And lastly, I'll change the button's background color to green. Button.setBackgroundColor color.green. Okay, the if block is ready. Let's deal with the else block. So if the answer is wrong, I'll increase the value of the wrong variable by 1. Then I'll write the wrong number to the text view wrong. And also I will change the background color of the button to red. And I'll change the text color of the button to white. Now, in addition, I should make the background color of the correct answer option green, right? So I'll create a when statement here. The conditional expression will be the correct answer. If the correct answer is button A, I will change the background color of button A to green. So the first condition will go like this. Fragment quiz binding dot button A dot text. After the lambda expression, I'll write fragment quiz binding dot button A set background color color dot green. Now I'll duplicate this line 3 times for the other buttons. This will be button B. This will be button C. And this will be button D. All right, so after all of that, I should set the clickable property of all buttons to false in order to prevent the user from choosing another option. But I'll need to do this outside of the if-else statement. Fragment quiz binding dot button A dot is clickable equals false. I'll duplicate that 3 times. Let's change the buttons. All right, so the answer control function is now ready. So I need to call this function in the click listener of each button. As a parameter, I'll write fragment quiz binding dot button A. For this B button, the parameter will be button B. For the button C, the parameter will be button C. And for the D button, the parameter will be button D. All right, that's also done. But now, when the user goes to the next question, the properties of the buttons should return to their initial state, right? So for example, it should be clickable again, and the background colors and the text colors should change accordingly. So why don't we do that by doing this? Create a new function. And we'll call the function setButton to initial properties. So first I'll need to return button A to its initial properties. I'll write fragment quiz binding dot button A dot apply. And here I'll need to use the apply scope function because I'll change some properties of the button, and instead of writing the button itself each time, we can just shorten this with the apply scope function. Right? So everything we write within the scope will be applied to the button. Cool, huh? Yeah, okay, move on. First, I want to change its background color to white, and I'll change its text color to pink. And I will call the color pink from the resources, so I'll write resources.getColor. The get color will take 2 parameters. The first one is a color ID, so I'll write r.color.pink, and the second parameter is a theme, so I'll write requireActivity.theme. Now, lastly here, I should make the button clickable again, so I'll write isClickable equals true, and that makes our first button ready. So what I'll do is copy and paste this 3 times for the other buttons. Second button is button B, and this will be for the C button, this will be for the D button. And what we'll do is call this function in the click listener of the button next. See how that works? So everything looks ready. Let's go ahead and test her out. So the application opens. I'll click the Start button. Quiz page is opened, and the flag and the options are loaded successfully. I want to choose the correct option. All right, so as you can see, the background color of the button changes to green. The correct numbers also increased by 1. Now I want to click another option. Whoa, what's this? Did I already tell you? There is no change because the clickable feature of the buttons became false. Well, let's move on to the next question. All right, so when we clicked on the next button, the background colors of the buttons changed to the initial color. So this time I want to choose the wrong option. See what happens? Background color of the wrong option has become red. Okay. and the background color of the correct option changed to green. Also, the wrong number is increased by 1. So yeah, I'd say we've considered the case of the user answering the question by choosing any option. So this means that if the user's answer is either correct or wrong, we've done what, would be expected to happen. So I would say that so far everything is successful. However, I want to ask you a question. It's not that deep philosophically, but what's going to happen if the user doesn't even choose any options? Ooh, maybe it is deep. Anyway, let's take a short break here, and when we come back, we'll write some more code. What do you say? I'll see you then. All right, hello, my friends. So yeah, I was playing around a little bit. Previously, we wrote all the necessary codes for the correct and the wrong answers. So in this video, what happens if the user doesn't answer the question? Well, we're going to write some necessary code for that scenario. Why don't we just move on over to Android Studio and continue from there? So first, we will need to understand whether or not the user selected any option or not. We could understand this with the help of a variable. So I want to create a Boolean variable for this. var option control. I want to set the initial value of this variable to be false. So now in the answer control method, I will set the value of the option control variable to be true, because when we click on any option, the answer control function gets called. Recall? Now I want to create an if-else statement inside the click listener of the button next. So first, I want to check to see if the user accessed the last question. And if the question number is greater than 9, and if you remember, the value of the question number was 1 less than the number of questions. So for example, if the user is in the 5th question, the value of the question number will be 4. So if the question number is greater than 9, when the user clicks the next button, it means all the questions have been shown to the user and the result page should be opened. So what we'll do is open the results page using navigation, and I'll write the necessary code for this in a second or two, but what we could do is show a toast message for now to indicate the quiz is finished. So for the context parameter, we can always use the require activity. The message can be, the quiz is finished. Now, why don't we focus on the empty number variable? So here, let's first check the option control variable. If its value is false, it's going to mean the user did not answer the last question. So in this case, we'll increase the empty number value by 1. So yeah, if the user clicks on the next button after reaching the last question without giving any answer, we incremented the value of the empty number variable. Now, let's deal with that else block. Yeah, the else block will run until the user reaches the last question. So therefore, first, I'm going to need to call the show data function here, right? And then after that, I'll create an if-else statement again. If the value of the option control variable is false, well, that means that the user did not choose any option. First, I'll increase the value of the empty number variable. I'll also write its value to the text view empty component. Else, that means if the user selected an option, I'll call the set button to initial properties function. Follow? And then outside the outer if-else statement, I will change the value of the option control variable to false. All right. Now, let's go ahead and run and test the application. Okay, so here it opens, and after it opens, I'll click the Start button. There you see the quiz page, and let me just answer this question as correct. I will click the Next button. I'll answer this question wrong, and I'll click the Next button again. Okay, so this time I'm not going to answer this question, and I'll just click the Next button. Boom! There you see the empty number is increased. Now I'll answer the questions kind of quickly. Read the last question. All right, so here we are at the end. I'll answer this question too. And if I click the next button, here's where our toast message should show up. So let's click on it. And yeah, there you see the toast message. Okay, now we can write the necessary codes to open our result page instead of this toast message. So first, I'll create a direction. Val direction equals. Since we are in the fragment quiz, I'll call the fragment quiz directions. And I will call the action from the fragment quiz to fragment result. And to open the result page, this direction is all you need. But I do have to transfer the number of correct, wrong, and empty to the result page. So we're going to have to add some arguments to this direction, right? If we put a dot, we can see the arguments we added while creating the navigation graph. I don't know if you recall, but we were talking about in the navigation graph that we would be transferring 3 different data from the quiz page to the result page. The names of these arguments were correct, wrong, and empty. Maybe it's coming back. But let's say if we were to transfer only one set of data, for example, let's say that we would only send the correct number to the result page. Then yeah, it'd be sufficient to write the setCorrect function. We could also write the correct number variable in parentheses, but we're going to be sending 3 different data points at the same time. So, therefore, my friends, I want to use the apply scope function here again. After the action fragment quiz to fragment result, I will call the apply scope function. So, in this scope, I write setCorrect correct number. Or we can use the property access syntax instead of the setCorrect function. Okay, so now let's add the wrong and empty number as well. All right, so that makes our direction ready. Now we can open the result page using the navigation function of the nav controller. So here I'll write this .find nav controller.navigate, and I'll write the direction variable as the parameter. Okay, so we wrote the necessary codes to open the result page and transfer the data to that result page. And actually, yeah, it's pretty okay. But if you remember, when we created the navigation graph, we did not create an action from the result page to the home page because I remember that I said I would do this by removing the pages from the backstack. The backstack. So therefore, when opening the result page, we must prevent the quiz page from being added to the stack. That is, we've got to remove it from the backstack. So now it's time. I'll also call the nav controller's pop backstack function in here. Yeah, the pop backstack function. It's going to take 2 parameters. The first one is destination ID, so I'll write r.id.fragmentResult. This ID is coming from the navigation graph. The second parameter is the Boolean inclusive parameter. Now, if we want to remove the destination page from the backstack, we should write true. If not, we should write false. Since we want to open the result page, yeah, this parameter will be false. Now, we could also combine these 2 lines with the apply scope function here again. And in parentheses, first I'll write navigate direction, and second I'll write pop backstack. So let's run that and see what it looks like. Here our application opens. I'll click Start, and I'll answer the first question. Background color is changed to green. Correct number is also increased. Let's move on to the next question. I'll answer this one as wrong. The number of wrong increased by 1. background color becomes red, and the correct option's green now. So let's move on to the next question. I don't want to answer this question, so I'm going to move on to the next one. So as you can see, the number of empty also increases. Good. So I'll answer the questions pretty quickly now. Now, on the last question, the value of the variable question is 9. Clicking the next button once again, the value of the question variable will be 10, and the result activity will be open. So let's go ahead and click. As you can see, here's our result page. All right. Well, as you can see, my friends, that's looking pretty smooth. Why don't we take a short break here, though, and then in the next video, we're going to take the numbers of correct, wrong, and empty in the result page, and then show them on a bar chart, okay? So I'll see you in the next video. Well, hello there, my friends. So previously, we sent the correct, empty, and wrong answers to the result page. So in this video, we'll need to grab that data that we sent the result page. We will also print this data on the chart. If you're ready, let's begin. All right, my friends, let's open up the fragment result. Okay, so first of all, we got to get that data, and we'll get the data that we sent using the arguments and the bundle. So I'll create an object named args. After the equal sign, I'll call arguments. Since the arguments can be null, I will use the let keyword. And inside the scope, I'll call the fragment result args. So this class is also automatically created thanks to the SafeArgs plugin, BTW. And I'll call the fromBundle function of this class. This function takes a bundle object as a parameter, so I'll write this it keyword. All right, so the argument's ready. Now we can get the data using this args object. And since the args can also be null, I will use the let keyword here. Now in the scope, we can get the data using the it keyword, right? So for the correct number, I'll write it.correct. But we have to assign these values to variables. So I'll create variables for each of these data above. Var correct number equals 0. The initial value can be 0. I'll duplicate this line 2 times. This will be empty number. And this one will be wrong number. So we'll assign the necessary values to these variables. At the beginning of this line, I'll write correct number equals. Now let's get the empty number. Empty number equals it.empty. And for the wrong numbers, I'll write wrong number equals it.wrong. See, this is how we get that data. Now, it's time to show all of this on our chart. In order to do this, we've got to make a few definitions. So for individual data, that is, for each bar, I'll need to create an array list. And we'll let the name of the first list be bar entries array list correct. After the equal sign, I'll create an empty array list. And the type of this array list will be bar entry. And this class comes from the chart library that we added. Now I'll duplicate this line a couple of times for the empty and wrong data. The name of the second can be bar entries array list empty. And the name of the third can be bar entries array list wrong. Now I'll add the data to these arrays. Bar entries array list correct dot add. And the data we need to add must be of the bar entry type. That's why I call the bar entry class in parentheses. Okay, so the bar entry class has 2 constructor parameters. The first parameter is the position in which the data will be displayed on the chart. So I want to show the correct numbers in the first bar. That's why I'll write 0 here. Now also, since this parameter is of the float type, I'll add the letter F as a suffix. The second parameter is the data to be displayed, so I'll write correct number here. Of course, since this parameter is of the float type, we must convert our variables to float. Let's do this now. And the initial values will be 0f. Now let's take the data as float. And I'll add the toFloat function at the end of each line. Yeah, so now the data we have is of the float type, so the data for the first bar is ready. Now we can do the same for the second bar, so I'll just duplicate this line. And I want to show the empty numbers on the second bar, so I'll just change the name of this, be bar entries array list empty. And the first parameter of the bar entry class will be 1f. The second parameter will be empty number. So this second bar is also ready. Let's just duplicate this line for the third bar. And the name of this will be bar entries array list wrong. First parameter of the bar entry class will be 2f. And the second parameter will be wrong number. Okay, now our first step is done. We'll need to create the data set for each of these. Val bar data set correct equals. Then after the equal sign, I'll call the bar data set class. The bar data set has two constructor parameters. The first is a bar entry type list. So I'll write bar entries array list correct as the first parameter. The second parameter is a label, and of course this label will be shown under the chart. That way we'll know which bar represents what. So I'll write correct number as a string expression for the label of the correct bar. Now I'll duplicate this line a couple of times. The name of the second will be bar dataset empty. The first parameter will be bar entries array list empty. The label can be empty number. And the last variable will be bar dataset wrong. The first parameter will be bar entries array list wrong. And the label will be wrong number. Okay, so there's our second step ready. Now we've got to create bar data to add these data to the chart. Val bar data equals bar data. And as the parameters, I want to write the bar dataset objects respectively. And now we can add this bar data to the chart. So I'll write fragment result binding dot result chart. I wonder, do you remember? We gave this ID to the bar chart component in the XML side of the fragment result. And lastly, dot data. After the equal sign, I'll write bar data. All right, so the data is going to be added to the chart now, but we'll also specify some properties for the bars. So for example, we can specify the colors. So let's just do that now. We'll just use the bar dataset variables, and first I'll deal with the correct bar. I'll use the apply scope function. In the scope, I'll write color equals, let the color of the correct bar be green. And additionally, the value of the bar will be written on each bar. So for example, if the number of the correct answer is 6, we'll see the number 6 on the correct bar, but its size is small by default. So I'm going to increase the size of this as well. So I want to write value text size equals, after the equal sign, I'll write 24F. Okay, so we can also specify the color of this value. So we can use the set value text colors. This takes an array for the parameter, so I'll write array list of in parentheses, and the color can be black. All right, so the first bar is ready. Let's apply these properties to the second bar. So I just want to copy this block, paste it in. The color of the second bar can be blue, as we change a few things. The other two properties, hey, you know what? Let's leave them as is. So we can apply this to the third bar as well. The bar color, let's say it'll be red. Okay, let's leave those unchanged, and that makes us all ready. Why don't we run it and test it? So here we go. The application opens. I'll click the Start button. I want to quickly get through some of these questions. All right, so I'm at the last question, and I'll also answer this one. Okay, so I've got 5 correct answers, 3 wrong answers, 2 empty answers. When I click the next button one more time, the result page should be opened, and these results should be shown on the chart. Are you ready? Let's go ahead and click. Hey, there it is. The result page gets opened, and the data gets shown on the chart. What do you know? Excellent, excellent work, my friends. So now we've got to write some necessary code for the new quiz and exit buttons. Because, how long do we want to dwell on our glory? Let's either do something new or exit out. So let's deal with the exit button first. So let's say when the user clicks the exit button, I'll want to close the app. And maybe we can take this action in a couple of different ways, but I really do think the easiest way of closing this up is the main activity. Since our pages run on the activity, if we remove the activity from the activity backstack, the application is going to close. If you remember, we could remove an activity from the backstack just by calling the finish function. But since we are in the fragment, I want to call it using the require activity. So in the click listener of the exit button, I'll write require activity.finish. This way, when we click the exit button, the activity will be closed. However, for the future, I want to make a note here that if you do happen to have more than one activity, you could always call the finish affinity function. But let's leave it the way it is for now, and we'll deal with the new quiz button. When the user clicks the new quiz button, I want to close the results page, and I want to open the home page. And to do that, just use the action from the result page to the home page. See, there's no problem there. But instead of the action, I will remove the result page from the fragment backstack. All right, let's do that now. First, I'll call the pop backstack function of the nav controller, and I'll write this .find nav controller .pop backstack. The first parameter will be destination, so I'll write r.id.fragment home. The second parameter is the Boolean inclusive parameter, so I don't want to remove the home page from the backstack, right? So I'll write false. All right, so now we can run and test the application. So I'll open up the app, click Start, and get through a few of these answers. All right, so here I have 6 correct, 1 empty, 3 wrong. Click the next button one more time. Here's the result page and the results. I could have done better. Anyway, I'll just click the new quiz button. There we go. I can start again. Let's go ahead and take a new quiz to test the exit button. I'll just jam through the questions quickly. And again, I'll click the next button to open the result page. And here we've got that. So I'll click the exit button this time. There you go. All closed up without error. So far, so good, huh? So my friends, there we go. We've now, I'd say, finished our application. Of course, you can go ahead and modify things, make it better. Thanks to the information, though, that you learned all within by building this application, you can use a ready-made database or create the database yourself, add it into your application. We actually used 20 flags in this application, but you can include the flags of all countries, right? So you can also add different categories. But we're going to wrap it up here, and I'll see you in the next project. Yes, there's always more to do. All right, see you next time. All right, hello there, my friends. Welcome back. So, got something else for you here. In this section, we're going to learn how to make games using our basic knowledge of Kotlin and Android. The name of this game is going to be the balloon popping game. Yeah, I know, but, it's direct and to the point. Okay, I just want to show you quickly the finished version of the game. And first of all, you'll see that there's a countdown timer to start the game. After the countdown's over, the balloon will constantly move on the screen, and we just try to pop the balloon. Now, just above here, there's going to be a text view showing the duration of the game. And down here at the bottom, a text view will show the increasing score each time you pop the balloon. In addition to all that, when the balloon pops, there's going to be a sound of the popping and a visual showing that the balloon's popped. And check this out. We'll be able to turn off or on the popping sound of the balloon with the volume button in the menu. And after the game's over, the result activity is going to open up. And the result activity, of course, will include a text view that tells user, hey, what is your score? Good job, and all that. We'll also be able to see the score and the highest score. And if you want to play it again or quit the game, we're going to use these buttons here. All right, my friends. So that is basically the game. And we'll take a short break if you want to. Otherwise, we'll get started in the next video. We're going to have some fun making this one, so I'll see you next time. All right, my friends, hello and welcome back. Previously, there's a brief introduction to our game, and in this video, we're going to start to design the game. Now, the game is going to consist of two activities, right? So the first is the game activity. The second is the result activity. And first up, we'll design the game activity. In the game activity, there's going to be 3 text views, 1 grid layout. The duration of the game is going to take place in the text view component above. And we got a countdown timer in the text view component in the center. And at the bottom, our score is going to show in the text view component. We'll also place balloons in the grid layout. But here I do want to talk a little bit about the logic of the game, because there will be exactly 9 balloons on screen, not 1. But the balloons, of course, are not all going to be visible, right? So during the whatever time we determine, only 1 balloon will appear, and which balloon will appear will be randomly determined. So therefore, we're going to use 9 balloons while designing, right? If you want to. Why don't we get started opening up Android Studio, and we'll continue. So first off, I'm going to create a new project. Template's going to be empty views activity. All right, so on this page, we're going to configure our project. We'll make the name of the project Balloon Popping Game. Now, I'm not going to change the package name and the file path of project. Programming language, of course, is Kotlin. Minimum SDK can be the API 24. Build configuration language, Kotlin DSL. And finally, just create the project by clicking the Finish button. And we'll give it a moment to do all of that work. All right, my friends, our project has now been created, and what we're going to do first is open the activity main.xml file, and I'm going to delete the text view component in the design area. I'm going to choose the Show System UI option to show the status bar and navigation bar. All right, so the design area is going to look like a real phone screen, obviously, yes? So we can close the project directory for now, and let's begin our design. So I do want to show you both the XML part and the design part of the app. So for this, I just want to click the split tab. And I'll create the body section for the main layout to add the components. First, I'll add the material toolbar. And for this, I'll add the app bar layout. The width of this will be match parent. Its height can be wrap content. All right, so it's time to give it an ID. The ID can be app bar layout, right? Also, I want to give a background color to this layout. So the background color is going to be the primary color. Okay, now I want to close the tag of the app bar layout. In the body of the app bar layout, I want to add the material toolbar. The width will be match parent. The height will be default action bar size. Now let's give it ID. Let the ID be toolbar. All right. I do want to add a title to the toolbar, and for this, I'll use the title property. Title can be balloon popping. I want to change the title text color, and its color is going to be color on primary. Now, since the main layout is the constraint layout, I do have to specify the constraints of the app bar layout, right? So I'm going to pin it to the start, top, and end of the parent. The margin values will be 0. All right, so the toolbar is ready. Let's now add the other components. All right, so first up, I want to add a text view. Its width and height will be wrap content. The ID can be text view remaining time. Text can be remaining time. Text size be 20 SP. And I'll also make the text color black. So now I want to copy this text view component and paste it 2 times. And we'll change the properties. So I'll change the ID of the second text view component to text view timer. Text can be 5 for now. And I'll increase its size too. So let's make the size 100 SP. All right, let's jump to the third text view. Its ID is going to be text view score. Its text can be score. Okay, now we've got to specify constraints. Okay, I'll select the 3 text view components and center them horizontally. And now I want to give the vertical constraints. I'll pin the top of the first text view to the bottom of the app bar layout and let the margin top value be 30 dp. Now I'll pin the bottom of the third text view to the bottom of the parent. And I'm setting the margin bottom value of the third text view component to 30 dp. Now I can center the second text view between the first and the third text view components. Okay, now the text views are ready. I'll add a grid layout to the design area, so I'll move on to the XML part. And I'll make the width and height of the wrap content. I'll determine its ID. The ID can be grid layout. Now also I want to specify the row and column count of the grid layout. So there's going to be 3 rows and 3 columns. Row count and column count values will be 3. All right, so I want to specify its constraint values. Since I want to center it horizontally and vertically, I can get the constraint values from the text view timer component, right? All right. Okay, so now the grid layout's ready. So now I'll just add 9 image views to the grid layout. And I'm creating the first image view component. So the width and the height of the image view component can be 120 dp. Its ID will be balloon 1. All right, now I'll show the balloon on this image view. So first I have to add the balloon image to the drawable folder. And I'll use these 2 images in the project, so I want to copy them. And I'll paste them into the drawable folder. Let's show the balloon image on the image view. I'm going to use app src compat. So this is a property to show an image in the image view. Also, I should specify the position of this image in the grid layout. So in the grid layout component, the first line represents the 0th line, and the second line represents the first line. Yes. Also, the first column represents the 0th column. The second column represents the first column. You remember. Of course, this way, the number of rows and columns is gradually increasing. Therefore, the first balloon must be at the 0 to 0 point of the grid layout component. So for this, I'll make the values of layout row and layout column 0. Good. So the first image view component's ready. I will now copy this image view component and paste it 8 times for the other balloons. All right, the copy-paste operation is done. Now, I'll change the ID, row, and column values of the image view components, respectively. The ID of the second image view will be balloon 2, the layout row will be 0, and the layout column will be 1. And as you can see, the second balloon appears. So in this way, I'll make the necessary changes in the other balloons. The ID of the third image will be balloon 3, its row will be 0, its column will be 2. ID of the fourth image will be balloon 4. Row will be 1 this time, and its column will be 0. The ID of the fifth image will be balloon 5, and its row and column will be 1. The ID of the sixth image will be balloon 6. Its row will be 1 again, and its column will be 2 this time. And for the last row, the ID of this image will be balloon 7. The row will be 2, and the column will be 0. The ID of the eighth image will be balloon 8. Its row will be 2, and its column will be 1. For the last image, the ID will be balloon 9, and its row and column will both be 2. All right? Now we've got our design ready. Now, finally, I want to make the visibility property of the grid layout component and the 2 text view components invisible, because at the beginning, right, only the countdown timer ought to be seen. Okay, good. So, my friends, that's briefly and quickly the design of the game activity. I want to design the view binding, so I'll open up the app's build.gradle file from the project directory. All right, so inside the scope of Android, I will open a new scope named Build Features. So here I'm going to write view binding equals true. Also, let's check the SDK level. And yeah, let's change it to 34. Okay, so we can synchronize our project now. And once that's done, we can bind the activity main.xml file with the main activity. So I'm going to create a variable from the activity main binding. And I'll initialize this variable just above the set content view. And finally, I'll write main binding.root in the set content view. Okay, my friends, that way we have now defined the view binding for the main activity. You know what? Why don't we take a short break here, and when we come back in the next video, we're going to design our second activity, all right? See you on the other side. All right. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. So previously, we finished the design of the game activity. In this video, we're going to design our result activity. Now, in the result activity, there's going to be 3 text views and 2 buttons. So why don't we just get started with Android Studio? First up, I'll create a new activity, and for this, I'll hover over the package name on the project directory, right-click, and I'll choose New Activity, Empty Views Activity. I'll change the name of the activity to Result Activity, and finishing it off with a Finish button to create this activity. All right, give it some time. And now that the result activity is created, we can go ahead and design it. I want to open up the activity result.xml file. And I will close the project directory. Now I'll add a text view component to the design area. Now we got to change some properties of this text view. Its ID will be text view info. Its width will be match parent. And its height will be wrap content. Now also I want to pin it to the start, top, and end of the parent. Margin start and end values will be 50 dp. Margin top value will be 100 dp. Let's change the text size. Text size can be 30 sp. And I'll change the text color to red. Now, if you want to, you can always create a new color for this in the colors.xml file, but I'll just choose a ready color from the system. And also, I can make the text alignment property center. Okay, so we got our first text view ready. Now I'll add a couple more text view components to the design area. And I'll change some common properties of these text views. So I need to select them, and their width and their height should be wrap content. And I'll change the text size to 30 sp. I'll also make the text color black. And now I'll specify their IDs and texts. I'll change the ID of the first text view to text view my score. And I will change its text to your score. And I can change the ID and the text of the other text view. Its ID is going to be text view highest score. The text will be highest score. And last up, I want to center the text view horizontally. Okay, so now we've got our text views ready. I will add a couple of buttons. And I want to choose these two buttons and change the common properties. The width will be match parent. The height will be wrap content. Also, I can center them horizontally. The margin start and the margin end values can be 16 sp. And I want to increase the text size a little bit. Text size can be 30 sp. Yeah. And lastly, I will decrease the corner radius a bit. Corner radius property can just be 10 dp. And I'll specify the IDs now. The ID of the first button will be button play again. And its text will be play again. ID of the second button will be button quit. And its text will be quit game. Good, so now I can specify the vertical constraints of these buttons. The margin bottom value of the second button will be 50 dp. The margin bottom value of the first button can be 8 dp. Oh, and one more thing. I want to select both text view components and center them vertically. All right, so there we go, my friends. The design of the result page is also complete. So now let's just bind this layout with a result activity using the view binding. So here we just create a variable from the activity result binding. And above the set content view, I will initialize it. And then I'll just pass the result binding.root to the set content view function. All right, my friends, there we go. The design of the application is ready. Why don't we take a quick break? And when we come back in the next video, I want to determine the duration of the game using our countdown timer. All right? See you next video. All right. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. So check it out. In the previous lesson, we finished the design of the application. Looks pretty good. So in this video, we're going to create a timer using the countdown timer class. This way, you can learn how to use the countdown timer class within our app. And first off, I do want to tell you a couple of things about this countdown timer class. So it's a class where we determine the amount of time we set and the time to decrease going backwards, and what needs to be done when the time is up. So for example, we want the game screen to open after 5 seconds when the application is first launched. We also want the game to end after 30 seconds and the result activity to open. All right, so in this game and similar things that you're going to create, we're going to use our countdown timer class. So why don't we just get to it with Android Studio? I want to open the main activity. In the onCreate function, I'll write countdown timer. Now, as you can see, it is an abstract class, so we cannot create an instance of the abstract class directly, right? For this, we can use the object keyword. So I'll write object : countdown timer. Now I have to write 2 parameters in parentheses. First is the total time, and the second is how much time the total time will decrease. Also, times will be in milliseconds, right? So I'll write 5,000 for the first parameter and 1,000 for the second parameter. And now I can create the scope of this class. What? A warning already? Okay, so Android Studio is great this way. The reason for this is to use the countdown timer class, we have to implement 2 methods. So, easy enough. For this, I want to click Implement Members option from the Quick Fix dialog. And as you can see, 2 functions are now implemented. First function is the onTick function, and in this function, we will determine what needs to be done as time decreases. And the second function is the onFinish function. Guess what? In this function, we'll get to determine what needs to be done when the time is up. Also, in order for these methods to both work, we need to write .start outside the parentheses. All right, now we can write the necessary code for the onTick function. Now, since I want the time to appear on the screen, I have to print the remaining time to the screen. So in other words, the TextViewTimer component within the onTick method. Yes. So for this, I'll write main binding .textViewTimer.text. The variable millis until finished is given to us here, and this represents the decreasing time. Therefore, after the equal sign, I'll write millis until finished. Now also, this variable is in milliseconds like we were talking about, so I'll divide this variable by 1,000 so that the time is displayed in seconds. And finally, since this variable is of the type long, I've got to convert it to the string type just by using the toString function. All right, so with all that, the onTick function's ready. Now we do have to specify what happens when the time is over in the onFinish function. So when our time is up, first I'll make the TextViewTimer component invisible. And for this, I'll write main binding.textViewTimer.visibility. I'll write view.invisible after the equal sign. And here, I'll need to write the codes related to our game. We're going to do this later, though. I'll just only make the components visible for now. And we'll now make the text view remaining time visible. Main binding dot text view remaining dot visibility equals view dot visible. Now I'll duplicate this line a couple of times. Second component will be the text view score. And the third component will be the grid layout. Also, I want the game to start when the time is up, right? So therefore, I will use a new countdown timer class here. I'll write here object : countdown timer. I'll specify the total duration as 30,000 milliseconds for the game. Of course, you can always change that according to your own preferences. But believe me, 30 seconds is a lot for a balloon popping game. Anyway, the second parameter is going to be 1,000 again. Now I'm going to override the necessary functions. And I'll also write .start at the end of the scope. And here is where I write the necessary codes for the onTick function. And here's where we're going to print the remaining time to the screen, right? So I need to write main binding.textView remaining time.text equals double quotes remaining time. And I'll need to put a $sign to write the remaining time in the string expression. Now in curly braces, I'll write millis until finish /1000. All right, that looks good. So the onTick function is now ready. Let's jump ahead to the onFinish function. So when our timer's over, I want the result activity to open, and for this reason, I've got to open the result activity using intent. Now I have to write two parameters in parentheses. The first is the activity that we're in, that is, this at main activity. The second is the activity we want to open, which is the result activity, : class.java. And lastly, I want to start the intent with a start activity function. All right, so why don't we just go ahead and run the application, test it out. So here the application opens, and as you can see, the time decreases from 5 backwards in 1 second intervals, and after the 5 seconds, the game activity is opened. The second countdown timer appears, and it starts. The timer is also counting down from 30. And then, of course, after 30 seconds, the result page should open. And speed it up a bit. 3, 2, 1, 0, and as you can see, there's our result page. Okay, good. So everything's working fine. And my friends, we're going to take a short break. And when we come back in the next video, when we click on the balloons, well, we're going to need to write the codes that will increase the score. All right, see you next time. Well, hello, my friends. Welcome back. Now, previously, we've used the countdown timer class to set the duration of the game. And when the time is up, we enable the result activity to be open. So in this video, when the user clicks on any of the balloons, we need to increase the score. So why don't we do that right now? If you move on over to Android Studio, we'll need to add a click listener to all image view components. But since we're talking about 9 image views and I do want the same result, that is the score to increase whenever clicking any image view component, I'm not going to add the onClickListener method to all the buttons. Instead, I want to create a method that increases the score, and I'll add that method to all the image view components in the XML file. So why don't we create a new function for this? And we'll let the name of this function be increase score by 1. Now also I'll create an object from the view class as a parameter to represent each image view component. The view object here represents each component, yeah? So now I'll define this function in the XML file. Let's open up the activity main.xml file. In the tags of the first image view component, I'll add the onClick property, and I will call the increase score function that I just created. Now I'll add this property to the other image views, so I'll just copy and paste into the tags of the other image view components. Boom, 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 just like that. And so now, my friends, whenever any balloon is clicked, this method will be called. Doing it like this is going to make our job a little bit easier, and we keep our code a little simpler. But now moving on, let's just create an integer type variable to pass that score. And we'll continue from the main activity. Var score equals 0. The initial value will be 0. Now, in the increase score by 1 function, I will increase the value of the score variable. So here I'll write score plus plus. And lastly here, I've got to print the score to the screen. Main binding.textViewScore.text equals double quote score. And then after the $sign, I'll write the score variable. So let's run that application and test it out. So here we go. We got it open. And when 5 seconds is up, the game page opens. I'll click on any balloon. There you go. So our score is 1. I'll click on another. Score is 2. Right. So no matter which balloon I'm going to click on, the score will increase. So that's good. All right. So now waiting for the timer to be up. And when the time's up, the result activity opens. All right. So my friends, it's working as expected. We'll take a short break here. When we come back, we're going to move the balloons. Yeah, we're going to be using the runnable and handler classes. So stick around. I'll see you in the next video. All right. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. I'm excited you're here because we're going to be having some fun now. So previously, we added the click listener to the image views, and when the balloons were clicked, the score increases. We get it printed on the screen. Awesome. But in this video, we're going to make our balloons move by using the runnable and handler classes. And of course, just to make things a little extra challenging, what we got to do is make all the balloons invisible and make any balloon visible within a certain period of time. See, therefore, we're going to be using the runnable and handler classes together. The run function here will be repeated continuously within the time that we set it up for. So, for example, if we specify 2 seconds as the time, the run function will run every 2 seconds, right? So at the beginning of the game, all the balloons will be invisible, and only the randomly determined balloon will be seen. Now, let's move on over to Android Studio and do some coding. First of all, I want to create a new function in which we will control our balloons. We'll let the name of this function be balloon control. Now I want to call this function inside the onFinish function of the first countdown timer class. I'll also cut the codes here and paste them into the balloon control function. Now I'll create an object from each of the runnable and handler classes above. Late init var handler :handler. Late init var runnable :runnable. Now, I want to initialize these runnable and handler objects in the balloon control function. Handler equals handler. And for the constructor parameter, I'll write looper.getMainLooper. In the next line, I'll write runnable equals runnable. Now, since the runnable is an interface, we have to use the object keyword to create an object from this interface. And now I can override the run function. Now also, if you want, we could convert this syntax to the lambda expression. And now we'll be writing the necessary codes here. So first, I'll transfer all the balloons into an array. And for this, I'll create an array of image view type above and late init var balloons array :array. The type of this array will be image view. Now, in the onCreate function, I will initialize this array just by passing all the balloons into the array. Balloons array equals array of. The first element will be main_binding.balloon1. Now I can duplicate this line for the other elements. Now I'll change the balloon's name. And just like that, we've transferred the balloons into the array. Now in the scope of the runnable, I will make all the balloons invisible by creating a for loop for balloon in balloons array. Balloon.visibility equals view.invisible. Now, because of this loop, all the balloons in the array will be invisible, respectively. Also, I have to make the grid layout component visible after the for loop, right? Otherwise, when the game activity is opened, all the balloons will appear. This is also an undesirable situation, if you know what I mean. So, I just want to cut this line of code and paste it under the for loop. Now, I have to make only one balloon visible randomly. So, we'll need to use the random class. And I'm creating an object from the random class. Val I equals random. I'll use the abstract random class in our Kotlin random package. And I'll use the next int function to generate a random number. And for the upper bound, I'll write the size of the balloon array in parentheses, because the index number of the elements in the array starts from 0, right? So since we have 9 balloons, the index number of the first balloon in the array, of course, will be 0. And the index number of the last balloon will be 8. So a random number up to 8 will be generated. 9's not going to be produced, and that's why we write the size of the array in parentheses. Thanks for listening, my friends. Lastly, here we will make a balloon with the index number which is equal to the randomly generated number visible. So that's why I write balloons array square brackets I dot visibility equals view dot visible. Now, let me just summarize a little bit of what we just did. So assuming the game page is open, at the beginning, all the balloons are invisible, right? Then a random number is going to be generated. Now, of course, this number produced will not be greater than 8 because the upper bound value of the next int method is 9. So, for example, the number 5 was generated randomly, and in this case, only the 6th element of the array will be visible. Okay, good. So now we've got to run this code in a certain period of time using the handler object. So for this, we use the handler.postDelayed function. And we'll write 2 parameters in parentheses. The first is the runnable object. The second is how long it takes to repeat the run method. For now, I'm just writing 2,000 milliseconds. And lastly, I'll write handler.post outside the scope of the runnable. And I'll also write the runnable object in parentheses. So now let's just run the application and see how it looks. So here the application opens, and after 5 seconds, the balloon should move on the screen. Well, check it out. Yeah, the balloons are moving, and yeah, it looks like the balloons move every 2 seconds. That's pretty cool, huh? So why don't we just try to click on a balloon? Okay, so every time I click on a balloon, my score increases. Good, my friends. We're making some progress here, but we're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we're going to add a popping sound because, well, pops are fun. And also create some pictures that show the balloons have popped, all right, when the balloons are clicked. So all that and more next time. I'll see you then. All right, hello, my friends. So Previously, we moved all our balloons round and round using the runnable and handler classes. So that means it's time to add the balloon popping sound using the media player class. Also, we'll be changing the image of the clicked balloon. Why don't we get ready and start? Okay, so in order to add any sound file to the project, we will need to create a new folder under the resource folder. For this, I'll right-click on the resource folder, select Android Resource Directory for my option. I'll choose the raw file from the resource type, and I'll click the OK button. Now we'll add the necessary sound files into this folder. So I'll copy the audio file that I created earlier and paste it into this folder. Now I want to create an object from the media player class to play this audio. Late init var media player : media player. And I'll initialize this object in the onCreate function. Media player equals media player.create. Now this create function is going to take two parameters. The first one is the context. So I'll write this for the first parameter. The second is the path of the media file. So I'll write r.raw.balloonSound. Now, in the increase score by 1 function, that's where I got to play the audio file. But you know what? I must check to see if the audio file is playing using the if statement. If the audio file is playing, I will rewind the audio file. I will use the media player.seek2 function for this. Follow? So I'll write 0 in parentheses. And just below that, I'll write media player.start. Else, if the audio file is not playing, I will write the media player.start function. See, this way, if the user clicks on the balloon while the audio file is playing, the audio file will just go back to the beginning and play again. Now, let's change the background image when the balloon gets popped. In order to change the background image, though, we will need to find out which balloon was clicked, right? So we can use the view.id property for this, because the ID of each balloon is different. Therefore, we will use the when statement here. The control statement will be view.id. Now let's create the conditions. If the ID of the clicked balloon equals the ID of the first balloon, I will change the background of the first balloon. So after the lambda expression, I'll write mainBinding.balloon1.setImageResource. r.drawable.boom. All right, so now we've got our first one ready for the other balloons. I'll just duplicate this 8 times. Now I got to change the name of the balloons. And then another thing I got to do here is restore the backgrounds of the balloons in the for loop in the runnable. So here I'll write balloon.setImageResource r.drawable.balloon. All right, now let's run it and we can see what it looks like. The application gets opened and let me click on the balloons. All right, so we get an explosion sound. Background image changes. All right, my friends, there we go. Down and dirty, quick and easy, but it looks pretty good. So in the next video, when we come back, we're going to create a menu icon to turn the sound of the audio file on and off. All right, stick around. I'll see you then. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. I hope you're having as much fun as I am. Now, in the previous video, using the media player class, we added a popping sound to the balloons. So in this video, we're going to create a menu icon And we'll be able to turn on and off the popping sound of the balloons with the volume icon, right? So why don't we just move on over to our Android Studio. Now, first, we're going to need to create an XML file for the menu. And in order to do this, we need to create a menu folder under the resource folder. So just right-click on the resource folder and choose the option New Android Resource Directory. So from the resource type section, just use the option called Menu, and I'll click on the OK button. So what you're looking at, the menu folder has now been created, but I've got to create a new XML file in the menu folder. So I need to right-click on the menu folder, and I'll choose the New Menu Resource File option. From the File Name section, I'll determine the name of the file. So we'll let the name of this file be Menu again. I'll create this file just by clicking the OK button. Now I'll add our menu item. So I need to specify some properties of this menu item. The ID of the item can be volume. Its title can be mute. Now for the icon, I'll create an icon from the vector asset. So I'll just right-click on the drawable folder and select the New Vector Asset option. And click Clip Art. First, I'll choose the volume up icon. So this name can be, volume up. Click the next button and finish button. All right, so that's our first icon ready. Now we got to create a second icon, which is our volume off. So we'll let the name of this icon be volume off. Now I need to create this icon just by clicking the next and finish buttons. Now, you know what? Let me change the colors of this. So I'll open up the volume up icon and I'll change its color to color on primary. All right, now let's change the color of the volume off icon. Good, good, good. We can now add the icon to the menu. So I'll choose the volume up icon. And now I'll choose the Always option from the Show as Action. So the volume up button will always appear in the menu, right? All right, my friends, that is how you design the menu file. I want to add this menu to the Material toolbar. So that means I need to open up the activity main.xml file. I'll use the menu property. I'll choose the menu file. And now I can add a click listener to this icon. So I need to open the main activity. And in the onCreate function, I'll write main-binding.toolbar. I wonder if you remember the ID of the Material toolbar was just toolbar. And that's why I like to keep it simple. So I will add set on menu item click listener. And I'm going to use an if statement here. So I write it.item ID in parentheses, right? Because the it object here represents each item in the menu. If the clicked item's ID is volume, well, we understand that the volume up icon's been clicked, yeah? Good. Also, we do have to check to see whether the sound is turned on or not using an if statement and a Boolean type variable. So if the sound is open, we must turn it off. If the sound is off, we've got to turn it on. Okay, so I'll need to create this Boolean type variable above, var status equals, I'll make the initial value of the variable false. So in this case, the value of the status variable was false when the sound was turned on. Now I can do the necessary coding. If the status variable is not true, is false, that is, the sound is on, I must turn off the sound. So for this, I'll need to use the mediaPlayer.setVolume function. And here we'll write a couple of parameters in parentheses. These parameters are the parameters in which we specify the level of the sound. So when we set both parameters to be 0, the sound will be completely turned off, yeah? Yeah. Also, these parameters will be of the float type. So when the sound is turned off, the icon in the menu should also change. So for this, I'll just use the item.setIcon function, and I can write the path of the volume off icon in parentheses. And then I will set the status variable to true. All right, so now our if block is ready. We can deal with the else block next. If the status variable is true, that is, the sound is off, I've got to turn the volume up or on. So I'll just copy and paste the codes that I wrote in the if block. And I'm making the parameters in the parentheses to 1. And I'll change the icon. And I'm setting the status variable to false. Also, we do have to return true in the outer if block, and return false in the outer else block. Also, these parameters will be of the float type. All right, good. Well, that should do it. So why don't we go ahead and test our application? Here it opens up. The game activity's been opened, and as you can see, the menu icon we created appears in the toolbar. Now I want to pop some balloons. Yeah, so we can hear the popping sound. Now I want to mute the sound. The icon changes. I'll pop the balloon again. Yeah, I don't hear anything, do you? Well, you shouldn't. Anyway, this is good. So our application works really well. Why don't we take a short break here, and then when we come back in the next video, we're going to send the score to the result activity and save the score. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, my friends, welcome back. Now, previously, we created an options menu. So in this video, we will send the score to the result activity. We're also going to save the highest score using the shared preferences. And we're going to show the score and the highest score on the screen. So why don't we get started by opening Android Studio. Now, I wonder if you remember, we were opening the result activity in the onFinish method of the second countdown timer. We use the putExtra method for data transfer between activities. Therefore, I will write intent.putExtra here. Now, I've got to write the data that I'll send and the key required to receive this data in parentheses. We'll let the name of it be score, and the data we'll send will be score. Then finally, using the finish method, I will remove this activity from the backstack. Follow? Good. So now let's take the data we sent in the result activity. I'll open the result activity. And here I will create a variable that I will transfer the score to. So I'll write val myscore. Now I'll transfer the score to the myscore variable using intent. And then after the equal sign, I'll write intent.getIntExtra. And I'll write the key value in parentheses. It was score. Now also, since the score is of the integer type, I have to set a default value. So I'll write 0. Now I want to print the score on the TextViewMyScore component. Result binding.textviewMyScore.text equals double quotes your score $my score. All right, so this way we print our score to the screen. But now we got to save the score, right? So this, I'll create an object from the shared preferences class. Late init var shared preferences : shared preferences. And then in the onCreate method, I'll write shared preferences equals this dot get shared preferences. So now I've got to write two parameters in parentheses. The first is the name I'll give to the database that I will create. So for this, I'll write score. The second parameter is the mode of the data we're going to save. So for this, I'll write context.modePrivate. So to get data saved with shared preferences, we're going to be using the shared preferences.get method. And since our score is of the integer type, I'll choose the getInt method. And again, I'll write two parameters in parentheses. First, the name that I'll give to the data I will save. Now, we haven't saved any data yet, but when we play the game for the first time, by default, we'll assume the highest score to be 0. So as the first parameter, I'll write highest score. The second parameter is the default value. So if no value's been saved in the database yet, that is, the game is played for the first time, the highest score's got to be 0, right? That's why I'll write 0 as the second parameter. Also, we've got to pass this value to an integer type variable. So at the beginning of this line, I'll write val highest score equals. So now we'll just check to see if the score is the highest score using the if-else statement. All right, so my goal here is not to record the score every time. My goal is to check to see if the score is indeed the highest score. If the score is the highest score, then I'll save that score. All right. So why don't we just create that if statement? If the score is greater than or equal to the highest score. Well, I'm going to need to save that score as the highest score. Okay, so for all this, I'll write shared preferences.edit.putInt. Then in parentheses, I'll write the name I'll give to the data that I want to save, so it'll be the highest score. Now for the second parameter, I'll write the data that we'll save, that is the my score, and lastly, I'll write .apply. So now we've saved the new high score. But I've also got to print the highest score on the screen. Result binding.textView highest score.text equals, double quotes, highest score $ my score. Good. So the if block is ready. We can now create the else block. So why don't we say that if the score is less than the highest score, I don't want to save the score. I will only print the highest score to the screen. So I'll just copy this line. I'll paste it into the else block. So this will be the highest score instead of the my score, right? Now let's run it and test it, see what it looks like. So here it opens. Game page we've got to. I'll pop some of the balloons as quick as I can. Okay, so now the game's over, and as you can see, my score has been printed on the screen. Also, since we didn't save any value yet, we printed our score as the highest score. Why don't we go ahead and play the game again? I'll see if I can get a lower score. And when the game's over, as you can see, because the score is lower than the highest score, the score that I got in the previous game was printed on the screen. Okay, so that's working as expected, my friends. We're going to take another break here, and then when we come back in the next video, we're going to speed up the game as the score increases. What do you say? Raises the stakes a bit, huh? And we also got to give some messages to the user according to the value of the score. You'll see what I mean when we come back in the next video. I'll see you then. And here we are. We find ourselves in the next video. So my friends, hello. Thanks for coming back. But guess what? We're going to speed up the game just to make it a little bit more challenging. So previously, we printed the score and the highest score on the screen. And also using shared preferences, we saved the highest score. So in this video, we're going to speed up our game according to the score that we get. And we'll also give some information messages to the user according to the score. So why don't we go ahead and open up Android Studio and open up main activity. So we've done the movement of the balloons using handlers, right? We also specified 2 seconds as the duration, and the balloons were moving every 2 seconds. Well, that's kind of boring, right? So now, by using the if statement, we can reduce this time. So let's say if the score is equal to or less than 5, the balloons will move every 2 seconds. So I'll cut this line and paste it here. Now let's create the second if statement. If the score is greater than 5 or equal to or less than 10, the balloons will move every 1,500 milliseconds. And I'll copy and paste this if statement for the third case. If the score is greater than 10 and equal to or less than 15, the balloons will move every second. You see where we're going. And for the last case, if the score is greater than 15, the balloons will move every 500 milliseconds. So this way, the higher the score, the harder the game becomes. Now, let's give some information to the user by comparing the score that we got with a high score in the result activity. So if the score is equal to or greater than the high score, we must congratulate the user, right? That always feels good. So I'll write result binding dot text view info dot text equals. The message can be, congratulations, the new high score. Do you want to get better scores? Okay, whatever you want, you can stick it in there. And now we've got to consider the other cases in our else block. So if the score is less than the high score, we should message the user according to the difference between the high score and the score. So if the difference is greater than 10, well, we've got to inform the user that they need to speed up a bit. So the message can be, you must get a little faster. And if the difference is greater than 3 and equal to or less than 10, we can tell the user to speed up a little bit more. So the message can be, good. How about getting a little faster? And if the difference is equal to or less than 3, we can say that the user approaches the highest score. So the message can be, excellent. If you get a little faster, you can reach a high score. And now let's run the application, test it out, see what it looks like. And yeah, so here I'm popping the balloons. So my score passes 5, the game gets a little quicker. Woo, I keep popping the balloons. My score's past 10 and the game gets a little faster. I'll keep popping balloons. The score passes 15 and the game got pretty fast. Now I have a pretty hard time popping the balloons. The game's over. So, as you can see, the information message is a real big help. Okay. My friends, we're going to take a break here. I've got to rest my fingers. When we come back in the next video, we're going to write the necessary code to play again and, of course, exit the game. All right. See you next video. And here we are. We're back, my friends. So previously, we wrote the codes to speed up the game. And in this video, after the game's over, we're going to write the necessary codes to play again or even exit the game, should they want. Okay. We're going to open up Android Studio And first of all, I'll add click listener to the buttons. Result binding dot button play again dot set on click listener. I'll copy and paste this, and the button will be quit game. Okay, so to play again, we'll need to open the main activity using intent, start activity intent. I'll write this main activity :: class.java in parentheses. And finally, I'll remove this activity from the backstack by writing the finish method. Now I'm going to write the necessary codes to exit the game. To close the application, I'll close the activities in this application. So we can do this operation just by calling the finish affinity method. So let's run the application and test it out. Okay, so here the application opens. I'm going to try to pop the balloons again. Game over. Okay, so first of all, I'll click the play again button. And as you can see, the game starts up again. Good. And I'll just get through popping the balloons. Game over. And now I'll click the quit game button. And just like that, the application closes. So there you go, my friends. We've completed another game. So this is great. You can obviously develop this application a whole lot further. You can, make the game more beautiful, more challenging, all kinds of different things. You're only challenged by your imagination. So take the ball, run with it. Take the balloon, run with it. Anyway, see you on the next game or the next project. Goodbye for now. Hello, my friends. Hey, so in this section, I want to develop a new application with you. Our application is going to be called My Album. So while we're doing this application, we will use the Room Persistence Library. Now, the Room was introduced by Google at the Google I/O 2017 event. The Room will create an abstract layer above the SQLite database. The purpose of this is to make the SQLite database easier to use. So, for example, when using SQLite, we will need to use a list of queries to retrieve data from the database. If we make a typo in the queries we're going to use, SQLite won't warn us about these errors. However, when we run the program, it's possible to see these errors. But you see, in the Room database, before compiling the application, we can see any spelling mistakes that we made while writing our queries. And in addition to that, Room saves us from the complicated and tiring blocks of code in the SQLite database. No judgment, but fact. Okay. Also with this application, we will learn the usage of the architectural components, such as view model, repository, and there's many others. But for now, why don't I just show you the finished version of our application that you'll build with me. So with a floating action button here, the user will be directed to the photo upload page. When the user clicks the image view component on the photo adding page, we're going to ask for permission to access media files on the mobile device. After the user grants permission, well, they're going to select the photo they want to add to the album from the mobile device. And, of course, if the user wants, they'll be able to add a title and description of the photo. Okay? So when we click the Add to Album button, the photo will be added to the album and also to our database. As well as the added photos are going to be displayed in the Recycler View component. Why don't we just add another photo and you'll see. So 2 photos in the album. If the user clicks on any of the photos in their album, the update page will open. And here the user can change the photo, title, or description. And then finally, if the user wants to delete any of the photos, they'll be able to delete it just by swiping left or right. All right, so that's a brief overview. Why don't we just get to it? But first, we'll take a little break if you want, and we'll continue adding some libraries when we come back in the next video. Very good. See you then. Well, hello, my friends. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the necessary libraries for the room and the architectural components that we're going to be using within the app. But I feel I do need to tell you a few things about room and the architectural components first. So the room persistence library provides an abstraction layer over SQLite in order to allow for more robust database access while harnessing the full power of SQLite. So room database will consist of entity, data access object, or DAO, and database components. The entity component represents each table in the database. The DAO component is used to access the database, and we're going to define the queries related to the database here. The repository, though, manages data exchange between databases. The view model is a class, and this allows data to be displayed in the user interface. It prevents any data loss due to the lifecycle rules in the user interface. And live data monitors changes in the database and reflects these changes to the components. Okay, so there's a brief explanation. Why don't we get to it? We're going to move on over to our Android Studio and start developing our app. So first, I will create a new project. I'll choose the Empty Views activity template. The name of the app will be Photo Album. I'm not going to change the package name and the file path of the project. So the programming language, of course, will be Kotlin. Minimum SDK can be 24. And naturally, Kotlin DSL for the build configuration language. Now, last up, I'll click the Finish button to create this project. And yeah, we can wait for a minute. Okay, now we've got something here, so I'll add the necessary libraries to the project. So we're going to open up a browser. First of all, I'll add the necessary libraries for the room library. So I'll search for room dependencies, and I'll click this result. Now you can always find the latest versions of the necessary libraries on this page. So I'll just copy these 3 lines, and I'll paste them into the app's build.gradle file. Good, so now I'll add KSP and the Coroutine dependency. Now to work with Room, we do have to add one of the Kotlin capped or KSP APIs. So KSP stands for Kotlin Symbol Processing. So it's a new API and it's recommended instead of capped. Kotlin Symbol Processing, KSP, is an API that you can use to develop lightweight compiler plugins. Yeah, KSP provides a simplified compiler plugin API that leverages the power of Kotlin while keeping the learning curve at a minimum. Who doesn't like that? Compared to capped, annotation processors that use KSP can run up to 2 times faster. So for this, we will use the KSP API in this project. Oh, also while making the database operations, we have to make these operations in threads that are apart from the main thread, so as not to block the UI. So to do this, that's where the Kotlin coroutine comes in. We'll just add the coroutine dependencies as well. Good, so now I'll just copy these 2 lines and I'll paste them in the app's build.gradle file. Also, I want to change this variable name. Okay. But in order to use the KSP, we have to make some definitions in addition to this dependency. So for this, we'll open up the browser again, open a new tab, and I'll write migrate from capped to KSP into the search bar. All right. So I want to just click this result. Now, according to this document, you can read through the whole thing later, but we've got to complete 3 different steps. The first one is adding this line into the plugin section in the project's build.gradle file. So let's go ahead and add it now. I'll open the project's build.gradle file. I'll add it in. However, we do have to make sure that we choose a KSP version aligned with the project's Kotlin version. And as you can see, the Kotlin version is 1.9.0. So we have chosen now the version of the KSP aligned with this. Okay, good. Now, I'll need to change this to 1.9.0. Now, let's find the aligned version of KSP. We'll open the document again. I'll open this link in the new tab to see the versions. Okay, so for the Kotlin version of our project, the version of KSP should be 1.0.13. So let's just make those changes. Okay, now we can jump on to the next step. So for this second step, we're going to have to add this plugin into the plugin section of the app's build.gradle file. So let's add it. Good, good. Let's go to the last step. All right, so here we have to add this dependency in the dependency section. We've already done this step, right? So we added the necessary dependencies for the room persistence library. But now I've got to add the dependencies for the view model. So I'll go back to the first document that I opened. And from the left side, I'll find the lifecycle library. From here, I'll add the version. Now, I'll add the dependency of the view model. And next, I will add the dependency for the live data. Also, we have to add the annotation processor. So for the annotation processor, it's recommended to use this dependency instead of the capped lifecycle compiler. So I'll just add this dependency. And again, I'll change its name. Okay, so we've added our necessary dependencies. And I'll also add the view binding. Open up the build features scope here. And I'll write view binding equals true. Good, so now we can change the target and compile SDK to 34. All right, so just click on Sync Now, and that starts the synchronization. And it may take a little while. All right, so once it's done, you can see that we've added the necessary libraries. So you know what? We'll take a break here, and when we come back in the next video, we'll create our room components. All right, I'll see you on the other side. Well, here we are, my friends. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to create our entity component. Let's go to Android Studio. I'll create a new Kotlin class, and this will be our model. Let the name of this class be My Images. And we'll use the entity annotation so that room can recognize this class is our entity. See, this way the room database will create the necessary tables in SQLite thanks to this annotation, right? So that's why I'll just write @entity. And I'll choose the entity from the room library. Now, if you cannot see these annotations, even though you added the room library, well, it's going to be useful to just rebuild your project. No worries. So we can also specify the name of this table that will be created for us in SQLite. And, if you don't specify a custom name, the name of this class will automatically be your table name. So that's why I'll specify the table name. I'll write the name of the table I'll create in the database in parentheses. So the name can just be My Images. All right, so this way a table named My Images will be created in the database. Now I have to create the columns of the table. So for this, I'll create the constructors of this class. So I want there to be 4 columns in the table, and these will be ID, title, description, and image. Those are the columns. For title, description, and image, I will create the constructor parameter, and that's because we'll take this information from the user, but since the ID will be created automatically, I will define it in the class. Okay, now let's go ahead and define the columns. Val image title, string. Val image description, string. Now we'll also save a picture in the next column. So, how do you save an image to an SQLite database? Well, images happen to be saved in the database as blob or as string, my friends, right? So first, if you don't know about blob, let's talk about blob. It's not what you think. It's just short for binary large object. So images, sound, or other multimedia objects are stored as blob. So if blob is stored in binary format, such as SQLite Server image field, you can go ahead and pass an array of type bytes as a binary parameter. Therefore, if you want to save the image as blob, you should just create the type of the last column as an array of bytes. Saving as blob is only the first way. The second way is to save images as a string. So in this application, I'm going to be saving the images as strings. And to do that, we'll need to first convert the image to a string using base64 format, and then save this string into the database. So for this reason, the type of the column we will create for the image will be, that's right, string. Val image as string, string. Now I'll create the ID column. Var image ID equals 0. Also, the ID column should be primary key. It should also increase automatically. And for this, I'll use the primary key annotation. In the parentheses, I can write auto-generated true. There we go, my friends. We've now created the entity component. When we come back in the next video, we're going to create our DAO interface. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back, my friends. I'm glad to see you here. So this is the video where we're going to create our data access object, or DAO component. So in this class, we're going to make the necessary queries for our project, such as insert, update, delete, and query. So why don't we just get started in Android Studio and create our DAO. So I'll right-click on the project package folder, select New Kotlin class file. And I'm writing my images DAO in the class name section. Now this is going to be an interface, not a class. This is a very important point. DAO must always be an interface or abstract. So whenever using the room database, we will only write the method names for the required query operations. The methods will not have a body, okay? The room library will do the necessary operations in the background. So for this reason, DAO should be an interface, not a class. All right, with that out of the way, we do have to define the room database that this class is, the DAO class. Therefore, we must do an annotation operation. So for this, I'll write @DAO. Now I'll create the insert function, fun insert. And I'll write an object of the model class in parentheses, myimages: myimages. Also, I'll annotate this function with the @insert. All right. This way, Room will understand that this function is the insert function, and it'll automatically generate the necessary SQL codes for the insert operation. Nice. We're also going to add the suspend keyword at the beginning of this function. Yeah, because Room does not want database operations to be done on the main thread, as it may block the UI. Therefore, we'll perform database operations in different threads using coroutine. Good. So to do this, we've got to create our function as a suspended function. Very good. So our insert function's ready. And similarly, I'll create the delete and update functions. And now I can finally create a function to get all records from the database. Fun, get all images. And this function is going to return a list type of the model class. In addition, this data will be under the supervision of live data. So at this stage, you might just be wondering, why didn't we just define this function as suspend? Well, normally when working with Room, we need to perform database operations asynchronously in different threads, because Room, well, doesn't really want us to process in the main thread so as not to block the user interface. Therefore, we have already defined the other three functions as suspend. However, I want you to imagine the transaction that we'll perform will be under the supervision of live data. See, in that case, we do not need to do anything extra for this, because this Room database will perform the necessary operations for live data in the main thread. And this way, as a result, we don't have to specify this as suspend, since we receive all the data under the supervision of live data. Now, if you don't happen to use live data, then you should also create this function as suspend. All right, so that's the difference. And I hope that's clear enough for you. I don't want to dwell too long on it, because now I want to create the necessary query to get all records. And for this, I just want to use the query annotation. So in parentheses, we have to create the SQL query as the string expression. The query will look like this. Select star from my images. The star represents all records in the My Images table. And the My Images, of course, is our table name. Remember, we defined that way back in the entity. So why don't we continue? Order by image ID. And lastly, ASC. ASC, of course, just stands for ascending order. So in other words, the data will be retrieved from the database in increasing order according to the ID number. Okay, so that finishes our query. Now, let me just tell you that because of this query, all the data in the My Images table will be printed on the components increasingly according to their ID numbers. See, this way the DAO is also ready, but I want to show you the benefit of using the Room library. So if I were to mistype the column name in the query statement, well, the Room database gives a warning. Or if there's a misspelling anywhere in the query statement, the Room database will still fail. So we don't use Room when working with SQLite. We will get these errors after running the project. So for these and other reasons, Room database provides us with many conveniences, I would say. All right, my friends, we've created the DAO interface. Next time when we come back, we will create the database class. So stick around. I'll see you in the next video. All right. Hello, everybody. So we're going to continue. Well, we got to do a little bit of explanation about this Room database. We created the DAO unit in the previous video, so this time around we're going to create our database class. Why don't we just go over to our Android Studio and continue. Now, before we create the database class, let's just separate these files with packages. So first, I want to create a package for the views. And now I'll create another package for the model. And I'll create one more package for the room. Now, I just want to move the entity class into the model package. And I'll move the main activity into the view package. And lastly, I will move the DAO interface into the room package. Okay, so now I've got to create the database class in the room package. The name can be My Images Database. So according to the official document, the My Database class must satisfy 3 conditions. First, the database class must be annotated with the @database annotation, which includes an entity array that lists all of the data entities associated with the database. Secondly, the database class must be an abstract class that extends room database. Third, for each DAO class that is associated with a database, the database class must define an abstract method that has 0 arguments and returns an instance of the DAO class. Now, we'll apply these 3 conditions to this class respectively. So before the class keyword, I'll write the abstract keyword. Now, we'll need to extend this class to room database. After putting in a colon, I'm typing room database. All right, now I'll annotate this class as a database. Now, just above the class, I'll write @database. Also, we'll determine our tables, that is, entities, inside the parentheses. So I write inside the parentheses, entities equals square brackets, my images, :class. So I linked the My Images table to the database. Also, I have to add a second argument here. That's the database version number. So I'll write 1. Now I'll create an abstract function from the My Images DAO interface. So I'll write abstract fun My Images DAO : My Images DAO. Now this function has no body and argument because that room database will handle the rest of it. Yeah. All right. So there are our necessary conditions, but there is actually one more thing we got to do here. Going back to the official document again, if our app runs in a single process, we should follow the singleton design pattern when instantiating a database object. Each room database instance is fairly expensive, and we rarely need to access multiple instances within a single process. So for this reason, we should actually create an instance of the database. But the point that we need to pay attention to here is prevent the creation of more than one object from the database. Follow? So in other words, we need to create a single object from the database class. Yeah. So for this, we're going to use the singleton design pattern here. So let's go ahead and do that necessary action. So I'll first create a companion object. See, and then this way we'll access the instance we'll create here from anywhere in the application. So now let's create the instance. Private var instance : my images database (= null. Now we also have to apply an annotation to this function, so I'm typing @volatile here, and this just means to make the instance to be created from this class visible to all other threads. Now let's create a function that will create the instance of this class. So I'll write fun get database instance. And this function will take a parameter from the context class. That's why I'm typing context:context. Also, this function is going to return the MyImagesDatabase object. So here's what we're going to be doing here. If there is an instance of this class, return this instance. If there is no instance, create an instance and return this instance. That's why I will create an if statement here. But I will create the if statement in the scope of the synchronized. So I'll write synchronized this. Right, so this means that if more than one different thread tries to create an instance of the database at the same time, it's going to block it. So in other words, it allows only the creation of one instance at a time. So here I'll just create the if statement. If the instance is null, this time we have to create an instance from the database class. Instance equals room.databaseBuilder. So the database builder takes 3 parameters. The first is the application context, so I'm writing context.applicationContext. The second parameter is the database class, that is MyImagesDatabase : class.java. The third parameter is the name that we will give the database. So you can write any name you want here. I'm just writing my album. And finally, I'll write .build outside the parentheses. Now, after this if statement, I'll return the instance. Thus, if the instance is null, that is, the database has not been created, we have written the necessary codes for the database to be created. All right, so the room database section is ready. When we come back in the next video, we're going to create the repository class. Stick around. It's heavy duty. I'll see you then. All right. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. So in our previous lessons, we have created the entity, the DAO, and the database classes, which are all the components of the room database. Now we're going to create the repository class. So let's go ahead and open Android Studio. And first up, create a new package. Name of this package will be repository. Now we're going to create the repository class. Name of the class will be MyImagesRepository. I'll make a couple of definitions in the repository class. First, I'll create an object from the MyImagesDAO class, var MyImagesDAO : MyImagesDAO. Now see, what's that doing there? Android Studio gives us a good warning because we have to initialize this object. We're going to initialize it soon enough, so don't worry about it. Now, secondly, I need to create a list from the model class. var ImagesList : list MyImages. Now, also, this list will be under the supervision of live data. So now I'm going to create the init block. In the init block, I will initialize the objects that I created above here. But first, I'll create an object from the database class. Val database equals MyImagesDatabase.getDatabaseInstance. And in the parentheses, we have to write an application context. So for this, I'll create the application parameter as the constructor of this class. I'll pass this application parameter to the getDatabaseInstance function. And now, doing the database object I created, I will initialize the MyImagesDAO object. MyImagesDAO equals database.MyImagesDAO. And finally, I'll transfer the getAllImages function in the MyImagesDAO class to the ImagesList array. ImagesList equals myimagesDAO.getAllImages. And next, I need to create the methods I created in the myimagesDAO class in this class. So firstly, I will create the insert method. Suspend fun insert. So this function will take an object from the myimagesModel class. And in this function, I will call the insert function of the DAO interface. So I'll write myimagesDAO.insertMyImages. Now I'll copy and paste this function 2 times for the delete and update functions. So the second function will be called update. And the third function will then be delete. Now, in addition to these functions, I'll create a function to return all records. Fun, get all images. And the return type will be live data list my images. Okay, so in this function, I'll return the images list that I created above. All right, my friends, that's the repository class done. So why don't we take another short break here, and next time when we come back in the next video, we're going to create our view model. So stick around, I'll see you then. And we're back. Welcome back, my friends. So previously, we've created the repository class. So in this video, we're going to create our view model. First up, we'll just introduce that view model briefly. If you'll indulge me, the task of the view model component is to communicate with the repository class and then store the data to be displayed in the activity. So if the data to be displayed in the activity gets stored in the view model, the data will not be lost in the different lifecycle stages of the application, right? So for example, when we rotate the screen of the Android device, the activity falls on pause, on stop, and on destroy methods, and then it's created again. So in such a situation, the data on the screen actually disappears. So in such a case, it's an easier solution to store the data in the view model, which is an intermediate element rather than getting the data back from the database. You follow? So for this reason, using the view model structure is a much better solution, right? Now, we also integrated live data into the view model. See, this way, if there is a change in the database, these changes will be displayed in the application via view model. Now, it makes live data the, perfect component to be used for changeable data that the UI will either use or display. So, the view model will transform the data from the repository to live data and expose the list of notes as live data to the UI. This ensures that every time the data changes in the database, your UI is automatically updated. Like it. So, we'll go to Android Studio and we'll continue from there. So here I'm just going to create a new package. The name of this package will be View Model. Now, I will create a class in this package. And the name of this class will be My Images View Model. Also, this class will extend from the Android view model. Good. Now, of course, you can always inherit directly from the view model, but since we will be creating an object from the repository class in this class, and the repository class requires an application parameter, using the Android view model will be more suitable for the structure that we've already established. Okay, so as you can see, the Android view model requires an application parameter. Why don't we just go ahead and define this parameter first? And I'll write application as a constructor parameter of this class. Now let's transfer this application parameter to the Android view model. I'll make 2 definitions in this class. The first will be, creating an object from the MyImages repository class. var repository colon my images repository. And now I'll create an array for all records. Var images list colon live data list my images. Now I will create the init block. And in this block, I'm going to make the necessary assignments to the repository and images list object. Right, so repository equals my images repository. And for the application parameter, I'll write the application. And the next line, I'll write images list equals repository dot get all images. Now also, I'll need to define database operations within this class. First of all, I will create the insert function. Fun insert my images colon my images. Now let's reach the insert function in the repository class. Repository.insert my images. But if you pay attention here, Android Studio gives us a warning, as if you could ignore that. But when you hover your cursor over this warning, it just tells us that the insert function we defined in the repository class is a suspend function, and that suspend functions can only be called from within another suspend function, or from a coroutine scope. Sound kind of familiar? All right, so let me just walk you through a brief explanation. In Kotlin, all coroutines run inside a coroutine scope. So a scope controls a lifetime of coroutines through its job. So when you cancel the job of the scope, it cancels all coroutines started within that scope. But here, this time, we're going to start a new coroutine instead of using the suspend keyword, because the lifecycle view model KTX library from the Android X library allows us to start a new coroutine named view model scope. All right, why don't we go ahead and make some necessary actions happen? So I want to put the equal sign here and then write viewModelScope.launch. All right, so you see that this creates a coroutine scope, and it starts a new coroutine. You know what? You can even choose which threads the process will be performed on here. For example, right after the launch keyword, you can open parentheses and write dispatcher and put a dot. You can see dispatchers such as IO, default, main, and unconfined. See, a dispatcher is essentially a thread pool. So, for example, when you use the dispatchers.default, the thread used to run the code in the coroutine will be obtained from dispatchers.default. Now, dispatchers.io is generally used for database operations. That's why I'm going to be choosing this IO here. All right, my friends, so hey, we've just created the insert function. So similarly, why don't we create the update and delete functions? Yeah, so here I'm just copying all this, and I'll paste it 2 times. Now let's edit these functions. So I'm going to be typing update here, and this will be update as well. And I'm typing delete, and this will be delete as well. Also, I'll create a function to return the images list. And this method will return the images list array. All right, my friends, here you go. The viewModel class is also ready. So now I want to define the viewModel class in the main activity. First, I'll need to create an object from the myImagesViewModel class. Late init var myImagesViewModel colon myImagesViewModel. Now I'll initialize this object in the onCreate function. MyImagesViewModel equals viewModelProvider. So the viewModelProvider is going to create view models and retain them in a store of the given viewModel store owner. So as the parameter, we can write this. All right, so once that's done, I'm going to put a dot and write get. And I write my images viewModel : class.java in parentheses. Also, we can go ahead and replace the get call with the indexing operator. And after that, we'll get all the records and observe. So I'll write my images viewModel.getAllImages.observe. So this observe method comes from the live data, and it will observe changes in the database. This observe method will take two arguments, and the first one will be this. The second is the observer method. So after the comma, I'll press the Control and Space keys on the keyboard together and select the observer. And what happens next? Android Studio completes the rest. So now this observer will observe the changes, and the it keyword represents the list of the records. So you can write images and lambda symbol instead of the it keyword. And here we will update the UI. Very good, very good. So now the view model is ready, and we can go ahead with our creation of the UI section. So we're going to display all records in the recycler view. When we come back in the next video, we're going to design our application. Okay, so I'll see you then. And we are back indeed, my friends. Hello there, and welcome back. So previously, of course, we've created all the components of the room persistence library. Also, we created the architectural components, such as the repository, the view model. So in this video, we will design the application. The application will consist of three activities: main activity, add image activity, and update image activity. So here we are, and we'll design the main activity, and why don't we just go ahead and open Android Studio. Now, once in the main activity, there's going to be one recycler view and one floating action button. So first, I want to create a design for each item of the recycler view component. And for this, I'll right-click on the Layout folder with the mouse, and I'll just select the New Layout Resource File option. All right, so the name of this file can be Image Item. Oh, also for the items, I will use the Card View component. So as the root element, I will choose the Card View component. And I will click OK. Layout file is now created. So in this design, I'm going to be using one image view and two text views. And also for the layout, I want to use the linear layout. So let's start our design. First, I just want to change some properties of the card view component. Its width will be match parent, but its height will be 150 dp. And I'll give an ID, and its ID can be card view. I'll change its background color. So for this, I'm just going to use the card background color property. Let the background color be color primary. And I will curve the corners just a bit, so the card corner radius will be 5 dp. And lastly, I want to give a margin value, and this can be 3 dp. Good, so now I'll add a linear layout. The width and the height will be match parent. The orientation will be horizontal. Now I want to add an image view and a vertical linear layout in this horizontal linear layout. So first I'll add an image view component. The width will be 0 dp, meaning 0 dp is to expand as much as possible within the space allocated to it. Okay? And the height will be match parent. I'll give it an ID, and its ID can just be image view. Also, I want to specify the layout weight property. So I'll divide the screen into 5 parts, 2 parts for image view and 3 parts for text view components. So therefore, this value will be 2. I do want to show an image in the image view, so for example, we can always use the Android robot icon for now. And I'll give a margin value. It can be 5 dp. And here I will just use the scale type property, and it'll be fit center. All right, our image view is now ready. I want to add a vertical linear layout now, so its width can be 0 dp again, and its height will be match parent. Orientation, vertical. The layout weight will be 3. And the gravity will be center. And the margin value will be 5 dp. Okay, good. Now I want to add 2 text views for the title and description in this vertical linear layout. The width will be match parent, and the height will be wrap content. Its ID can be text view title. Now for the text, I want to write title for now. Text size will be 20 SP. The text color will be color on primary. And the text style will be bold. Okay, so I want to show the title only 2 lines on the screen. So for this, I'll use max lines property, right? Of course, it'll be 2. And if there is text that's too long to fit on the screen, I just want to put 3 dots at the end of the text to indicate that there's more. So we'll just use the ellipsize property for this. And it'll be end. I'll give a margin value. This can be 3 dp. All right, so there's our first text view ready, and now I'll just copy and then paste this text view for the second text view component. But I do want to change a few properties here. Its ID will be text view description, first of all. So we'll let the text be description for now. The text size will be 16 SP. Max lines will be 3. Lastly, I'll just delete the text style property. All right, so this way we've got the design of our items. So why don't we just go on and move to the activity main.xml file. All right, so once here, I will create the material toolbar. So I just want to add app bar layout. Its width will be match parent. Its height will be wrap content. Also, the background color will be color primary. So now I want to pin this app bar layout to the left, top, and end of the parent. The margin values will be 0. Now I'll add the material toolbar, and its width will be match parent. Its height will be action bar size, and I'll add a title, and the title will be photo album. The text color of the title will be color on primary. All right, so that's lickety-split our toolbar. Now I want to add the recycler view component. Width will be match parent. Its height will be 0 dp. Do want to give it an ID. Its ID can be recycler view. Now I'll specify the constraints. So I just want to copy these 3 lines, paste them in here. Oh, also I'll add the bottom constraints. And I will change its top constraint. I'll pin its top to bottom of the app bar layout. All right, so that's done as well. So in addition, if you want to, we could display the item design in the recycler view right now. And if you want to do this, I'll use the tools list item property. And I'll choose the image item design file. Yeah, so as you can see, everything looks pretty doggone good. But here I do want to add a floating action button to the design area. But first, I'll need to add a plus icon to the drawable folder. So I want to use the vector asset for this. This icon is pretty much ideal. So I just want to change its name to Icon Add. Now I can create this icon just by clicking the Next and Finish buttons. And now I can add the floating action button component. Now its width and height will be wrap content. Its ID will be floating action button. So now I want to show the icon add on the floating action button using the Android SRC property. And I'll specify its constraint. So I just want to pin it to the end and the bottom of the parent. Margin bottom and margin end values will be 16 dp. All right, so our design's ready. Why don't we go ahead and define the view binding in the main activity? Late init var main binding : activity main binding. Let's go ahead and initialize this object. Main binding equals activity main binding dot inflate layout inflator. And I'll change the parameter of the set content view to main binding dot root. Now we can go ahead and add a click listener to the floating action button. See, so when we click the floating action button, we'll open the Add Image activity. But of course, we haven't created it yet. So why don't we just go ahead and take a short break here, and when we come back in the next video, we'll create and design the Add Image activity. All right? I'll see you on the other side. All right, here we are back again, my friends, and previously, we finished the design of the main activity. In this video, we're just going to design the Add Image activity. So in the design area, there's going to be one image view, 2 edit text, and 1 button. Now, in order for the user to add images, well, they're going to have to click the image view component. So for this reason, we will need to indicate to the user that they should click the image view component. So of course, there's a few different methods you could use for this, but I've created a design here that I like using a design program. You can also create an image with the method you want. Or, without creating an image, you can just go ahead and specify the action that the user should take using a text view component. But why don't we just go ahead to Android Studio and let our designing skills do the rest. So first off, I want to create a new activity in the view package. I'll change the name of the activity to Add Image Activity. I'll click the Finish button to create this activity. All right, so once that new activity is created, I will then add the image that I prepared. So in addition to this image, I'll create a back row icon for the navigation icon. I'll just leave the name the way it is. And now I'll change the color of this icon. So its color will be color on primary. Okay, so now we can start the design of the Add Image activity. So first, I will add the material toolbar. For this, I can copy the necessary XML codes from the activity main.xml file. Now I'll paste these codes into the activity addImage.xml file. I'll change the ID of the app bar layout to app bar layout add image. Now I'll change some properties of the material toolbar, so its ID will be toolbar add image. Its title will be add image. And I will add the navigation icon. I'll choose the arrow back icon. Okay, toolbar's ready. Now I want to add one image view component to the design area. So why don't we just continue from the design part. So I'll just drag and drop an image view component to the design area. I'll select the select image picture that I created. And now I'll change some properties of this image view. I'll change the ID of the image view component to image view add image. I will change its width to 300 dp and its height to 250 dp. And I'll make the scale type feature to fit center. Also, I want to center it horizontally. Lastly, I'll make the margin top value 20 dp. And I'll add a vertical linear layout to the design area. And how about adding an edit text, a multi-line edit text, and a button to the linear layout component. Now I can change the height of the linear layout component to wrap content and the width to match parent. And I just want to center it on the vertical plane. Also, I will need to make the gravity feature center. Good, so now by selecting these three components, I set the layout margin feature to 10 dp. And I'll change some properties of these components individually. So I'm changing the ID of the first edit text component to edit text add title. And I'll make the width 300 dp. I'll also delete the text and I'll write add title in the hint section. And lastly, change its text color to black. Now I'll deal with the second edit text. So I'm changing the ID of the second edit text component to edit text add description. And I'll make the width 300 dp and the height 100 dp. And again, I'll delete its text and I'll write add description in the hint section. And the text color will be black. And then last up, let's deal with a button. So I'm changing the ID of the button component to button add. Its width and height will be wrap content. So now I'll change its text. It'll be add to album. And its font size will be 20 SP. There we go, my friends. Now we have just jammed through the design of the add image activity. So we can move on to define the view binding. And first I need to declare the view binding here. Now I can initialize this object. Add image binding equals activity add image binding dot inflate layout inflator. And I'll write add image binding dot root as the parameter of the set content view function. Now I'll just need to add Click Listener to the image and button. Right, so here we go. I'll add a Click Listener to the navigation icon. See, so this way, when we click on the navigation icon, we must close this page and open the main activity. So for this, I'll just remove this page from the backstack by writing the finish method. Now let's open the main activity and write the necessary codes to open the Add Image activity. So within the Click Listener of the floating action button, I will create an intent. The first parameter will be this. The second parameter will be add image activity class.java. And now I'll start this intent with the start activity function. All right, very good so far. So why don't we just go ahead and run the application now, and we can test all that code that we've written so far. Of course, we haven't added any data to the database yet, and we haven't actually created the adapter for the recycler view either, but we can run the application at this stage, and at least we can understand that we've successfully completed the room-related operations. Or if we encounter any errors regarding room, it's going to be a whole lot easier to solve them now. Yeah, so our application's opening without any errors. So that means that all these operations that we've gone through regarding room are correct, and now we actually have a database on SQLite and a table consisting of 4 columns in the database. Why don't we go ahead and check the transition to the Add Image activity? So I'll click on the floating action button, and yeah, as you can see, the Add Image activity opens without any errors. So our design is there, my friends. Right, so now let's click on the navigation icon. And we're back to the main activity. Very good, very good. It looks good so far. Why don't we go ahead and take a break here, and we'll design the update image activity in the next video. And then we can just go ahead and finish the design of the app. All right, see you next video. Well, here we are, my friends. If you're here, let's get going. So previously, we finished the design of the Add Image activity. So that means it's time to design the Update Image activity. And when we click on an item in the recycler view, we will open the Update Image activity. All right, so the design of the Update Image activity will be the same as the design of the Add Image activity. So for this reason, why don't we just copy the components in the Add Image activity and paste all of them into the Update Image activity. We're only going to need to change the IDs of the components. We'll also change the text of the button component, and you could even use the same activity if you want. But in order to do any of this, you must open the activity with a tag, and according to this tag, you can use the same activity for the Add Image or Update Image activity. Follow? It's entirely up to you. But why don't we just go over to Android Studio and get to work? So first, here, I will create a new activity. Name of this activity will be Update Image Activity. I'll click the Finish button. Okay, we've got an Update Image Activity. Now I will copy the components in the Add Image activity and paste them into the Update Image activity. Now, let's go ahead and change the necessary fields. This will be the Update Image activity. The ID of the app bar layout will be app bar layout update image. The ID of the toolbar will be toolbar update. The title of the toolbar will be update image. The ID of the image view will be image view update image. All right. Now we also have to change this. And this will also be image view update image. The ID of the first edit text will be edit text update title. The ID of the second edit text will be edit text update description. Of course, you could change the hint text if you want. The ID of the button will be button update. And lastly, we can change the text of the button component to update. All right, so that's that page. Why don't we now define the view binding for this activity? And the name of the object can be update image binding. We've got to initialize this. So I'll write update image binding.root. Now also I'll add a click listener to the components. And again, when I click on the navigation icon, I must remove this page from the backstack in order to open the main activity. And just like that, my friends, we finished the design of the application. Well done. So when we come back in the next video, we're going to create an adapter class for Recycler View. I'll see you then. All right, my friends, welcome back. So here we are. We're getting in the home stretch. Previously, we finished the UI design. So now it's time to create the adapter class in order to show the items in the Recycler View. So if you're ready, why don't we just move on over to Android Studio and continue from there. So first up, I'll need to create an adapter class that I will use for Recycler View. Now I wonder if you remember the adapter provided a connection between the data source and the view. So in this example, our data source is the SQLite database, and the view is Recycler View. So in simple terms, I have to create an adapter to connect these two. So for this, I'll create a new package. The package name can be adapter. And I'll create a Kotlin class in this package. So I'm writing myImagesAdapter to the class name. And now I must create the viewHolder class inside this adapter class. Class myImagesViewHolder : recyclerview.viewHolder. And as you can see, Android Studio sends up its warning because we're going to need to add the constructor of the viewHolder class. Since we're using view binding, we will use the image item binding class created for the image item design that we made, right? For the items that we will display in the Recycler View. So for this very reason, I'm just going to write val item binding : image item binding in the constructor of this class. Follow? So now I will pass the item binding.root as the constructor parameter of the viewHolder class. All right, so that finishes the viewHolder class. Now I can deal with the adapter class. And this class will inherit from the recyclerview.adapter class. Also, the type of this class should be myImagesViewHolder. Therefore, I will write myImagesAdapter.myImagesViewHolder between the tags. See, so in this way I connect the myImagesViewHolder class to the adapter class. Now I have to implement necessary functions, so I just need to click the Implement Members option. Now while all three functions are selected, I will click the OK button. So Android Studio creates all three functions required for the Recycler View. These are onCreateViewHolder, onBindViewHolder, and getItemCount functions. All right, great. So now let's take the necessary actions. So here I will create an array list of myImages model class, var image list list my images equal array list. Then I'll jump to the onCreateViewHolder method. So in this section, I will inflate this specially designed layout named ImageItem that I will show in RecyclerView. Val_view equals, after the equal sign, ImageItemBinding.inflate. The inflate function takes 3 parameters. For the first parameter, I'll write layoutinflator.from parent.context. So here the parent is the object of the view group at the top. So that means the first parameter is ready. For the second parameter, I'll write parent again. And for the third parameter, I'll write false. Also, we should return the MyImagesViewHolder object. So for this reason, I'll write return MyImagesViewHolder. And for the parameter, I'll write view. Now we can jump to the onBindViewHolder function. In this section, we transfer the data from each Kotlin object to a new MyImages object. So each record comes to us from the database as a MyImages object with its title, description, ID, and image. All right, so after getting the record from the database, we will show them on the image view and text view components. So let's take the necessary actions. First, I will need to determine the position of the MyImages object. var myImage equals image list square brackets position. Now I will show the data on the components using the holder object here. Since in order to reach the components in the image card design, we should use the holder object. Instead of using the holder object separately for each component, I want to use with from Kotlin's scope functions here. So here I'll write with holder. All right, great. So now I'll open its scope. Now we can show the data on the component. So first I will show the title. ItemBinding.textViewTitle.text equals myImage.ImageTitle. Now I'll show the description. ItemBinding.textViewDescription.text equals myImage.ImageDescription. All right, so now we have our title and description. Let's go ahead and deal with the image. So you remember, right? I said that we'll convert the image to string using base64 format and save the images as string. Therefore, we will receive a string for the images from the database. Yeah? And again, using the decode feature of base64, we will first convert the string we received into a bitmap and then display this bitmap in the image view. Now, why don't we go ahead and do this now? So I'll create a new class for this. And of course, we can create a new package for this class. Let the name of this package be util. Now let's create a new Kotlin class inside this package. Let the class name be convertImage. Right, so in this class, we will create functions that both convert bitmap to string and string to bitmap. Of course, since we have not registered to the database yet, in this lesson, we're only going to be creating the function that converts the string that we get from the database into a bitmap. You know, I just want to access these functions directly and show them to you now. So I'll create these functions in the companion object. So we'll let the name of the function be convert to bitmap. And we will give this function the string we received from the database, and this function will give us a bitmap using the string that we gave. Therefore, this function must take a parameter of the type string. Good. Image as string : string. So this is returning to us a bitmap. Now let's decode the string using base64. Now you notice here, right, there is more than one base64 class. So from here, we will use base64 in the Android util package. And for decoding, we will use the decode method of the base64 class. And the decode method takes 2 parameters. The first one is the string. So I'll write image as string. The second parameter is the flag. So this controls certain features of the decoded output. So to decode standard base64, we use the default flag. So I'll write base64.default. Of course, the decode method returns an array of byte type. Therefore, we need to pass this into a variable. So at the beginning of this line, I'll write val byte array as decoded string equals. Now we can convert this byte array to a bitmap. Val bitmap equals bitmap factory.decode byte array. So this method converts a byte array given to it to a bitmap. It takes 3 parameters. The first one is the byte array, so I'll write byte array as decoded string. The second parameter is the offset, which is into image data for where the decoder should begin parsing. So I'll write 0 for the second parameter. And the last parameter is the length of the byte array. So I'll write byte array as decoded string.size. See, this way we've converted the string that we received from the database into a bitmap. Good. Now let's return this bitmap. Okay, so we can call this function in the adapter class. Val image as bitmap equals convertImage.convert to bitmap. And for the parameter, I'll write myImage.image as string. Now we can show this bitmap in the ImageView component. ItemBinding.ImageView.setImageBitmap image as bitmap. All right. This way we've printed all data onto the components. So now we can jump to the last function in this adapter class, the getItemCount function. So here we're going to return the number of data that we want to show in the recycler view. So I'll write returnImageList.size. And yeah, override functions are okay. However, we will also create a function within this class ourselves, because I wonder if you notice, we display the necessary data to the user inside this adapter class, but we haven't done anything to pass the data to the adapter class yet. So in other words, our data list is currently empty. We still need to fill it. Now, normally we would create a constructor list type in the adapter class, and when we wanted to create an object of the adapter class in the main activity, we would define a list as the constructor. Yeah, it's thanks to this list the data gets passed to the adapter class, and you just write to the components. Yeah? But this time, we've got live data observing the data. So in other words, it will constantly observe the data for us and reflect the current data on the screen. So therefore, we will create a new method here and call this method in the observe method inside the main activity. Sounds good, right? Let's do it. I'm writing fun set image. And this function will take a list of my images as the parameter, so I'll write images:my images. Inside this method, we'll fill the image list. This .imageList equals images. Also, I will add the notifyDataSetChanged method. This method will alert the adapter if there is a change in the dataset. Now we must go to the main activity and assign the adapter class to the recycler view. So here I need to create an object from the adapter class. Late init var myimagesAdapter:/myimagesAdapter. And now we'll need to specify how the data will be displayed in the recycler view. We will display the data in a single column from top to bottom. Therefore, we will use the linear layout manager. MainBinding.recyclerView.layoutManager equals linear layout manager. And for the correct parameter, I'll write this. All right, so next I'll initialize the adapter object. MyImagesAdapter equals MyImagesAdapter. So now I can assign the adapter object to the recycler view. MainBinding.recyclerView.adapter equals MyImagesAdapter. And lastly, we just need to update the recycler view inside the observe function. MyImagesAdapter.setImage. Now, I wonder if you remember, we created this setImage function in the MyImagesAdapter class. So I'll also write images in parentheses. See, so in this way, whenever the data changes, the corresponding table should be updated, and the adapter should be updated in the same way, and the data should be updated in the array and then transferred to the recycler view. Sounds good. If it works, of course it works. But even if we run the application at this stage, we're not going to be able to see any of that data working because we haven't actually saved anything to the database yet. So why don't we just break here, and when we come back in the next video, we can start adding data to the database. All right, I'll see you next time. Hello there, my friends. I'm so glad you're back because in this video, we're going to start to insert data into the database. But since we're going to be inserting using the images from the phone gallery, we're going to first need to ask permission from the user. It's the right thing to do. So in this video, we're going to ask the user for permission to access the media folder on their device. Here, I should state that while it is sufficient to specify some permissions only in the manifest file, for some permissions, some coding is required. For example, while it's sufficient to get the necessary permission in the manifest file for internet permission, it's necessary to make some codes for permissions such as accessing the media folder, using GPS, accessing the camera. And since we want to access the gallery, we're going to need to write some extra code for that permission. So why don't we just get started by opening Android Studio and request those necessary permissions. So here first, I will take the necessary action in the manifest file. To access the user's gallery, we will ask for two different types of permission. These are read external storage and read media images, both permissions. In fact, they're the same permissions, but while the read external storage permission is used for versions before API 33, we're going to need to use the read media images permission for API 33 and later. Therefore, we'll need to define these two permissions here. First, we'll define read external storage. We can also add the max SDK version property to this. And as you can see, this permission is valid for API 32 at most. Great. So now let's define the read media images permission. All right, so we've made our definitions in the manifest file. Now let's write the necessary code for these permissions. So I'll create a class for the permission process as well. And I'll create this class in the util package. We'll let the name of the class be control permission. I will create a function that checks permission within this class. Let the name of the function be check permission. Now let's even define this function in the companion object so that we can access this function directly. This function will return a Boolean, so it'll return true if the user gives permission and false if not. In this function, we must first check the version. Return if build.version.sdkint is equal to or greater than build.versioncode.tiramisu. Tiramisu. Well, however you say it, it's delicious. Now, since the version of tiramisu represents API 33, if you want to, you can just write 33 instead of tiramisu. Entirely up to you. But I like to think about tiramisu sometimes. Anyway, in the scope of the if statement, I'll write context compat.check self-permission. So this function takes two parameters. The first one is the context. So we can get this context from the parameter of this function. So here I'll just write context:*context. Now I'll need to pass this context as the first parameter. For the second parameter, I'll write manifest. So I'll use the manifest from the Android package. You got to pay attention to this. Manifest.permission.readMediaImages. if this is equal to package manager dot permission granted, this function will return true, otherwise false. For API 32 and below, I will create the else block. So I'll copy these codes and paste them for the else block. I'll only change the permission. So it will be read external storage. Good. So now we can use this function in the add image activity. Let's go ahead and open it. We'll ask for permission when we click on the image. So I'll write the necessary code in the click listener of the image. And here I'll create an if-else statement to learn the permission results. If controlled permission dot check permission. And for the parameter, I'll write this. If this function returns true, it means the permission's allowed. So in the if block, I will open the gallery. Okay. Else. So if the user did not allow gallery access, we will request the permission. But again, we have to check the SDK version. So here, I will create an if-else statement again. If build.version.sdkint is greater than or equal to 33, I will request the read media images permission. So I'll write activity_compat.request_permission. Now this takes 3 parameters. The first one is the activity context, so I'll write this. Second is the array of the permissions, so I write array of manifest.permission.readMediaImages. And the last parameter is the request code. For this, I'll write 1. Else, the SDK version is less than 33. I'll request the read external storage permission. So now I just copy these codes, paste them in here, and I'll only change the permission. Good. So now we're asking the user for permission. We'll be able to access the media folder using intent inside of the if block. Val intent equals intent. I'll write 2 parameters in parentheses. First one is intent.actionPick. For the second parameter, I'll write media store dot. And as you can see, just by using this method, we can access files such as images, videos, even audio, whatever on the device. So I'll write images because, well, we want to access the images. And I'm writing .media.externalcontent_URI. And lastly, we'll need to start the intent, but this time, we're not going to start it with the start activity method because this intent operation will have a result and we'll need to follow this result. So in other words, the user selects an image or not, we need to take the selected image and display it in the image view. Therefore, we will start the intent differently. Now, before API 30, the start activity for result method was used for this process. But this method was deprecated after API 30, so instead, the activity result launcher class gets used. So why don't we just learn how to use it? So first of all, we'll create an object from the activity result launcher class in the global area. Late init var, activity result launcher for select image, :activity result launcher. Good. Now, we also have to specify the type of this class. Its type will be intent. All right, so now we have to go through a registration process, and we should do this in the onCreate function. See, otherwise the intent's not going to work. So why don't we go ahead and create a new function for the registration operation and call this function inside the onCreate. See, this way we're going to avoid too much code in onCreate. All right, so the name of this function can be register activity for select image. Now, we'll call this function inside the onCreate. Now we can write the necessary codes for the register activity for select image function. So I'm writing the object that we created from the Activity Result Launcher class, that is, Activity Result Launcher for Select Image. After the equal sign, I'll write the register for Activity Result method. I'll write two parameters in parentheses. First parameter is Activity Result Contract. And if you type Start Activity Result here and press Enter, you can easily create the first parameter. It's basically a standard parameter. The second parameter, though, is a callback. So for the callback, we can directly put curly braces. Good. This callback returns the result of the intent. We will check to see whether the user has selected an image here, but we'll do this coming up in the next video. For now, we're just going to deal with the intent to open the gallery. So we'll start the intent we created in the if statement in the click listener of the image. So I'm writing Activity Result Launcher for Select Image .launch. I'll write the intent object in parentheses. Okay, so this way we've started the intent process to open the gallery. Now let's check the result of the permission that we requested from the user. We use the onRequestPermissionResult method for this. And now I'll create this method outside the onCreate function. Right, so it's thanks to this method, if the user does allow it, we will be able to access the media file on the device. And I'll create an if statement here. I will handle three conditions in the if statement. The first condition will be the request code. If the request code is equal to 1, after the AND operand, I will create the second condition. In the second condition, I will check to see whether the grant result array is empty or not. So I'll write grant results dot is not empty. And I'll put in one more AND operand. So third, I will control the first element of the grant result array. If the first element of the grant result array is equal to package manager dot permission granted, if these three conditions are satisfied, the user has given permission and will be able to open the gallery again. Therefore, I will write the intent method I wrote above to access the media folder here. Okay, my friends, we have gone ahead. We've asked for the necessary permissions to access the media folder on the device. So when we come back in the next video, if the user selects a picture from the device, we're going to show the selected image on the Image View component. So if you stick around, I'll see you in the next one.